Chapter 1001. One evening in the middle of August, Ito was strolling the streets with Kainakayaquin, who rarely came out of the mountains. He suddenly felt his power become active, and, at the same time, he felt as if he had met his blood enemy, the god of disobedience. Ito frowned and thought to himself, "King, what's wrong?" Kainakayaquin asked when she noticed Ito's strange expression. "There seems to be a god of disobedience nearby," Ito explained to Kainakayaquin as he looked around. "Really?" Huina didn't sense it, Kainakayaquin said with a serious expression as she also looked around. At this moment, Ito's gaze suddenly stopped. He looked straight at a girl who was clearly standing on the street, but no one was paying attention to her. She was the goddess of disobedience who had once fought with Ito and lost to him, Athena. "Are you finally ready to take revenge on me?" Ito said softly with a smile on his face. Then, he brought Kainakayaquin over to Athena, who was calmly looking at them. "Are you ready to fight with me?" Ito stood in front of Athena and asked first. At the same time, Kainakayaquin put the long bag in her hand on the ground, untied the knot on the bag, and took out the long sword that Ito had given her. "That's right. I will take back all the humiliation you have inflicted on me." Athena replied expressionlessly. "Looks like you can't wait. All right then, let's go somewhere else," Ito said quietly as he looked at Athena. Then, he turned around and walked away with Kainakayaquin, who had obediently put away her sword. Athena followed behind them without making a sound. Just like this, the three of them walked for more than 10 minutes, and finally stopped at the edge of a long staircase. "Huina, step aside for now," Ito said to Kainakayaquin as he turned around to face Athena. "Huina can also help my king." Kainakayaquin didn't step aside and said straightforwardly, "Of course, I understand," Ito smiled at Kainakayaquin, "but this time my battle with her is a bit special. I don't need your help for now, so Huina, you could just watch from the side. When I need your help, you can come and help me. Okay?" Since my king said so, Huina understands. Kainakayaquin nodded with a smile. Then he turned around and walked away with his weapon. After a short while, he retreated to a position more than 20 meters away from Ito, and Athena, and stood still again. "All right, let's begin." Seeing that Kainakayaquin had retreated to a relatively safe distance, he said. Ito said to Athena, "By waving my magic words, show the righteousness of the world." After that, Ito loudly chanted the magic words to summon the Sword of Glory. Ito wasn't a member of the Kusanagi Academy, so he knew to seize the opportunity to learn the relevant information. So, after the last battle with Athena, he immediately recorded the knowledge in his mind that was transmitted by the magic words. This allowed him to summon the Sword of Glory without using the magic words when facing Athena. It was the opposite of Ito's magic words. Athena also summoned her weapon in her hand, a huge black scythe that represented death. "I'm the strongest, the one who holds all the victors tightly, the strong and eloquent one." Ito continued to chant the magic words to increase the power of the Sword of Glory. "I will crusade against all evil. Your sword, the blade of Velislana that slashed the gods, I have seen it once. Do you think I don't have a way to break it when I face it?" Athena said with a sneer on her face. "You should also know, in Greek mythology, the inheritance of the shield that I hold. Perseus, who killed Medusa, offered his head to the goddess Athena. Athena combined Medusa's head and used it as a shield." Athena continued, "In order to break your sword, I once again imitated the shield illusion. Medusa is also one of the several names that I have. After getting the Gorgon stone, our names have been combined once more." At this time, the figure of another girl suddenly appeared behind Athena. It was the figure of a 17 or 18-year-old girl that Athena had appeared when she was fighting with Ito. Then, Athena in the form of a young girl and Athena in the form of a young girl opened their mouths and chanted the magic words together. But now, we are once again separated. That is Athena and Medusa, Medusa and Athena. Despicable God Slayer, You have broken Athena's divinity, but what will you do about Medusa's divinity? TSK. Say Ito grinned and then closed his eyes under Athena's gaze. Are you ready to be captured? Athena said softly. But at this time, a strong surge of magic power surged out of Seito's body. And then there was a poof sound, and two more Seito walked out of the white smoke and stood beside Seito. Then, without seeing Seito do anything, the black divine sword celestial clouds and the dark red Longinus spear appeared in the hands of the two new Seito. Playing with clones. You're not the only one who can do it, I could do it too. Seito opened his eyes and smiled. These two clones were created using the same method as Athena's method of splitting authority. Among them, the one holding the celestial clouds had the authority of the god of storm, lightning, and sky that Seito had seized from Mercado. The one holding the Longinus spear had the authority of the sun god Mitra that Seito had seized from the man from the east, Perseus. It was a replay of the situation of Euryslagna's 10 clones. From the divine eyes, the two Athenas could clearly see that the three Itos had authority in their bodies. Their expressions became solemn, and they once again chanted the incantation in unison. I am Athena, the representative of the goddess of darkness. I am the lord of the underworld, the queen of the night. I am Medusa, the representative of the goddess of earth. I am the lord of the stone chamber, the queen of the earth. Therefore, accept the curse bestowed upon you by me. Turn into an ice-cold corpse and lie in the underworld. Therefore, accept the grace bestowed upon you by me. Turn into an ice-cold statue and return to the dust. Following the chanting of these words, tremendous power immediately gushed out from Athena, turned into a bone-chilling wind and a petrifying curse, and spread towards the Seito. Upon seeing this, the three Seito summoned their curse force and activated their authority to resist. Here, Susanoo commanded 1,000 gods of chaos to rebel and take over this country. 1,000 swords stood on the ground and resisted the enemy with them as a shield. Sword of celestial clouds, unsheathed. Seito, who held the sword of celestial clouds, chanted these words. As soon as his voice fell, a violent storm instantly spiraled up from his feet and formed a thick tornado that wrapped around him, resisting Athena's curse with the wind wall of the tornado. Sun that rises in the east, grant me strength. Seito, who held the Longinus spear, said loudly. Following the chanting of these words, a dazzling sun appeared in the eastern night sky, ushering in the day ahead of time. What surprised Seito the most was that under the illumination of this sun, the curse force inside him suddenly became active, and even some of the restrictions of his authority were lifted under the illumination of the sun. As expected of the eastern god of war, born from Mitra's body and two sides of Mitra. What a pleasant surprise! Seito, who encouraged the sword of spirit to resist Athena's attack, thought to himself. Ito and the other two who resisted Athena's magic glanced at each other and nodded tacitly at the same time. After that, they each used ground shrinking technique, body flicker technique, and Qigong to rush towards the two Athenas. Shadow, go stealthy. Athena immediately recalled Medusa's shadow back into her body when she saw this. She waved the scythe in her hand to block the three Seito's attacks as she read aloud. Become the claws and teeth that can tear through iron. Gallop. Following the chanting of the sword of spirit, a black shadow began to appear behind Athena, and then turned into 3 pitch-black snakes. They instantly bit at the 3 Seito like cobras that pounced on their prey. The 3 Seito did not panic. They blocked the attacks of the snakes with their wind, spears, and light balls from the sword of spirit, then skillfully changed their positions and counterattacked Athena. Soon, Longinus's spear pierced Athena's shoulder while she was dodging the sword of spirit. Athena's face contorted as she let out a low cry of pain. She endured the pain in her shoulder and waved her scythe, forcing away celestial clouds' attack. She leaned to the side and pulled her shoulder out of Longinus's spear, then used a spell similar to leap, to leap back. Sing of death, guide death, dance death, become Athena's servant, the messenger of death from the underworld. Athena chanted the sword of spirit as she leaped. In an instant, 9 gigantic pitch-black snakes squeezed out from the shadows on the ground, turning into streaks of black shadows that shot towards the 3 Ito's group. For victory, come to me quickly. Undying sun, please grant me a shining steed. Horses with enough intelligence. Bring over the light wheels that are like your masters. Chapter 1002. At this time, Ito chanted the words of summoning the white horse incarnation. Along with the words of the spirit, a second blazing fireball like the sun appeared in the sky where Mitra had summoned the sun. Then, the fireball flashed and turned into a divine spear burning with blazing white flames. It fell between Athena, the 9-headed serpent she summoned, and the 3 Ito. Whoosh! The white holy flames, which specialized in burning the suffering of the people, spread rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area of tens of meters, enveloping Athena, the 9 pitch-black serpents, and the 3 Ito. But since Ito summoned the white horse incarnation, he naturally had a way to deal with it. Within the flames, the 3 Ito quickly gathered together. Then, Ito, who held Mitra's sun authority, loudly chanted the words of the sun authority. With his identity as the Lord of the White Horse incarnation, he blocked the white holy flames outside the protective circle formed by the authority. Compared to the Ito trio who curled up in defense, Athena and the serpents she summoned were much more miserable. Under the burning of the holy flames, the 9 shadow serpents were immediately burned to ashes and disappeared. Although Athena temporarily used the shadow curtains summoned by the Queen of the Night's authority to block the burning of the holy flames, but she fell into the same awkward situation as when she was defeated last time. Spring brings vitality, summer brings prosperity, autumn brings harvest, and winter brings death. Dry winter, blow the wind of termination across the land. Athena was unwilling to resign herself to death. She immediately chanted a variant of the spirit of death. Almost instantly, a cold wind that could freeze all things and bring about the end of cold abruptly blew from the void, swept over the flames, and blew towards Ito trio, who were also surrounded by flames. Here, Susanu ordered 1,000 gods of evil chaos to rebel and take over this country. The 1,000 swords stood on the ground and resisted the enemy with them as a shield. Upon seeing this, Ito, who held celestial clouds, quickly arrived in front of the other 2, grabbed the hilt of celestial clouds with both hands, and chanted the spirit of death. Yes, this is the so-called sword of celestial clouds, the steel that can break 1,000 blades. Now is the time to annihilate the barbarians of the south, the barbarians of the east, and the western tribes. Destroy the heretics. The voice of celestial clouds, who understood Ito's intention, echoed in his mind. At the same time, a large amount of curse force began to gush out of celestial clouds, formed a vortex, and swallowed the wind of termination blowing in front of the 3 into the blade. At this time, Ito, who used Urislagna's embodiment, suddenly dispersed the spirit of death in his hand, flipped his hand, and took out the previously created replica of Athena from the magic cube world. Holding it with one hand and chanting an incantation with the other hand, he muttered to himself. Under Ito's actions, Tanguilin was stunned. Athena, who was struggling to resist the flames and not let herself be burned, frowned. A strange and bad feeling instantly emerged from the bottom of her heart. It's done. After about 10 seconds, Ito finished chanting the incantation and pointed his sword at Athena's body, and said to Ito, who was holding celestial clouds. Ito nodded in understanding. He immediately flipped his hand and held celestial clouds in a posture that looked like he was ready to throw it. In the next moment, he threw the divine sword, celestial clouds, which had swallowed the wind of termination like a javelin. Whoosh! Ito threw it with great force, Celestial clouds was like a black light that streaked across the burning space, piercing Athena's chest, who was exhausted from resisting. Cough. I didn't expect that I would fail at the same place twice, Athena said self-deprecatingly as she coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, before she could finish lamenting, the mysterious connection she felt earlier suddenly became stronger. Then, a strange energy began to surge into her body from an unknown channel, entangling her soul. Although she did not know what this energy was, Athena instinctively felt that it would not end well if she was entangled by this energy. She immediately urged the cursed power in her body to suppress and resist it. At first, the cursed power's resistance was quite effective. As soon as it came into contact with her, it stopped the inexplicable energy from advancing. However, as time passed, the energy seemed to have adapted to the cursed power in her body and entangled her soul again. At this dangerous moment, the blazing sun's fire suddenly extinguished as if it had completed its mission, removing the barrier that was originally one of her protections. Ito, who had thrown out celestial clouds, saw this and immediately used the shrinking technique to pass through the ground that had been crystallized by the sun's fire. He rushed to Athena's side and reached out to grab celestial clouds that was stuck in her chest. He forcefully pulled the sword out. PFFF. As the sword was pulled out, blood instantly splashed out from Athena's chest. The intense pain caused Athena's body to tremble uncontrollably. It also caused the cursed power in her body to become slightly sluggish for a moment, and the inexplicable energy seemed to have intelligence. It immediately took the opportunity to rush closer to Athena's soul. Ito, who had retrieved the sword, turned his wrist and swung the sword at Athena again. As the goddess of war, Athena, who was unwilling to admit defeat, forced her tired body to support herself. She hurriedly swung the sword in her hand to block. Clang! The two weapons clashed without any fancy moves. However, what surprised Athena was that the force from the opponent's sword was not as strong as she thought. It was as if this attack was just a harassment action. It was as if her guess was confirmed. The inexplicable energy in her body began to riot again. So it's because of you. At this point, if Athena still didn't understand, she really didn't deserve her title as the goddess of wisdom. She angrily glared at Ito, who was holding celestial clouds and harassing her to resist the energy in her body. Well, it's a battle, Ito said shamelessly. Then, he continued to tangle with Athena, making her unable to concentrate on controlling the energy in her body to resist. Just like this, a few more minutes passed in the game-like entanglement. At this time, Athena, who was resisting, suddenly paused. She opened her mouth and let out a strange groan. Looks like it succeeded. Ito, who had skillfully stopped the sword halfway and didn't let the sword cut Athena's body, chuckled. Then, as if he had completed his mission, he turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in front of Athena's eyes. Along with him, the other person holding the Longinus spear who was guarding Ito also disappeared. Pooh! However, the moment the two disappeared, the Athena figurine in Ito's hand, which was made of mahogany puppets, suddenly exploded into a cloud of dust and disappeared from Ito's hand. TSK, looks like attaching a soul to this thing is really a bit difficult. Ito, who patted his hands to get rid of the dust, muttered softly. Then, he put away the Longinus spear that had fallen to the ground, called out to Kainakequin, who was quickly rushing towards him, and slowly walked towards Athena, who was struggling not to fall. What did you do to me? Athena angrily glared at Ito, who walked towards her. Hearing Athena's question, Kainakequin on the side also looked at Ito curiously, wanting to know what her king did to make Athena so angry. Have you heard of the golden hoop spell? Ito asked. Kainakequin subconsciously exclaimed when she heard the words, and looked at Athena in surprise. Although what I used on you is not that thing, the effect is similar to that. In other words, whether you are willing or not, from now on, you are my companion. Seito looked at Athena with a smile. Oh, right, I forgot to mention it. Even if this spell allows you to end the life of the god of disobedience and return to the myth, it can also help me draw out your soul when you return to the myth through the secluded world. Seito seemed to have thought of something as he continued. Well, I just don't know if it really has such a good effect. Seito thought to himself. At this time, Athena's expression was as ugly as it could be. In her long life, she had probably never encountered such an ugly situation. Please take care of me in the future, cute Athena-chan. Seito reached out his hand in front of Athena and said. The angry Athena didn't know where she got the strength from, but she fiercely waved the sickle in her hand toward Seito. Seeing this, Seito smiled, and his right hand formed a strange seal. Instantly, Athena's expression changed, and her body trembled slightly. Using this opening, Seito easily pushed aside Athena's sickle. Plop! Athena knelt on the ground with one knee. Really? Seito saw this and muttered in a low voice. Then he stepped forward to Athena's side and waved his hand to chop her neck, knocking her out. Then he bent over and carried Athena in his arms. Sorry, Huina. I can't accompany you anymore. Seito turned around and apologized to Kaina Kayakuen. It's okay. Huina knows that King has important things to do. Next time, King can accompany me alone. Kaina Kayakuen said with an innocent smile. Okay. Seito nodded in agreement. Then Kaina Kayakuen said, It's a deal. The two parted ways and walked back to their respective residences. As for the aftermath of the scene and the aftermath, he believed that the official history committee would quickly come and take care of it. After all, such a huge phenomenon appeared in the sky. It would be strange if it wasn't noticed. I originally wanted to use you to scheme, but since it's come to this, I might as well take the initiative. After returning to his new residence, Seito placed Athena on the bed and softly muttered to himself. Chapter 1003. P.S. Thank you to Whiteweight for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfinney for your tips. Kiyoshi Ito, I found the person you're looking for. Erica reported to Seito, who was playing with Athena. Although Erica had seen such a situation since the day she learned that Athena had become the king's prisoner, she still felt pressured when she was with the god of disobedience, especially when the god of disobedience had an obvious hatred for her king. Erica was afraid that the god of disobedience would suddenly go berserk and attack them, ending her beautiful youth. Oh, where is it? Seito asked immediately. It was in Singapore earlier, and it's now moving to the Bataan Islands in the Philippines. Erica reported immediately after collecting her thoughts. All right then, pack your things and let's go. Seito decided immediately. Yes, Erica responded. Of course you're coming too. Then, Ito-sei turned his head and looked at Athena, who was sitting on the side with an expressionless face. It was the 8th day since he brought Athena back. The reason why Athena could stay in her room obediently without running away or doing anything was that Seito had refined a pseudo-god relic that could suppress Athena's strength to a certain extent on the night. He brought her back by combining the curse power that he obtained from Athena and the alchemy authority that he obtained from Hermes, with a special item with a restraining ability that he obtained from the Greenleaf Platform Library. Of course, it was just in case. Seito sent Yi, Jinyi, and Yuan back to the Rubik's Cube world, leaving only Athena and himself to live together. Athena calmly glanced at Seito as she collected her thoughts. She then emptied her mind again, looking like she did not want to bother with him. Seito shrugged as he knew that Athena must be trying to get rid of the special energy that was covering her god soul. He then proceeded with his work. Over half an hour later, Seito, Erica, and Athena met up with Liliana, who had just arrived. They took a car to Narita Airport and boarded a plane to the Philippines in Southeast Asia. However, their target was still on the way to the Philippines at the moment, as they were moving too quickly. Therefore, Seito and the rest who had nothing to do checked into the hotel that they booked beforehand. Then, they started strolling on the streets of the Philippines. As the god of disobedience, Athena naturally had no interest in such boring mortal activities. She continued to stay in the hotel alone to deal with the problem of her divine soul. For days later, King, the target has appeared, Erica reported solemnly as she walked into Sei Ito's room in the evening. Phew, they finally appeared. Let's go. Sei was shocked when he heard this. He immediately got up and said. Then, he left the hotel with Erica and Liliana, as well as Athena, who followed behind him like a ghost. They rushed to the address given by the intelligence personnel. They took a car again. After another hour of traveling by boat, Sei Ito and the rest finally arrived at the uninhabited island where the target was located. They saw the target that Sei Ito was looking for. That person was about 4 meters tall. She was petite and thin, and had a head of curly golden hair that reached her waist. Just from her back, she looked like a young girl of 12 or 13 years old. I didn't expect to see the two of you here. I'm Guinevere. It's an honor. Hearing the footsteps, the young girl turned around, revealing an exquisite face that was like a porcelain doll. His expression was startled at first, and then his tone and posture were completely respectful as he bowed and said, This young girl was Sei Ito's target, the old enemy of the Black Prince Alexander Gascoigne and the White Princess Alice, Shinzu Guinevere. The so-called Shinzu was the Earth Mother who was defeated, fallen, or lost the position of Earth Mother due to other reasons in the long river of time. She was the origin of all witches and witches. She was the most powerful witch who could freely play magic. As long as she was willing to give up Shinzu's eternal life, she could regain her identity as the Earth Mother in a short time and fight against the God Slayer with the power of dragons and snakes. It's that man's maid. Athena frowned and said softly. She then turned to look at the sea in front and said again, And there's more than one. Hearing Athena's words, Erica and Liliana immediately showed a vigilant look and stared at the sea behind Guinevere. I'm afraid to tell you, Goddess Athena didn't deliberately hide her identity and didn't want to see you. It's just that her appearance now is very dirty and broken. If she appeared with that appearance, it's very likely to dirty your eyes. That's why she didn't appear from the water immediately. Guinevere lowered her head even more and said in a respectful tone, Even in the system of the Earth Mother, Athena, who had the identity of an ancient serpent, was the highest existence. Guinevere, who had fallen from grace, couldn't be compared to her at all. At this moment, accompanied by the rustling sound of the waves, another young girl, who looked 1 or 2 years younger than Guinevere, appeared from the sea. Her young body was full of red and black scars, and her age was 1 or 2 years younger than Guinevere. She lay on her back on the beach and breathed heavily as the waves hit her. She became like this because she was fighting with the same race as you, Lord John Pluto Smith. Guinevere explained, John Pluto Smith? I remember that's the king of America. According to the information, he was fighting with the leader of the evil art master group, the Lord of Flies. In other words, she's the Lord of Flies? Hearing Guinevere's explanation, Erica immediately recalled the recent information about John Pluto Smith and said softly, Just as you said, Angela is the Lord of Flies. To ordinary people other than, say, Ito and Athena, Guinevere wasn't as respectful as before, but she still replied elegantly, Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I wonder why the two of you are here. Guinevere looked at Sei Ito and Athena again and asked, I'm here to discuss a deal with you. Athena is only here to accompany me, Sei Ito, who knew it was his turn, said. You've recently caused a huge upheaval in the world. Lord Sei Ito, who rules over 2/3 of Europe and all of Japan, Guinevere gently pinched the edge of her skirt and bowed elegantly again. It's an honor to meet you. Following that, Guinevere straightened up and looked at Sei Ito and asked, I wonder what kind of deal you'd like to make with me, Lord. I'd like to use the last king's sunken land and the key related to the last king's sleeping place in exchange for the magic holy grail in your hand. What do you think? Sei Ito said as he took out a rusty, round iron rod that was 13 to 14 centimeters long and as thick as a finger. The round iron rod was called Heaven's Defying Mu. It was a god relic related to the legend of Izaki Naya and Izaki Nami stirring up the sea. Seito obtained it after he ordered the official history compilation committee, who was in charge of hiding and preserving it, to dig up the place where it was hidden. However, during the process, the head of the Tokyo branch, named Kori Seijiya, was happy to carry out such a troublesome order. However, after hearing what Seito said, it did not matter if it was Guinevere who was making the deal. It was the goddess of disobedience, Athena, the Grand Knight Erica, and Liliana who were standing beside Seito. Their expressions all changed. Guinevere could not contain her excitement when she heard the news about the last king. Athena was furious when she heard from Seito that the last king, the strongest steel, was the enemy of the Earth Mother. Erica and Liliana were shocked when they heard the news about the magic Holy Grail that could stir up the magician world. "Is what you said true, Lord?" Guinevere could not help but ask. "Of course. You used to be the Earth Mother. Can't you feel the relationship between this thing in my hand and the earth and water?" Seito said as he waved the thing in his hand. "Seito, do you know what you're doing?" Athena raised her head and glared at Seito as she questioned. "Of course I know." Seito smiled at Athena. Then, he used telepathy to transmit his words into Athena's mind. "Don't worry, I have no interest in awakening that naughty child. Besides, even Ginevra herself wouldn't hand the Holy Grail over to me. We're just pretending to go against her." Athena, who heard the voice in her mind, stared deeply at Seito for a moment. Then, she calmed down a little and ignored Seito's actions. At this moment, Seito also said in his mind, "If it weren't for you not following the plan, I wouldn't have made a deal with her. I would have directly snatched the magic Holy Grail that they buried in your body after you were injured by Lancelot. Moreover, I could have gotten all the information about the creation of the Holy Grail from Guinevere." Unfortunately, after comforting Athena, Seito looked back at Guinevere and said, "But since it is a deal, I hope that it will be fair. Therefore, I hope that the contents of the deal will include the specific information about the creation of the magic Holy Grail and the spells used. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the deal won't be canceled midway." "Sure," Guinevere agreed without thinking. "Okay, then let's start the deal." Seeing Guinevere agree, Seito smiled faintly. As he spoke, he formed a seal with one hand and released a shadow clone. Guinevere, Erica, and Liliana, who were seeing Seito use a shadow clone for the first time, all revealed astonished expressions. "Use a secret technique to impart knowledge about the magic Holy Grail to him. Once I accept it, I will give you the item in my hand," Seito said as he pointed to the shadow clone beside him. "Got it." Guinevere nodded in agreement. Then, she slowly walked up to the shadow clone and extended her arms to hug the shadow clone's neck. She tiptoed and raised her head to kiss the shadow clone's lips. Then, she used a secret technique that only the witch knew to impart knowledge about the magic Holy Grail to the shadow clone. This kiss lasted for a few minutes before the two of them separated again. Puff! The moment the two separated, the shadow clone immediately exploded into a cloud of smoke and disappeared before Guinevere and the other's eyes. Then, a piece of foreknowledge appeared in Seito's mind. He quickly received it. "That's right. In exchange, I will now tell you where the last king sleeps." After a moment, Seito, who had finished absorbing the knowledge, opened his eyes again and looked at Guinevere. Then, as the latter revealed an excited expression, he continued, "The last king sleeps in my territory, Japan." "Japan, huh? The end of the easternmost region. No wonder it's there." Guinevere and Athena revealed a look of realization. "Okay, now let's carry out the Holy Grail exchange." Seito waved the Heaven's Bane in his hand. "Okay," Guinevere agreed. Then, she summoned the magic Holy Grail that she held in her hand. It was created with the eternal life of her predecessor, the Earth Mother, as a sacrifice. In an instant, a slender vase about the same height as Guinevere, with a narrow top and wide bottom, and a shape that looked like it was made of brass, appeared behind Guinevere. It quickly transformed from an incorporeal form into a physical object. Guinevere took the magic Holy Grail and greeted Seito, who was walking slowly toward her. Then, the two of them handed the Heaven's Bane and the magic Holy Grail to each other at the same time. Both of them took it with their free hands. The exchange is complete. After taking the magic Holy Grail, Ito immediately threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he looked at Guinevere and smiled. How is this possible? How could my connection with the Holy Grail be cut off? Guinevere asked in a half-crazy voice. Do you think I don't know? Only as the descendant of the Earth Mother who sacrificed her eternal life to create the magic Holy Grail, you are the rightful owner of the Holy Grail. Even if you give it to someone else, you can still summon it back with a thought. I remember that you used this method to deceive the Black Prince. Ito looked at Guinevere with a faint smile. How did you know? Guinevere was shocked. Since the target is the magic Holy Grail, how could I not investigate it? Ito smiled. Listen to the call, Uncle. Please protect Guinevere. At this time, Guinevere, who had calmed down, opened her mouth and chanted a summoning spell. In an instant, a large amount of mist gushed out from behind Guinevere, forming a thick white mist that was so thick that one couldn't see anything within 10 meters of it. Then, a knight wrapped in white steel armor quickly rushed out of the thick mist. The knight's spear in his hand pierced towards Ito's body. That, Lancelot of the Lake, Lancelot du Lac. Seeing the figure that appeared in the mist, Liliana murmured with a distant gaze. What? Erica was shocked. Chapter 1004. Sensing the incoming attack, Ito's figure flashed as he used the Flying Thunder God to appear beside Erica Brandley. With a flip of his hand, he summoned Divine Sword Heaven Songyun and charged towards Lancelot, the White Knight who was guarding Guinevere, and slashed down with his sword. Lancelot, who was riding on a white horse, did not move. The reverse bramble spear in his hand touched the blade of celestial clouds in a split second. The huge force transmitted from the spear immediately pushed Ito back a step. Erica, Lily, you two pin down Guinevere. Ito ordered loudly as he turned around to avoid Lancelot's pursuit and released flames to burn Lancelot. Yes, Erica and Liliana replied in unison. They then summoned the Lion King's heart and the silver Grandmaster sword and rushed towards Guinevere. Lancelot, who was fighting Ito with his divine skill, immediately waved his spear to push Ito away from him. He then turned his horse around and rushed towards Guinevere. Where do you think you're going? Ito saw this and stepped forward. He used alchemy to create a wall half the height of a person to block Lancelot's horse. As the war god's mount, the white horse nimbly leapt over the short wall. At the same time, Lancelot used the momentum of the leap to stab Erica, who was closest to him, with a spear in hand. Clang! Erica, who reacted quickly, immediately summoned a small round shield in her left hand to block Lancelot's jump. However, she was immediately sent flying by the huge force of the spear. Fortunately, Erica was nimble. Apart from the pain of falling to the ground, she was not injured at all. He didn't suffer any serious injuries. Taking advantage of Erica's distraction, Ito flashed to Liliana's side and blocked Lancelot's attack with his sword. At the same time, he used his feet to activate alchemy and created a soft depression under Lancelot's mount. Shilulu. Suddenly feeling the change under his feet, even Mystical Horse couldn't help but panic for a moment and let out a long cry. High-quality update, however. Lancelot was indeed the god of war and the strongest knight in the legends. Although he was unsteady under his horse, his upper body did not seem to be affected at all. He continued to stab Ito with great strength. He forced Ito to retreat in front of him, and then with his beloved horse, he landed beside Guinevere, who was using magic to fight with Liliana. He reached out and grabbed her in his arms, and the horse stepped on the void and flew to the sky. Look after that, Shinzu. Ito hurriedly ordered Liliana when he saw this. He turned into lightning. With a rumbling sound, he chased after Lancelot's figure. Soon, Ito caught up with Lancelot's figure. Then, Ito, who reappeared in his physical body, used instant transmission to suddenly appear in front of Lancelot. At the moment when he dodged the attack with his super intuition, he waved his sword and slashed at the horse under him. The horse was still moving nimbly in the void and dodged, say, Ito's slash by a hair's breadth. But then it was suddenly cut by a sharp whirlwind that gushed out from celestial clouds, and blood spurted out of it with a long cry. This was the effect that Ito-sei had achieved by using the Kusanagi sword's ability to absorb the abilities and authorities of the deities that disobeyed him or himself. This was the effect that Ito-sei had obtained from Urislagna's wind incarnation. At the same time, with the support of celestial clouds, Sei Ito's movement speed also became not inferior to the speed that could be achieved by using Phoenix Transformation, Electro-Transformation, and Psychokinesis in the state of supersonic speed. "You shun, why do you have to force me like this?" Guinevere, who was sitting on Lancelot's horse, asked loudly. "Because I don't want to leave any future troubles for myself." Ito-sei swung his sword to deflect Lancelot's spear and swung his sword at Lancelot's back. "Although you don't have the Holy Grail now, who knows if you have other ways to summon this guy down as a disobedient being?" Sei asked as he swung his sword at Lancelot's back. "Although you don't have the Holy Grail now, who knows if you have other ways to summon this guy down? I don't want to be chased around the world by a half-crazy woman like you." Plop! With a soft sound, a small section of the horse's hind leg flipped over and fell to the ground below. High-quality update. "Uncle, let Guinevere help you." Guinevere, who received such an answer, turned around and looked at Lancelot, who was covered in full armor, with a determined expression. Obviously, she wanted to use some ultimate move to fight against Ito. "No need." Lancelot, who spoke for the first time since he appeared, rejected with a slightly masculine voice. Plop! Just as he was distracted, Sei Ito, who had suddenly teleported under the horse's belly, used celestial clouds to pierce the white horse's heart. "Nay, nay, nay." The white horse cried out with a painful expression. Lancelot held the reins tightly with one hand and leaned to the side of the horse, thrusting his spear at Sei Ito's body from under the horse. Sei Ito, who sensed the incoming attack, dodged Lancelot's attack. Then he straightened his waist and jumped horizontally with his sword. Celestial clouds, which had been stuck in the horse's body all this time, immediately cut a thick wound on the horse's body, almost splitting it open. Sei Ito then turned his body and stepped lightly on the horse's body, pulling out his sword and leaving the white horse's side. Then he used his teleportation ability to create a shadow clone, using the space to welcome the confused Lancelot while continuing to attack the horse that Lancelot was riding. Clang! Just as Sei Ito's sword was about to cut off the horse's head, Lancelot used his spear to block Sei Ito's attack. Bang! However, Sei Ito, who was close enough to the horse's head, suddenly swung his arm and punched the white horse's head with the super monster strength fist. The white horse's head was bent 90 degrees, and it died instantly. The white horse, which had lost its life, could no longer carry Lancelot and Guinevere's body and fell to the ground. Looking at Lancelot and Guinevere falling to the ground, Sei Ito, who was suspended in the air, waved his hand and summoned an alloy ball with a diameter of 1 meter in front of him. He put away celestial clouds and clenched his hands into fists. Lightning flashed all over his body as he slammed his hands down on the surface of the alloy ball. Boom! In an instant, a thick orange-yellow beam of light with lightning flashing on its surface shot straight at Lancelot and Guinevere, who were in the air. However, just as the railgun was about to hit the two of them, a large cloud of fog suddenly gushed out from Lancelot and Guinevere's body and enveloped them. The railgun, which had lost its target, blasted a large hole in the fog and fell straight to the ground. It was like a small meteorite hitting the earth, creating a huge mushroom cloud that rose into the sky. Steel's undying nature. Sei Ito squinted his eyes as he looked at the clouds. He then activated the curse energy in his body and calmly sensed for Lancelot and Guinevere's aura. Found them. Sei Ito quickly sensed Guinevere's familiar aura. Sei Ito then moved and quickly rushed towards where Guinevere was. Just as Ito-sei's attack was about to land on Guinevere, The mist around her suddenly retracted and turned back into Lancelot's appearance. Lancelot swept his spear at Guinevere. Sei Ito, who had been prepared for this, flashed and suddenly appeared behind Guinevere's petite figure. He used her body to block Lancelot's attack path as he attacked her from the back. Cough! Guinevere, who had received a fatal attack, immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood with a pale face. However, Shunzu's strong vitality prevented her from dying immediately, and she was still alive. Seeing this, Seito raised his eyebrows and grabbed Guinevere's clothes. He then used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the island where everything began and appeared beside Erica. Then, he quickly knocked Guinevere unconscious and threw her into the Rubik's Cube world. The moment Guinevere entered the Rubik's Cube world, Lancelot, who was not connected to the world and was not a disobedient god, but a god shadow, suddenly paused and disappeared into the void like a fantasy. This way, the last king will not wake up for a long time. Seito turned to look at Athena and said, "It seems that you know a lot about the last king." Athena looked at Seito with some surprise. "I don't know much about him, but I know that there is a god who is known as the public enemy of women. As soon as he wakes up from his deep sleep, he will wipe out all the demon kings in the world, also known as the Demon King Annihilator," Seito said with a shrug. "So, in order to avoid trouble, it's better not to let this dangerous guy wake up. King, what are you going to do with Shinzu?" Liliana looked at Shinzu, who was on the verge of death, and asked Angela, "No matter what, he is still a Shinzu. Let's just keep him in captivity." Seito walked to Angela's side and thought for a while. Then, he also threw her into the Rubik's Cube world and imprisoned her. Seeing Shinzu suddenly disappear, Liliana, as a witch, did not know what to say. On the other hand, Athena was interested in Seito's method of sending Shinzu away, and her eyes flickered slightly. "You will know where they went in the future." Seito turned to look at Athena and said with a smile, "Let's go back, then rest for a day, and return to Japan the day after tomorrow," Seito said to Erica and Liliana. Then, the four of them returned to the island, took the yacht parked there, and returned to the city. They took a car back to the hotel to rest. The next day, they toured around the Philippines and took a plane back to Tokyo, Japan. Chapter 1005. Just as Seito and the others were sightseeing in the Philippines, the image of a young girl appeared from the sea next to the island where Guinevere was previously. She frowned as she looked at the deserted island. "Foolish Shinzu, you actually dare to play with this sect leader like this. Prepare to receive my wrath." The young girl in traditional Chinese clothing said in a deep voice as her eyes flashed with anger. Then, her figure flashed as she fell back into the sea. Of course, Seito and the others did not know about this, and even if they knew, they would not care too much. Since the goal has been achieved, it's time to try the last possibility. As for the goddess of Akatsuki, Kelsey, who was imprisoned by the Black Prince Alexander Gascoigne near the Indonesia Sea, and the great sage Equal to Heaven, who was imprisoned by the Nine Dharma Mizuka family's secret technique. Horse Protector Plague. Let's see how it goes. Seito, who had already returned to his new residence in Tokyo, thought to himself. After thinking about it, Seito gave a simple explanation to Erica and Liliana before activating the Flying Thunder God technique and disappearing from his new residence. He appeared in the space where he, Shinya, and Kaina Kaiquin had fought in the Soul World. Do you want to try? Just as Seito was about to experiment, a new idea suddenly appeared in his mind, making him very excited. Then let's try it. After only a second, Seito cast aside the hesitation in his heart and made up his mind to experiment with the new idea that he had just thought of. Then, he closed his eyes and recalled the image of the Vitality Girl in this world, Pandora, in his mind. In the next moment, Seito's figure suddenly disappeared from the original space and appeared in an inexplicable space. As expected, even if I have the image in my mind, without the memory of the surrounding environment as a reference, I still can't enter Pandora's shrine. Seito sighed as he opened his eyes and looked around. Apart from a large patch of gray, There was no sign of Pandora. Seito then sat cross-legged in the gray space and closed his eyes again. Adjusting his breathing to allow his mind to enter a calm state, he mobilized the power of the Rubik's Cube world and the rules it produced to fill his body. He began to conduct the deepest level of exploration of his own body, hoping to use his own rule power to once again appear, so as to avoid being struck by lightning after leaving this world. Driven by Ito Sei's thoughts, a shock wave containing the power of the magic cube world and the power of the rules spread out from the inexplicable space in his body, or it could be said that it spread out from the position of the entrance. In the blink of an eye, it filled his entire body, from skin to flesh to bone, then to blood cells, and even at the gene level. It separated all the abnormal shockwaves that existed in Sei Ito's body, and selected them to be captured and absorbed by the magic cube or the power of the rules to be reconstructed. Under the influence of the shockwaves that only appeared in his body, Sei Ito's hair stood on end. His skin trembled slightly in a strange rhythm. At the same time, a layer of pale yellow lipid cells was expelled from his pores, covering the surface of Sei Ito's body. In this way, after an unknown amount of time, Sei Ito exhaled deeply and withdrew from the state of meditation. It really works. Sei Ito, who opened his eyes again, said with a look of joy in his eyes. From Sei Ito's understanding of this world authority, the authority that this world had usurped from the gods was very similar to the mixture of divinity and priesthood in the D&D world. It had the special characteristics of divinity and also the special effects of priesthood. But in the end, they were all products of the rules. The only difference from Sei Ito's own understanding of the rules might be that Sei Ito's rules were comprehended by himself, but the authority of the gods in this world was given to them through human thoughts, legends, and even faith. It was like one side was an ancient god that was born from the heavens and earth and did not need faith, while the other side was a new god that was born later on and needed faith to support it. With this understanding in mind, Sei Ito began his experiment of authority in Secluded World, the place that was closest to the undying domain of the gods. And the result was just as he had expected: success. The authority of the gods that had been killed in this world was absorbed and assimilated by Sei Ito's own understanding of the autonomous world's rules. Using that authority as a blueprint, a new product of the rules was created: pseudo-authority, a new kind of power that eliminated most of the restrictions. If I was a practitioner of the Western path of godhood, perhaps I could find a place to condense a divinity and directly become a demigod. Sei Ito, who felt this change, sighed in his heart. Phew, forget it. Let's get down to business first. Then, Sei Ito, who had cleaned up his body, threw away the thoughts of horse racing in his mind, and once again focused on the second experiment that he came to Secluded World for. Sei Ito, who had regained his calm, opened his mouth and chanted. Begin with one. Evolve into perfection. One is all, the world of myriad forms. As Sei Ito finished speaking, the domain that had only been activated once since he came to this world, apart from when he faced off against Mercado's locusts, once again expanded with him as the center. A gigantic phaseless world appeared in Secluded World, where earth, water, fire, and wind ran amok. Sometimes it was a beautiful world. Sometimes it was a universe of destruction. Compared to the previous time, when the domain expanded this time, the power of the world did not appear. Perhaps this had something to do with the unique spatial rules of Secluded World. Still, Sei Ito was secretly relieved that the power of the world did not interfere. Rubik's Cube began devouring Secluded World. Sei Ito, who had placed his divine sword Celestial Clouds on his lap, mentally commanded the Rubik's Cube. As soon as the command was given, a pitch-black hole immediately appeared in the center of the domain. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of the domain and completely merged with Sei Ito's domain. Immediately after, a tremendous suction force came out of the black hole and began devouring the gray world that Sei Ito was in. Under the pull of the black hole, the gray space immediately began to distort. It was as if the gray space was mixed with a mixture of various colors as it flowed towards the pitch black hole in the Rubik's Cube world. In the end, the gray space completely disappeared into the hole. At this moment, it was as if a special switch had been turned on. All sorts of unique environments, such as modern, ancient, apocalyptic, isolated islands, and so on, followed closely behind the gray space and rushed into the black hole in the Rubik's Cube world. They formed spatial turbulence that began to spread outwards with Sei Ito as the center, stirring up the entire secluded world. Seeing that the devouring had begun, Sei Ito lowered his head and said to the celestial clouds on his lap, "Celestial clouds, cooperate with me." After that, Sei Ito used the Rubik's Cube world that he had seen when the world was created, the destruction of the world when he devoured the Luxiu and the soul-eating world, the transformation of the world after the devouring, as well as the understanding of the rules and the wisdom of the 8 trigrams, and so on. Using the flame of destruction that existed in the domain as the flame, the celestial clouds as the golden embryo, the weight of the earth, the calcination of strong wind and fire, and the tempering of cold water, the sword of celestial clouds was forged from an ordinary divine steel weapon into the original black sword that could split the world. Although it was not clear how it would compare to the black sword forged by the Strawshaver Hall that absorbed the wisdom of Athena, it should not be too bad. This way, even if the elves, fairies, gods, and the like living in secluded world come to cause trouble, I will have a trump card that can kill them all in one blow. Sei Ito thought to himself as he looked at the divine sword of celestial clouds that was transformed from a Japanese long sword that was burning with black gold flames. Then he concentrated on controlling the Rubik's Cube world to absorb the soul world, and through the absorbed soul world into the gate of truth that emerged from the center of the Rubik's Cube continent. As the devouring process progressed and time passed, the changes in secluded world finally alarmed the demigods living in secluded world, the elves, fairies, and extraordinary existences that had reached the realm of transcendence, as well as the witches and witches on the ground who had, especially thick Shinzu's blood and extremely strong astral vision. For example, Lucretia Sola and Yuri Banria, who had an ambiguous relationship with Sei Ito, as well as the former chairman of the Sage Parliament, the White Princess Alice, and so on. It was also at this time that the fairies, transcendence, and the reclusive god of disobedience finally couldn't wait any longer, or were full of curiosity, and came to the center of the Rubik's Cube through the spatial turbulence to see what was going on. However, at this time, Sei Ito was already wrapped in the center of the Rubik's Cube world that had turned into a black hole, so no one could detect anything at all. They could only see that a strange black hole had suddenly appeared in secluded world and was devouring the vast space of soul world. Of course, some of these people who came to investigate didn't know their own strength, or there were some who were too jumpy. They relied on their own strength to charge into the black hole. However, they were either immediately incinerated into nothingness by the black hole's sudden appearance or pulled into the Rubik's Cube world by the black hole's tremendous suction force, becoming a new type of captive animal in the Rubik's Cube world. In order to deal with these existences whose strength levels were a little too high, Sei Ito intentionally put the western region of the Rubik's Cube world into use. He tossed these fairies, and so on there so that they could do whatever they wanted. With the examples of other pioneers, no matter how strong or weak they were, the others all gave up on the idea of entering the black hole to investigate. They could only anxiously watch as the soul world space was being devoured while trying to come up with a good plan. In this situation, the gods living in the undying domain's myths and legends finally left their myths and legends and entered soul world, manifesting their divine soul bodies. Among them was Athena, who had come to investigate after hearing about the changes in soul world. Chapter 1006. P.S. Thank you to Metering Million Lion for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for your tips. Nobody knew how long had passed. Everyone will lose our shelter if we let this black hole continue to suck us in. One of the gods standing outside, say, Ito's black hole, said all of a sudden. Do you have any good suggestions? Another god asked, why don't we cast a great spell to seal this area? The god who spoke first turned around and looked at the gods and fairies who were either gathering or dispersing. That's a good suggestion, but looking at the power of this black hole, I don't think ordinary great spells will work. Another god furrowed his brows as he looked at the black hole that was still sucking in the secluded world even as they were discussing. What should we do then? Another god asked impatiently. Let's try it together, the god who spoke first said after pondering for a moment. How should we do it? A beautiful female god asked. Let's do this. The leading god seemed to be in deep thought as he told them the plan that he had in mind. Let's do as you say. An old god nodded in agreement. Just like him, the other gods with different skin colors, appearances, and divine systems also nodded in agreement with the first god's proposal and agreed to help after whispering a few words to the gods around them. Let's get started then, the god said. He then began to instruct the gods around him to take action. In a strange place like secluded world, the gods were extraordinarily fast. In less than an hour, they had prepared the god relics that they needed one after another. They then came to the black hole according to the steps that they had agreed upon earlier. They activated the massive curse power in their bodies or chanted the word spirit that could activate their respective powers in ancient or modern languages. They combined the effects in a specific order to create the massive curse skill that the leading god mentioned that could seal the heavens and earth. Intense spell power fluctuations immediately spread out in the distorted space of the secluded world. Say Ito, who was in the center of the black hole, sensed the fluctuation of the curse energy and said with a stern expression, "What a powerful curse energy. We can't let them cast their curse." Then, he leaped into the air and stood up. Taking a stance, he held the divine saber, celestial clouds, in his hand, which was emitting pitch-black cold flames, and poured the energy in his body into the saber. In an instant, a surge of curse power fluctuation that was many times weaker than the one outside the black hole, but it was very condensed. Moreover, a dangerous energy fluctuation spread out from within the black hole. It spread to the outside of the black hole. When the gods outside who were preparing the great curse technique sensed the power of the curse, they immediately went into action. Their expressions changed one after another, revealing a grave expression. Why would it appear here? Some of the gods couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Come on, celestial clouds, let us create a new world." Sei Ito, who was in the black hole, took a deep breath and whispered something to the celestial clouds in his hand. Then, he abruptly sent the celestial clouds out in front of him. As soon as he did this, a thick, pitch-black beam of light, which was wrapped in cold black flames, shot out from the blade of the celestial clouds. Like a laser beam, it instantly broke through the range of the black hole and rushed into the midst of the gods who were preparing the great curse technique. Ah! The gods who bore the brunt of the attack at the outermost periphery immediately let out miserable shrieks after being hit by the attack. Boom! Amidst their miserable shrieks, there was an immediate error in the control of the curse energy, causing the entire curse chain to explode and erupt with a loud bang. The powerful impact of the curse energy instantly turned the severely injured gods who had been swept by the black light into nothingness, returning them to the mythical realm of the undead. Even those who were originally intact were seriously injured by this wave of curse energy and had to quickly retreat from the range of the black hole. Probably because Sei Ito didn't directly kill them. Sei Ito didn't seize any new authority from the gods who were first hit by the black light, then turned into nothingness by the shock wave and returned to the mythical realm to recuperate. Fortunately, he didn't care too much about this. After the attack, Sei Ito looked at the fragile celestial clouds in his hand and said, "Thank you." The latter didn't reply. In a flash, it retracted into Sei Ito's right wrist to recuperate. There should be no problem in a short period of time, Sei Ito thought to himself as he lowered his body and sat cross-legged in the void again. Then, he closed his eyes again and waited for the devouring to complete. However, after this incident, all the gods understood that the black hole that was sucking in secluded world wasn't natural, but was controlled by a powerful being. Among them, Athena immediately thought of Sei Ito, who had disappeared for a while. Her eyes flickered slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking. After that, the remaining gods gathered in a space again and began to discuss how to deal with the unknown existence in the black hole to solve the crisis of secluded world. Finally, after some discussion, they, who had an undead body, came up with a solution that wasn't really a solution, and that was to use human strength. After the discussion, the gods quickly moved again, sending war gods, steel god army, and so on to form a crusade team and rush into the black hole. Outside, I may not be able to deal with you people, but in my domain, and in the domain that is supported by the world of the Rubik's Cube, you're just going to die. Sei Ito, who sensed the situation in the domain, sneered. Then, with a thought, he activated the power of the rules in the domain and the world of the Rubik's Cube at the same time. Almost instantly, the crusade team that didn't understand what was going on was sent down. However, because they died in his domain, they couldn't connect with the great curse of the ring of usurpation outside the domain. So, Sei Ito's efforts were in vain this time, and he didn't get any authority from them, but just absorbed a bunch of spiritual energy for no reason. Of course, if there was really a reward, it was probably that these gods who died in the domain wouldn't be able to be resurrected in a short time. And even if they were resurrected, it would be hundreds of years later, and it might not even be the current batch, which was equivalent to directly slaughtering a group of gods. Although the gods in the outside world didn't know about this change, after waiting for a while and not seeing the crusade team appear, they knew that the odds were against them and began to think of other ways to solve the problem of the black hole. In this way, as Sei Ito and the gods continued to fight, time passed unknowingly. I'm finally going to devour the entire secluded world. Sei Ito, who opened his eyes for meditation, exhaled softly. What an unexpected big project. Although Sei Ito didn't do any detailed calculations, he had a rough feeling that this continuous devouring process had been going on for more than a year, which was comparable to him directly devouring the entire world. But carefully thinking about the situation in secluded world, it wasn't too surprising. After all, although secluded world was scattered, it contained all the information of this world from the past to the present, as well as part of the future. It was equivalent to the long river of time in the Godslayer world, and not much different from the entire world. It was normal for it to need this time to devour. Sei Ito, who stood up from the void, had a thought. He slowly retracted the domain and the Rubik's Cube world. It didn't stop until it covered a radius of about 10 meters around him, leaving room for unexpected situations. In an instant, a pitch-black interlayer of space comparable to the universe or even the dimensional space appeared in Sei Ito's field of vision. And above this interlayer of space, it was the undying domain that existed in a distorted abstract form, the mythological world. Below, it was a planet that revolved on its own, and one could vaguely see the human world within the planet, the Godslayer world. I don't know how many disobedient gods will appear on the surface after this mess I've made. Sei Ito thought to himself as he raised his head and looked at the mythological world that existed in an abstract form above his head. Then, he connected his mind to Erica's locator iron plate and activated the flying thunder god technique to leave the interlayer of space and appear beside Erica in the human world. At this time, it was a sunny afternoon in the human world. Erica was leisurely drinking coffee with Liliana under the maid Ariana's service and chatting about recent events. At this moment, Erica suddenly noticed that Liliana, who was sitting opposite her, suddenly stood up from her seat. Then, before she could show a puzzled look, a palm was placed on her shoulder. Erica, who was not used to strangers being close to her, immediately changed her expression. She raised her hand and threw the cup of warm coffee behind her. King. At the same time, Liliana finally said the words in her mouth, and then looked at Erica's face that froze because of her words. Oh, dear Erica, you're still so hot. Seito wrapped the spilled coffee with psychokinesis and threw it back into Erika's cup with a light smile on his face. I'm sorry, King. I didn't expect you to come back. Erika, who quickly got up and performed a standard knight salute to Seito, said respectfully, Well, it's my fault. I always appear and disappear like a ghost. Seito said indifferently as he sat down on Erika's chair and reached out to hug Erika onto his thigh. Erika, who was hugged by Seito, was a little embarrassed, but she didn't resist and pressed her whole body weight on Seito's legs. Lily, you also sit down. Seito reached out and gently stroked Erika's thigh that was wrapped in black soft pants while smiling at Liliana, who had a hesitant look on her face. Yes, King, but please forgive me for saying too much, but Wang Ning, please pay attention to your behavior. You're acting too frivolous right now. Before sitting down, Liliana finally gave Seito advice. I couldn't help myself when we met again after a long time. Actually, if Lily is willing, you can also sit here. Seito said with a smile. King, please pay attention to your words and actions. Liliana, whose cheeks were blushing, forced herself to calm down. That's right. Where's Athena? Seito raised his head and asked Erika. I'm sorry, King. We don't know where Athena went. Erika said with an apologetic look on her face. Seito raised his eyebrows and closed his eyes to sense the curse on Athena's body. After a while, Seito discovered that he could still faintly sense the curse. He raised the hand that was stroking Erika's thigh and formed a strange seal with one hand. Tell me about the recent situation. Seito opened his eyes and asked. After receiving the order, Erika and Liliana immediately reported everything that had happened in the past year, or so that Ito-sei had disappeared according to the magnitude of the impact from big to small. Among the things that were related to Seito were the effects of the changes in the underworld, the Black Prince Alexander Gascoigne's invasion of the underworld, the White Princess Alice's inquiry, and so on. As for the god of disobedience, which Seito was more concerned about, he wasn't sure if they were focused on dealing with the black hole that was sucking the underworld or looking for a new home. They were surprisingly quiet. Not a single one of them ran to the surface to cause trouble during Seito's disappearance. However, on the other hand, there were a large number of supernatural phenomena and monster sightings all over the world. After a detailed investigation, it was found that they were all caused by creatures similar to fairies and elves. Most of these creatures weren't even divine beasts, so an ordinary high-level magician could easily deal with them. There was no need for the Demon King to appear. Is that so? That's not bad. Seito nodded and said. After that, Seito, who had a general understanding of the situation in the year that he had disappeared, chatted with Erika and Liliana. The next day, he began to report the information of his reappearance to the relevant personnel. He also chatted with Yuri Banria and Kaina Kayakuen, who had heard the news. 3 days later, Seito, who had relayed the information of his reappearance to the world through various channels, once again met the god of disobedience, Athena, who seemed to be doing well in his new residence. Looks like you're doing well. At least you weren't killed by the other god slayers. Seito looked at the expressionless Athena and teased her. Before I get back all the humiliation from you, I won't die in the hands of others. Athena stared at Seito and said calmly, That's good. I don't want the fruits of my hard work to be taken away by others. Seito didn't care about the murderous look in Athena's eyes and laughed. The change in Yusha was caused by you, right? At this moment, Athena suddenly asked. That's right. It was me. Seito looked at Athena in surprise, then nodded and admitted. To be able to cause such a commotion that can affect the gods, I'm a little curious about you. Athena said with a strange look in her eyes. Chapter 1007. It's good to be curious. Only when a woman is curious about a man can she fall in love with him. Seito looked at the petite Athena and laughed. It's impossible for me to fall in love with a guy like you, Athena said proudly. This kind of thing can't be decided just by saying it. Seito shrugged and said indifferently, But it's time to tell you some things. Then, Seito stood up from his seat and went to Athena. Remember not to resist later. I'll take you to a place. After that, Seito reached out and pressed Athena's shoulder. The moment she frowned, he used his mind to take her into the Rubik's Cube world. As soon as they entered the Rubik's Cube world, Athena's figure became unstable. Like a 3D image that was about to run out of energy, she started to distort and fluctuate. Seeing this, Seito immediately used his mind to summon a wisp of the power of the world and injected it into Athena's body to stabilize her figure. Feeling the wisp of energy in her body that was small but of high quality, Athena couldn't help but look up at Seito in surprise. "Welcome to my world, Athena." Seito smiled at Athena. "Your world?" Athena turned her head and looked around. Her eyes flickered as she said, "Yes, the energy, purity, and rules here are different from before. Although I can still feel the mythical existence of me, it's obviously different from before. As expected of the goddess of wisdom, you really understand everything with just a hint." Seito smiled and said, "Feel the current me." Athena heard this. She turned her head and carefully observed Seito's situation. "The smell of the enemy has disappeared?" Athena asked after a moment. "Yes, just as you've sensed from now on, I'm no longer your enemy, the God Slayer. Instead, I'm a realm lord who has created an independent world. In terms of standards, I'm even higher than you." Seito looked at Athena frivolously and said, "So, are you willing to restrain your desires? Officially become my partner? Even though your identity has changed, it's still the same. But your impression in my heart is still the same. There's also the thing that's currently attached to my soul. These aren't things that can be forgotten so easily." Athena replied expressionlessly, "It doesn't matter. We have a lot of time. One day, you will get rid of the resentment in your heart. He will officially become my companion." Itose shrugged and smiled. "Humph." Athena snorted coldly. "All right, wait here for a moment. I'm going out to take care of something. I'll be back soon." Seito smiled carelessly. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from Athena's side. He returned to the world of the God Slayer. Seito, who reappeared in his new residence, took out his phone and called Erika, Liliana, Yuri Banria, and the head of the Tokyo branch of the History Compilation Committee, Kori Seijiya, and asked them to come to his new residence immediately. Another member who was close to him, Kaina Kayakuen, forgot to charge her phone, so he couldn't contact her. More than an hour later, Erika, Liliana, Kori Seijiya, and Yuri Banria came to Seito's heart residence one after another. "As the king, I order you to use all means to publicize my image as the ruler. We must let all of Japan, all of Europe, and even the world know that I, Seito, am the real ruler of Europe and Japan, one of the only 5 kings in the world." After the 4 sat down, Seito ordered with a solemn expression. "Ah!" Wanligu Yuli subconsciously exclaimed upon hearing this. Erika and Liliana looked at each other, and a look of confusion flashed in their eyes. Only Kori Seijiya, the History Compilation Committee, showed a look of interest. Okay, why do you want to do this?" Yuri Banria asked. "Because I want to take control of the world." Seito leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "Kiyoshi Ito, are you going to announce the existence of the God Slayers to the world, and then change the existing political system?" Erika asked. "Changing the political system is just a side effect. What I need is to let the world know of the existence of the God Slayers, to take us seriously, and to recognize us as the kings in their hearts. If necessary, I don't mind showing my great power in the process of publicity and declaring my power to the world." Seito said with a somewhat sinister smile. "Will this attract the attention of the other kings?" Liliana asked. "You don't have to worry too much about this. Based on the personalities of the other 4 kings, they won't get in the way." Korisuya said, "Besides Aisha, who is living in seclusion in Alexandria, and the Black Prince, who is always busy with something, the 2 kings of the United States and China have already been known by the people of their countries. At most, they will just watch us publicize with the intention of watching a show. If that's the case, then there won't be a problem." Liliana nodded and said, What about the Sage Council? Erica frowned and reminded, they shouldn't be indifferent to this kind of thing. That's why I said that if necessary, I don't mind showing my great power directly to the world. Say Ito said softly, and during the process, you can also contact the White Princess, Alice. With her willingness to join in the fun, I think she will be willing to help you with the operation. Also, don't forget Lucretia. Okay, Erica nodded in response. Are there any other questions? Say Ito's gaze swept across the four of them one by one and asked, okay, please don't drag the innocent people into dangerous things, okay? Yuri Banria hesitated for a moment and asked sincerely, if no one gets in the way, I won't cause trouble. After all, they will be my people in the future. Say Ito smiled. It seems that you all have no more questions. Well, from now on, publicize my image. Then, Say Ito gradually put away the smile on his face and looked at the four of them and said solemnly, yes. Erica, Liliana, and Kori Seijiya agreed in unison. Then, one after another, they got up and left, either through contacting or directly mobilizing the forces of secret societies in Europe and Japan, mobilizing the social resources in the hands of the various societies to start publicity for Say Ito. Almost on the same day, a large amount of news about myths, disobedient gods, mythological beasts, and supernatural creatures began to be published, stirring up the curiosity of the ordinary people. Then, with this gradually rising trend, more news about disobedient gods and mythological beasts were exposed, and the existence of the deicide was revealed, as well as evidence that showed the existence of the deicide, the truth that had been hidden by various previous explosions or accidents. In this way, under the operation of the media experts, news about the deicide appeared in the news media of various countries, completely letting the world know that such a group of people existed in the world and unknowingly guiding people's views, making them subtly think that the deicide was a savior, a hero, and a king. Of course, there were good and bad effects in publicity. All kinds of extremists, those who believed that the deicide should not exist, and ordinary religious people also began to spread public opinion, destroying the good publicity. Say Ito's way of dealing with this group of people was very simple. He directly contacted the secret societies in Italy through Erica and asked them to send people to assassinate or hypnotize them to eliminate these people, so as to achieve the goal of reducing the obstacles. At the same time, at a certain seaside on the shore, a satellite broadcast vehicle painted with the word live was parked there, and several people who looked like reporters were recording there. A large number of ordinary people gathered in an arc around the shore, watching the man hanging in the sky like a god. Say Ito. King, you can show your power, a male magician said loudly. Hearing that, Say Ito nodded slightly and began to use his ability to show the people on the shore and the ordinary people who were watching the live broadcast what seemed like a miracle. Wind, according to my will, turn into a tornado and roll up the sea below. Say Ito loudly chanted the words of the spirit. As soon as his voice fell, first it was a light breeze, then it turned into a storm, and finally it evolved into a huge wind between heaven and earth. Just as Say Ito said, it turned into a tornado and sucked the sea from the surface of the sea into the sky. God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Seeing this scene, all the people were horrified and cried out subconsciously. However, at this time, Say Ito began a new action. Thunder and lightning in the sky. Become my weapon and destroy that mountain. A new spiritual chant was chanted. In an instant, a large dark cloud shrouded the originally clear sky, and blue lightning bolts leaped out of the clouds with loud rumbling sounds. The lightning bolts danced like silver snakes and bombarded the mountain that Say Ito pointed at. Boom, boom. Following a series of explosions, the mountain exploded under the bombardment of the lightning bolts, and countless pieces of rock flew out in all directions from the mountain. Although he had only demonstrated two things, the ability to manipulate the weather immediately captured the attention of the people on the shore and watching the live broadcast. They couldn't help but feel reverence for Say Ito, and they became more easily influenced by public opinion and acknowledged Seito's identity as a king. "All right, I'll leave the rest of you too," Seito said to Erika and Liliana after he landed on the ground. Chapter 1008. Tisuke, I hope everything goes smoothly, Seito said softly as he stood in a forest and looked up at the starry sky. With that, Seito's figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. A few minutes later, he appeared on an endless plain covered in snow. Cold winds were blowing all around, and the temperature was definitely below -40 to -50 degrees Celsius. Standing in the snow, Seito released psychokinesis to wrap around the thick snow on the ground and lifted it into the air, revealing the damp ground beneath the snow. He then jumped onto the muddy ground and activated earth meld, disappearing into the ground. Bang! The next moment, the thick snow that had lost the support of psychokinesis fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. On the other side, Seito, who had used earth meld to dive into the ground, stopped when he felt that it was about time. He put the soil around him into the Rubik's Cube world and dug out a huge underground space that was 20 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 20 meters tall. The space was reinforced with alchemy petrification. Then, he took out dozens of large oxygen tanks and opened the mouths to fill the sealed underground space with enough oxygen for people to survive. Next, Seito walked around the large oxygen tanks that were releasing air and walked to the center of the space. Following the key points of the Arcana spell, he drew a hexagram magic array that was more than 5 meters in diameter on ground. He also wrote down the name of the angel or god that he was going to summon in the space between the two circles. Because this was related to the success of the next task, Seito drew it very carefully. In order not to make any mistakes or ambiguities, Seito used half an hour to complete the large magic array. At this time, the dozens of oxygen tanks had basically been released, and the highly pure oxygen filled the entire space. Smelling the oxygen floating in the air, Seito frowned. He waved his hand and summoned a whirlwind to mix with the surrounding oxygen to reduce the purity of the oxygen, so as to avoid any problems during the next task. A few minutes later, the entire space and magic array were checked again. After confirming that there were no problems, Seito summoned Reika Kitami. "I'm going to perform a summoning ritual here. Remember to cooperate with me later," Seito said to Reika Kitami in front of him. Hearing that Seito was going to perform a summoning ritual, Reika Kitami's expression changed and hesitated. "Don't worry, it's not what you think." After seeing this, how could he still understand Reika Kitami's thoughts? He smiled and comforted her. "This summoning ritual has nothing to do with the dark holy scripture. It's arranged according to the sex magic array I taught you before." Hearing this, Reika Kitami looked at the magic array on the ground. After confirming that it was indeed the case, she relaxed again. "Take off your clothes." Seeing that Reika Kitami had calmed down, Seito began to take off his clothes. He smiled at Reika Kitami. Reika Kitami nodded and began to take off her clothes. Since it was a summoning ritual connected with sex magic, it wasn't only Reika Kitami who could cooperate with Seito. There were also Takashiro Kanko, Zubo Keiho, and Shiroki Rika. However, in order to increase the success rate of this summoning, Seito gave up on Shiroki Rika, who had the best cooperation, but whose magic level was too low after some consideration. Keiho, who had a decent level of magic power but didn't have a high level of coordination, decided to target Kitami Lihua and Takashiro Kawako, who both had a high level of coordination and mana purity. After some comparison, he found that Reika Kitami, who had the deepest understanding of the Dark Holy Scripture, was the most suitable candidate. Therefore, Seito finally chose Reika Kitami as his cooperation partner for this summoning ritual. Whoosh! At this moment, the two of them finally took off their clothes and presented themselves to the other party without a single piece of clothing on them. Seeing this, Seito smiled and took the initiative to walk in front of Reika Kitami. He reached out and hugged her waist. He opened his mouth and kissed Reika Kitami's sexy lips. He stuck out his tongue and tangled it with hers. Reika Kitami, who understood what she wanted to do, closed her eyes. She also reached out her hands to hug Sei Ito's body and responded with all her attention. As they kissed, the sound of their tongues entangling rang in their ears. Seeing that Reika Kitami was a little into it, Sei Ito slightly squatted down and gently placed Reika Kitami on the empty ground in the middle of the hexagram. He bent down and continued to kiss Reika Kitami while moving his palms to rub Reika Kitami's body to stimulate her. In response, Kitami Rika also moved her palms and stroked Sei Ito's skin. The two of them were completely focused on the magic ritual's foreplay. About 10 minutes later, Sei Ito found that Reika Kitami had reached a sufficient level. He pulled open Reika Kitami's legs and pierced his own symbol into Reika Kitami's symbol to officially start the ritual. The ritual's actual operation was very simple. It was to fully immerse oneself in the most primitive ritual of making a human with the opposite sex. It was as comfortable as it could be, but if it was just that, sex magic was not a high-level magic, but a purely luxurious activity. The key was still how to control the state at the end to activate Dimara and convert the matter produced by the sexual desire into energy and throw it into the magic circle to complete the summoning ritual. Of course, the pleasure in the process was not completely useless. In the process, the two of them would occasionally release some strange energy to provide the magic circle with the initial magic power, activating the magic circle. A faint blue light began to emerge from the magic circle, and as Sei Ito and Reika Kitami's movements became more and more intense and crazy, it became brighter and brighter. In order to increase the success rate and let the magic circle accumulate enough magic power, Sei Ito and Reika Kitami both forcibly suppressed the limit and used even crazier actions to provide power for the magic circle. In this way, after the two of them fooled around for a long time, when Reika Kitami let out an ah, amidst the high-pitched moans, the two of them used a secret method to activate Dimara, converting the matter produced at this time into energy to start the summoning ritual. Almost instantly, the whole magic circle burst out with a dazzling white light, like a thick beam of light filling the space between the floor and the ceiling. At this time, Sei Ito opened his eyes wide and looked at the void, waiting for the summoned person to appear. After quietly watching for about 10 seconds, the space above Reika Kitami and Sei Ito distorted, and a tall female angel with a pair of white wings appeared. She wore a white one-piece robe and had slightly curly golden hair that fell down her back, with a bright white energy halo floating about 5 centimeters above her head. What a surprise! There are actually people in this world who know this kind of ritual, the angel said with a smile as she looked down at the magic circle where Sei Ito and Reika were. Oh, it's actually you? Then, the angel's gaze fell on Sei Ito, and her tone was slightly surprised. Although her words contained surprise, her expression did not change at all. Hello, Edwards. It's nice to meet you. I'm Sei Ito. Nice to meet you. Sei Ito stretched out his arms and hugged Reika Kitami. He lowered his body and sat on the ground with Reika Kitami in the shape of hugging Sitagarba. That's right, this angel was Edwards. At the same time, the world where Sei Ito was now, and was also the world where he had abducted Inticus, Asola, and the others' magic circles. I know you, Edwards said with a smile. But I'm curious, where did you learn about this magic circle? How should I put it? Sei Ito pondered for a moment before saying, to put it bluntly, I came from the same world as you, and I found this magic circle in that world. The world where Alesta is from? What nostalgic world. Edwards was neither surprised nor nostalgic when he heard this. He just smiled calmly as usual. I thought only existences like us could travel between dimensions, but it turns out that there are others who have yet to transcend. And from the looks of it, you don't use the method of creating a doppelganger like us. How interesting, Edwards said as he looked at Sei Ito's body. You, Sei Ito, who caught the keyword, repeated. Yes, Edwards said affirmatively. Can I trouble you to explain it in detail? Sei Ito, who was very interested in this unexpected information, asked. As you can see, I entered this world as a spiritual projection. Furthermore, this method isn't a difficult technique to grasp. It's a technique that everyone can grasp. However, not all transcendents are interested in sending down their spiritual projections for dimensional entertainment. I was explained in a very tolerant manner. Is that so? Is there any way to distinguish between them? Seito asked. Spiritual sense. But you don't seem to have grasped it yet, Edwards explained. It seems that the spiritual sense Edwards mentioned isn't what I understand. It's something that's suitable for transcending. Seito frowned when he heard this. Is there no other way? Seito couldn't help but ask again. Edwards shook his head slightly. It wasn't clear if he meant that there was no other way to distinguish them apart from spiritual sense, or if there was something else. TSK. It seems there are other dangers in dimensional travel besides strength and the correction power of the world. Seito sighed when he saw this. Chapter 1009. P.S. Thanks to Eastern Whisperer and Waning Moon Crazy for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. High-quality update at this time. Seito's expression changed. He suddenly thought of Athena, who was taken into the Rubik's Cube world. Since it was confirmed that a legendary figure like Iwasith had indeed come from an autonomous world, then why couldn't Athena be a spiritual projection or a Taoist primordial spirit avatar of these transcendents? Thinking of this, Seito quickly contacted the Rubik's Cube to confirm Athena's situation. After all, the Rubik's Cube was his foundation, so he couldn't lose it. No traces of a transcendental consciousness invasion found. No transcendental consciousness found in the domain. After a few seconds, the Rubik's Cube presented the information in Seito's mind. Rubik's Cube, can the outer wall space be isolated from transcendental consciousness? Seito asked again. Yes, if it's not connected to the outside world. Phew, that's good. Seito relaxed after getting an accurate answer. Although it's confirmed that Athena isn't a transcendent's primordial spirit avatar, she should be able to be used as a descending body, just like the relationship between Zhu Yu and the White Princess in the Shaped Moon world. It seems that I have to be more careful when I meet someone who has the same name as an ancient legendary figure and has similar strength. Seito secretly reminded himself. All of this was done in secret. Although there were more than 10 seconds of silence, it still didn't attract Edwards' attention. Or rather, she didn't care at all. Sorry, I was distracted. I was distracted just now. Ito-sei, who was gently stroking Kid Ami Lihua's back, raised his head and apologized to Iwasai. Iwas was still smiling calmly, not saying a word. Edwards, can you give me the detailed information of Aleister Crowley's Dragon Project and Artificial Celestial Realm production plan? After taking a deep breath, Seito looked at Edwards with a serious face and told her the purpose of returning to the Forbidden World. Are you trying to sabotage his plan? I was asked in return. No, I don't think I have the strength to destroy that guy's plan. Seito shook his head and then explained, but I'm very interested in his plan. I want to see if there's anything worth using. In our original world, you want to learn Alesta? I was once again said the name of the person who was called the Demon King in the Origin world. I haven't decided yet. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Everything depends on how things develop. The high-quality update is coming. Ito-sei shook his head again and said, Speaking of which, I'm very curious. Why did you suddenly send your consciousness into his wife's body and pass the book of law to him? Seito asked with a puzzled expression. Because that world is about to enter the calamity period. God Nut took pity on his son, so he ordered me to pass down the method of transcendence. Alesta, who was traveling in Egypt at the time, was the most suitable candidate. He had extraordinary wisdom and determination. If you're willing to sacrifice yourself for your goal, you can faithfully spread my words. Ai Hua, Si explained calmly. Calamity period? Hiras's calamity? Seito said with a frown. Yes, Edwards admitted straightforwardly. According to Alesta's description of the calamities, it should be a long time before the beginning of Hiras's calamity. Why would it be in the state of about to enter? Say Ito asked in confusion. The Osiris era needed a calamity to destroy it, and the Horus era also needed a calamity to be born. The flames of calamity between calamities can only be extinguished by the blood of the saviors. I was calmly stated the information that was filled with blood just by imagining it. Then according to what you said, how long until the calamity arrives? Seito asked. Very soon. AI Worth replied with a sense of urgency, but he cleverly avoided stating the exact time. Okay, very soon. Seito said helplessly. Back to the topic. Can you give me the information? Looking at Edwards, Seito felt that even if he continued to ask, he wouldn't be able to get the exact time. He pulled the topic back on track. Yes. Edwards agreed with almost no hesitation, which made Seito overjoyed. Then, before Seito could react, a powerful spiritual force overflowed from Edward's body and surged into Seito's mind, who was sitting on the ground with Reika Kitami, like she was hugging Sitagarba. Seito's expression immediately changed when he saw this. He hurriedly set up layers of defensive barriers in his mind and connected his mind to the willpower in the Rubik's Cube world. Only then did he release a wave of spiritual force to meet Edward's spiritual force. In an instant, a large amount of text and data was transmitted to Seito's mind through the spiritual connection. Fortunately, Edwards, who was a transcended level expert, didn't care too much about the information. Perhaps he thought that it would be more interesting to give the information to Seito and see what would happen next. He didn't use any means during the transmission process and transmitted the information that could set off a bloody storm in the magic forbidden world to Seito. High-quality update, the speed of mental transmission was very fast. As long as the thought was fast enough, it would not be a problem to transmit data at the speed of light. Therefore, it only took about 3 seconds for the massive amount of data that could possibly burst a high-capacity hard drive to be completely transmitted. But because of this, Seito's head couldn't help but throb slightly. Thank you. Seito didn't immediately sort out the information in his mind. I'm looking forward to your existence. I hope we'll have the opportunity to meet in another domain. Edwards looked at Seito and smiled. Now that you mention it, I feel a lot of pressure. Seito chuckled. Edwards smiled faintly, and his body immediately disappeared from Seito's sight, leaving behind a white light that hadn't dissipated yet. The underground space was illuminated by the white light. A transcended level expert. Seito softly muttered to himself. After a moment, Seito returned to his senses and said to Reika Kitami in his arms, Lihua, now, let's enjoy ourselves. After saying that, his hand slid down to Reika Kitami's buttocks, and his body began to move vigorously. After a while, the sounds of entertainment that had just stopped echoed in the underground space again. And this time, there was no need to deliberately activate Delamar to use the summoning array, so the two didn't have to deliberately suppress themselves. They tangled and played to their heart's content, as long as they could think of a position. Both of them used it one by one with each other's cooperation. It made Seito feel very comfortable. On the other hand, Reika Kitami completely exhausted her physical strength and fell weakly in Seito's arms. After that, Seito didn't stay in the forbidden world any longer. He carried the limp Reika Kitami into the Rubik's Cube world to rest. Then the next day, once again, he returned to the world of the God Slayer through the space-time tunnel. The moment Seito appeared, a series of notifications came from a phone in his pocket. Seito, a little puzzled, took out the phone from his pocket and held it in front of his eyes. He opened the messages and checked them one by one, and found that they were all missed calls from Liliana. Seito frowned slightly and opened Liliana's contact number and dialed it. King, soon. Liliana's slightly anxious and relaxed voice came from the phone. What's wrong? Seito hurriedly asked when he heard the voice. King, Erica was taken away by the leader of the Holy Church from China. Liliana hurriedly replied. What? Seito subconsciously exclaimed. King, not long after the live broadcast of your power was broadcasted, The leader of the Holy Church of Five Mountains suddenly appeared in front of me and Erica and asked us about Wang Ning. After hearing that Wang Ning went out to do something for an unknown purpose, he suddenly took Erica away and asked me to tell you when you came back. If you want Erica, go to Mount Lu in China to find her. Liliana concisely explained everything that happened. He is really a willful and reckless guy. After listening to the story, Ito-sei couldn't help but mutter. However, after hearing Sei Ito's evaluation of the leader of the Holy Church of Five Mountains on the other end of the phone, Liliana couldn't help but think to herself, compared to her, what you're doing now isn't bad. Got it. I'll go to China to bring Erica back. Sei Ito replied. Then, he turned his hand and hung up the phone. He closed his eyes and searched for the movement of the iron piece with the flying thunder god that Erica always carried with her. A few seconds later, Sei Ito's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared on a small hill with beautiful mountains and clear waters. There was only a relatively old-fashioned thatch cottage in the surroundings. In an instant, Erica, who was wearing a red blouse, black, close-fitting trousers, and a combat shawl, appeared in front of Ito-sei. Her long golden hair was naturally draped behind her head like a crown. She was wearing an emerald green dress with flowers embroidered on the front of her chest. She had a pink gauze band that only female immortals in the investiture of the gods' books would wear. On the right side of her black hair, there was a flower hanging on the back of her head. This was the back view of a young girl who was wearing an emerald green dress with flowers embroidered on it. She was wearing a gauze band that only female immortals in the investiture of the gods' books would wear. On the right side of her beautiful black hair, there was a flower hanging on her back. Sei Ito knew that the girl was the owner of this place. She was an older generation god slayer who had lived for more than 200 years like the old Marquis. She was the leader of China's holy Five Mountains sect, Luo Sui Lin, Luo Hao. I don't know which idiot came up with this character. He actually only came up with one character, and it's a character that women would never use. TSK. Recalling the girl's character, Sei Ito couldn't help but ridicule in his heart. Who dares to trespass into this sect leader's residence? Sect leader Luo Sui Lin, who felt the strange aura behind her, shouted as she turned around and waved her palm at Sei Ito's body. Before the palm touched the wind, the fierce wind from the palm instantly blew away the hair of Sei Ito and Erica, who was standing beside him. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't hesitate and immediately lowered his body into a horse stance. His 10 feet dug into the ground, and according to the essentials of martial arts, he twisted the strength of his whole body into a large rope. Borrowing the force of the ground, he threw out a punch with the strength of over 10,000 jin. Bang! The instant the fist and palm collided, a muffled, thunderous explosion immediately sounded. The two forces collided and created a shockwave that quickly spread to the surroundings, crushing the surrounding grass and blowing up the mountain dust. Fortunately, Luo Sui Lin's attack didn't have any power, so even though it was powerful, it was only physical strength. It wasn't much different from Sei Ito's strength, so Sei Ito was able to safely receive the palm without suffering the miserable fate of having his bones broken. Luo Sui Lin, who saw the person who came to receive her palm, cried out in a low voice. Just as Luo Sui Lin was about to strengthen her attack and take down Sei Ito in one fell swoop, Sei Ito quickly reached out and grabbed Erica's waist. Then, he leapt backwards, once again creating a distance between him and Luo Sui Lin. At the same time, he hurriedly said, "Wait." Luo Sui Lin was very obedient. After hearing this, she immediately withdrew her fist and calmly stopped in place. Kiyoshi Ito. At this time, Erica completely understood who was hugging her and cried out in surprise. "I'm sorry. Because of me, you were in danger." Sei Ito apologized. "It's nothing. Since I've already chosen to follow my king, I'm already prepared to sacrifice myself at any time." Kiyoshi Ito, you don't have to take it to heart. Erica shook her head slightly and smiled. Good girl. Seito lowered his head and kissed Erica's cheek. Erica, who was suddenly attacked by Seito, blushed and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Seito. Okay, you can step aside first. I'm going to have a good chat with the sect leader. Then, Seito let go of Erica's waist and said, Wang Ning, be careful. Erica, who was backing away, warned. She didn't say anything else and quickly walked to the side. She didn't want to accidentally intervene in the upcoming duel between the two demon kings. I say, sect leader Luo, if you want to see me, you just have to leave a message. Why did you have to kidnap my knights? Seito, who raised his head and looked at Luo Suilin again, questioned. That was just a means to prevent you from not coming to see me after receiving the news. If I really wanted to hurt them, why would I, Luo Suilin, kidnap them? I could have just killed them. Luo Suilin said arrogantly. TSK, an audience. What a pain in the ass. Seito curled his lips and said. Then, he put these boring thoughts aside and returned to the topic at hand. Why do you want to see me? After seeing your promotion on TV, I'm itching to fight. I want to see what's so great about you that you could defeat that beast in Eastern Europe and that idiot in Southern Europe. Luo Suilin straightforwardly stated the reason why she wanted to see Seito. After all, you just want to fight, right? Seito asked back. What crude words, but the meaning is good. Luo Suilin looked at Seito with disdain. Chapter 10:10. I remember your name is Ito something, so I'll call you King Ito for the time being. Although Luo Suilin was a few centimeters shorter than Seito, whether it was his style, tone, or behavior, he always showed a condescending attitude. You should feel honored to be able to fight with me, an emperor, a tyrant, and a general who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. You really are as rumored, with a serious personality defect. Itangqing was speechless when he heard Luo Suilin's narcissistic and exaggerated words that went beyond narcissism to the point where it was natural. You actually listened to the foolish words of mortals. Are you sure you are a king? Luo Suilin criticized. Forget it. Let's end the conversation here. Let's see who's the real deal. Seito, who felt that the more he listened, the more he wanted to ignore Luo Suilin's psychotic state, said, Since you are so eager to experience my strength at the pinnacle of martial arts, then I will be merciful and fulfill your wish. Luo Suilin replied. In the next moment, Luo Suilin's figure suddenly appeared in front of Seito, as if he had teleported. He reached out and put his hand on Seito's shoulder and threw Seito more than 30 meters above the ground. Is this the power of authority? Seito saw himself flying in the sky, and then he spread out his psychokinesis to wrap his body, making himself float in the sky in violation of the laws of gravity. Luo Suilin, who found Seito floating in the sky, let out a low groan. I forgot. You seem to have the power to fly. Luo Suilin looked up at Seito and said. Then Luo Suilin lifted his foot and stomped on the ground, and his body immediately flew into the sky like a cannonball. In almost the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Seito and waved his palm, which was supported by the power of the mighty King Kong divine art, toward Seito. Bull with a shining golden horn, give me your assistance. Seeing this, Seito loudly chanted the sacred words of the bull incarnation, and at the same time, a huge force suddenly appeared in his body to support his hands. He raised his hands to meet Luo Suilin's palm. Bang! A muffled, thunder-like explosion immediately reverberated in the sky. A shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions from the point of contact of the two people's palms. Under this attack, Seito and Luo Suilin, who were both affected by the recoil, flew back one after another. A technique similar to the flying technique used by the witches. Seito looked at Luo Suilin, who was also defying the laws of gravity and hovering in the air, and thought to himself as he flew back. Thinking about it carefully, you're also a demon king who is good at war, so it is natural that you have the power to deal with it. Luo Sui Lin looked at Sei Ito with admiration. Only powers can deal with the power of authority. Presumably, yours is also one of the powers that you have usurped. Sei Ito said calmly as he hovered in the air again. That's right, this is the great strength Vajra divine art that I usurped from a Yui's Prince of Run. It can only be called a martial art that can make a powerless person strong. However, if a strong person with great strength obtains a supreme martial art, then it is no small matter. Now, I will let you see what the pinnacle of martial arts is. Luo Sui Lin explained without a care. The heavenly law is clear and bright. The earthly law is peaceful. The human Tao is empty and peaceful. Then, Luo Sui Lin loudly chanted the spirit words and reached out her palm towards Sei Ito's position. In an instant, a clear and invisible air barrier pressed down on Luo Sui Lin's movements. Obviously, this was a special effect that could only be created when the power of movement was combined with a certain amount of palm techniques. Feeling the pressure of the wind wall, Sei Ito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Luo Sui Lin's extended arm. With the power of the bull incarnation, he slapped his palm towards Luo Sui Lin's shoulder. Luo Sui Lin frowned in the face of this sudden attack. Her shoulder immediately slid down, and she used a technique to neutralize part of the power of the palm. However, the power of Sei Ito's palm was too great, and she couldn't completely neutralize it with a technique. A part of the power landed on Luo Sui Lin's body. Fortunately, Luo Sui Lin's body had been tempered for a long time, and she also had the transformation from becoming a god slayer and the resistance of the curse power in her body. Apart from feeling some pain, there were no other effects. Luo Sui Lin even turned around and pulled back her arm, waving her palm towards Sei Ito's chest. In the face of Luo Sui Lin's counterattack, Sei Ito didn't meet it head-on. He still used instant transmission to suddenly appear behind Luo Sui Lin, where she couldn't defend herself, and punched out. Luo Sui Lin's frown deepened. She quickly bent her body, dodging Sei Ito's attack. At the same time, she lifted her right leg and kicked towards Sei Ito's descendant. Sei Ito, whose attack missed, pressed down with both hands and lifted his feet. Borrowing the power of Luo Sui Lin's kick, he once again flew a distance into the air. At this time, Luo Sui Lin, who was facing Sei Ito, suddenly opened her mouth and sang an ancient song. Last year, we fought Sanganyuan. This year, we fought Songhe River, washing the soldiers, supporting the waves of the sea, letting the horses loose in the snow of Tianshan. The long march of thousands of miles, the three armies have all aged. Following the singing of this song, a strong shock wave instantly emerged from Luo Sui Lin's body and bombarded Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito, who still didn't choose to meet it head-on, flashed and appeared behind Luo Sui Lin once again. He used the power of Mercado to summon a lightning bolt towards Luo Sui Lin's body. When it came to flying, whether it was the witch's flight technique or the necromancer's skywalking technique, they weren't as convenient, flexible, and fast as Sei Ito's telekinesis. Even sect leader Luo Sui Lin, who had cultivated the skywalking technique to the extreme, couldn't compare. Therefore, under the attack of the lightning bolt, Luo Sui Lin could only choose to quickly raise her body. She turned around and pushed her palm forward to meet the incoming lightning bolt. Crackle, crackle! Under the collision of Luo Sui Lin's martial arts, the lightning bolt immediately exploded into countless sparks and dissipated in the sky. Luo Sui Lin turned her head and looked at Sei Ito, who had once again used instant transmission to appear on the other side, and said solemnly, "As expected of the God Slayer, who can kill two of the same race, you really deserve to be treated seriously." After that, the curse power on Luo Sui Lin's body once again soared up by a large margin. Under the influence of this majestic curse power, the space around Luo Sui Lin immediately produced a mirage-like scene. Subsequently, the Guardian Wisdom King, one of the existences called Hung and Ha by the Taoists, appeared beside Luo Sui Lin in the form of a golden body. With a ferocious face, the half-naked golden body fiercely swung its arm, which was more than 10 meters long, towards Sei Ito's body with an exaggerated flexibility that completely did not match its body size. How could Sei Ito, who could not even withstand the attack of Luo Sui Lin, take the attack of a golden body head-on? He still used instant transmission to disappear from the spot. But the moment Sei Ito was about to reappear, an invisible shock wave hit his body and sent him crashing to the ground. Boom! Like a cannonball, Sei Ito heavily smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater with a diameter of about 5 meters. The Xiongnu people kill for farming. Since ancient times, only white bones have been seen in the yellow sand. The Qin family built a city to hide from the Xiongnu people, and the Han family still had the fire of war. The fire of war burned endlessly, and there was no end to the war. At this moment, Luo Sui Lin's voice echoed in the sky. It turned out that the moment Sei Ito used instant transmission to dodge the attack, Luo Sui Lin once again used her Dragon Tiger Roar technique to recite an ancient song, forming a circular shock wave that enveloped her body and spread out. She did not know where the shock wave would appear, but it would definitely appear around Sei Ito. And things happened as she expected. Sei Ito, who had suddenly appeared beside her, was immediately hit by the huge shock wave of the power of sound. His internal organs were shaken, and he fell to the ground with a ringing in his ears, causing him to become stiff for more than a second. During this moment of stiffness, Luo Sui Lin didn't hesitate to use the immortal technique, Divine Feet, and disappeared from the sky. In an instant, she appeared around the crater where Sei Ito was. With her mind, she controlled the giant golden man to raise its foot and trample on Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito, who had quickly mobilized the energy in his body to counteract the impact, came back to his senses and saw a giant golden foot trampling on him. Almost without thinking, he immediately used the Earth Escape Technique of the Taoist 5 Elements Escape Technique and disappeared from the ground. Boom! In the next moment, accompanied by a loud bang and dust that soared into the sky, the giant golden man's foot landed heavily on the ground, creating a huge foot-shaped crater that was about 1 meter deep. Death in a field battle. The defeated horse cries to the heavens. Crows peck at people's intestines and fly up to hang on withered branches. Although it was only for a short moment, Luo Sui Lin, who was sure that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her, once again recited the ancient song, forming a semicircular shockwave that spread out in all directions to defend against Sei Ito's possible surprise attack. However, Luo Sui Lin had indeed neglected her foot this time. Sei Ito, who had used Earth Escape Technique to appear under Luo Sui Lin's foot, stretched out his arm and grabbed at Luo Sui Lin's ankle like a bolt of lightning. However, although her personality had a flaw that made people speechless, Luo Sui Lin, who had reached an extreme in the field of martial arts, immediately sensed Sei Ito's movement. She lightly tapped the tip of her foot and leapt up, then added strength to her foot and stomped down toward the ground. Seeing that his attack had missed, Sei Ito's expression changed. He immediately made a clone jump up from the ground to meet Luo Sui Lin. At the same time, it used Earth Escape Technique to escape into the distance, then rushed out of the ground on the other side. Pooh! How could a mere clone withstand the enormous strength of Luo Sui Lin's power? It immediately exploded into a ball under Luo Sui Lin's foot and disappeared. For victory, quickly come to me. O undying sun, please bestow upon me a shining steed. O spirited steed, bring me the light wheel of your lord. At this moment, Sei Ito's power once again reverberated in the air above Lushan Nunnery. Chapter 10:11. As the words of authority fell, in the eastern sky of Mount Lu, a blazing fireball that looked like a second sun appeared in the sky. It then turned into a thick flaming spear and fell towards the ground where Luo Suilian was. This was the white horse incarnation that Sei Ito had usurped from the glorious victory, Urislagna's eastern god of war's authority. It was a powerful incarnation that could only be used against sinners who caused suffering to the people. However, this restriction had completely disappeared when Sei Ito saw Luo Suilin. It couldn't be helped. After all, Luo Suilin had brought disaster to the surface more than once in the 200 years since she became a god-slayer. Wow! Erica, who saw the flaming spear falling from the sky, quickly exclaimed. She activated her leap magic and quickly leaped away to avoid being covered by the flames of the white horse. Whoosh! At the same time, the flaming spear that streaked across the sky finally fell around Luo Suilin, forming a huge sea of blazing white flames that covered a radius of nearly 100 meters. This time, Sei Ito deliberately poured more curse power into the white horse incarnation, so it created a huge sea of flames that was much more powerful than usual. One strength defeats 10 techniques. One strength defeats 10 techniques. One kick has the strength of 1,000 caddies. 1 foot will destroy the earth. Luo Suilin's clear voice echoed in the sea of flames as she read aloud. As the words fell, a powerful curse power that could be clearly felt outside the flames erupted from the center of the sea of flames. Then, another golden giant appeared in the sea of flames. It was dressed like the golden giant summoned by Luo Suilin, but with a different ferocious expression. The 2 golden giants faced each other and reached out to grab each other's arms. They half-knelt on the ground, forming a solid wall to protect Luo Suilin between them. They used their golden bodies to resist the holy flames of the white horse summoned by Sei Ito. Oomph. Huh. The 2 giants roared. TSK. The 2 generals Hung and Ha are finally here. Sei Ito, who was watching from the outside, chuckled. Then, he ignored the situation inside the flame and focused on using Mercado's authority to summon thunder and lightning. He used his mind to control the thunder and lightning in his hands. It was compressed and strengthened, making it more and more like a liquid substance. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sound of thunder reverberated in the field. And as Sei Ito used his authority to create a counterattack weapon, the 2 golden-bodied giants began to change as well. Their golden bodies melted like ice cream on a hot day, turning into steam and dissipating between heaven and earth. But even so, the 2 golden giants endured the pain and remained motionless to protect their creator, Luo Suilin. The flame and the golden giants were in a stalemate. When the white flame reached its limit and gradually dissipated into the void, the 2 golden giants also seemed to have completed their mission, showing a relieved expression as they dissipated into nothingness. The moment the 2 golden giants disappeared, a dark light about 1/2 meter long and as thick as a baby's finger suddenly cut through the air. It silently appeared in front of Luo Suilin and pierced her right waist, which she had dodged in the moment of alertness. This attack was the result of Sei Ito using Mercado's authority to summon thunder and lightning. And because it was compressed to the limit, the thunder and lightning became like water, completely eliminating the sound of the explosion, turning into a silent and mysterious state. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by a loud noise, the dark blue thunder needle that hit Luo Suilin's right waist fiercely exploded. At the same time, it completely shattered Luo Suilin's body below the right chest, above the right hip bone, and the right side of the navel. Luo Suilin's innards could be clearly seen, and at the same time, it turned into countless arcs of lightning that flowed inside and outside of Luo Suilin's body. Humph! Luo Suilin, who was resisting the great pain, fell to the ground with a pale face, gritting her teeth and letting out a muffled groan. Rumble, rumble. At this time, a slight tremor like an earthquake suddenly occurred, attracting Luo Suilin's attention. Then, Luo Suilin found that under the control of thunder and lightning, the ground around her broke free from the shackles of the ground, defying gravity, forming a huge piece of earth that was more than 10 meters thick. It was like a flower bud that had retracted from all directions, gathering towards the center from all directions, ready to seal her in the center of the flower bud made of earth. This was the product of Sei Ito's alchemy, which consumed a lot of energy to achieve. Fighting to death in the field, the defeated horse cries to the heavens. Crows peck at people's intestines and fly up to hang on withered branches. Luo Sui Lin forced herself to endure the excessive blood loss and the paralysis of her body. Once again, she opened her mouth and recited the last line of the ancient ballad with her authority, Dragon's roar and tiger's roar. As this line was recited, a powerful shockwave once again rushed out in all directions with Luo Sui Lin as the center. But this time, the thickness of the earth layer was too low, and it was a product of alchemy. Even a shockwave produced by the authority could only crack the earth layer, but it could not be destroyed all at once. And this gave Sei Ito time to continue using alchemy to strengthen the hardness and density of the earth layer to resist Luo Sui Lin's authority attack. At the same time, Sei Ito, who had once again created a shadow clone, jumped on top a huge earth wall, formed a seal with both hands, and opened his mouth to cast a flame dragon bomb at Luo Sui Lin, who could not move. According to the rules of the Godslayer world, any spell or magic that was not cast through authority could not cause harm to the Godslayer, who was of the same rank as God. In other words, the flame dragon bomb should not cause any harm to Luo Sui Lin. But Sei Ito's original purpose of releasing the flame dragon bomb was not to use it to harm the enemy, but to harass Luo Sui Lin, distracting her from dealing with the flame dragon bomb and reducing her attack on the earth wall, so as to achieve the goal of temporarily trapping her inside. Soldiers are careless, generals are empty. Those who know their weapons are murderous weapons. Saints have no choice but to use them. Facing the sudden flame dragon bomb, Luo Sui Lin continued to recite the spiritual ballad to resist. Under the impact of the shockwave, the flame dragon bomb was quickly blown into countless sparks and disappeared into the air. But with his obstruction, it did indeed delay for less than a few seconds, allowing the huge earth wall to completely erect and begin to encircle the ceiling. Seeing this, Luo Sui Lin ignored the gushing blood from her wound and recited the spiritual incantation even more forcefully. Looking at the white snow, I am happy to meet the heavens of martial arts. But this time, it was no longer an ancient ballad, but a poem. Among the thousands of officials, Shinsu stands before the 7 academies. The powerful shockwave continuously impacted the earth wall, causing the earth wall to constantly change between cracking and repairing. Today is the Han Dynasty, the new year of prosperity. At this time, as the earth wall gradually closed, the echo effect began to appear, but it invisibly weakened the effect of Luo Sui Lin's attack, allowing the earth wall to close more smoothly. In this way, in the battle between Dragon's Roar and Tiger's Roar and Alchemy, the earth wall was successfully closed. Thou hast violated the contract and brought evil to the world. Lord's Day, sinners will be punished. Shatter their backs, dig out their tendons, bones, hair, and brain, and trample on their blood and mud. If I am the one with the sharp fangs, I will obey the Lord's words and destroy thee. After temporarily sealing Luo Sui Lin, Sei Ito didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately stood up and recited the spiritual incantation to summon his avatar. Moreover, he was afraid that the attack power wasn't enough, so he added the spiritual incantation to increase the avatar's attack power. The one with the sharp fangs. Kill it with one blow, trample it to pieces. Following these 2 spiritual incantations, a wild boar wrapped in cyan flames suddenly emerged from the crack in space above Sei Ito's head. Huffing and puffing, it charged towards the huge object created by Sei Ito, the sphere. Ayo, ayo, oh, oh. At the same time, while running, the wild boar let out a sound shockwave similar to Luo Sui Lin's Dragon's Roar and Tiger's Roar. Boom! A second later, accompanied by a sudden explosion, the The huge sphere immediately exploded under the wild boar's monstrous strength and sound shockwave. It charged straight towards the heavily injured girl, Luo Sui Lin. Xiaoling's wild elder swallows his tears. The spring sun sneaks through the winding river. The palace at the head of the river locks 1,000 doors. Luo Sui Lin instinctively used her spiritual incantation to attack the huge wild boar. Under the attack of Dragon's Roar and Tiger's Roar, the wild boar immediately slowed down, but it still took slow steps towards Luo Sui Lin, who was close at hand. Who is the willow green for? Recalling the past, the neon vase goes down to the southern courtyard. All things in a courtyard are colored. At this time, Luo Sui Lin endured the weakness and chanted again. In order to increase the power of her attack, she focused all her attacks on the wild boar. This way, the wild boar's speed immediately stopped, and surprisingly, it took a step back. However, this way, Luo Sui Lin, who was completely defenseless, once again gave Sei Ito an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Sei Ito's eyes lit up, and he didn't let go of this opportunity. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the divine sword, Celestial Clouds. He teleported behind Luo Sui Lin and slashed at her body. Pooh! Celestial Clouds' blade instantly cut a long and narrow wound on the surface of Luo Sui Lin's body, who was rolling on the ground to dodge. Without the obstruction of the shockwave, the wild boar once again rushed forward, but this time its target was no longer Luo Sui Lin, but Sei Ito. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He teleported again and appeared in the sky, much higher than the wild boar. On the other hand, Luo Sui Lin, who was dodging pathetically on the ground, could only move her body cleverly and desperately. She dodged the impact of the mountain boar's strides to survive. However, the moment the wild boar ran past her, a bolt of lightning summoned by the authority once again struck Luo Sui Lin's body, which couldn't dodge in time. Then, it entered her body through the large exposed wound, causing Luo Sui Lin's body to stiffen uncontrollably. Chapter 10-12. P.S. Thanks to NXCX, Nickfany, and 1577478860 for their tips. You've lost. Sei Ito lowered his head and looked down at Luo Sui Lin. He appeared right in front of Luo Sui Lin's forehead with the tip of the divine saber, Celestial Clouds, in his hand. Do it. Luo Sui Lin's expression froze for a moment. She closed her eyes and said calmly, Swish. Sei Ito waved his arm, and the divine saber, Celestial Clouds, disappeared from his hand. He then waved his hand and summoned a stream of water element spiritual energy into Luo Sui Lin's body from her wound, healing Luo Sui Lin's injuries. Feeling the changes in her body, Luo Sui Lin opened her eyes and glared at Sei Ito. What? Do you pity me? I've already achieved my goal. There's no need to kill anymore. And with your existence, this world will become more interesting in the future. Ito-sei turned around and slowly walked in the direction of Erica while speaking in a light voice. I, Luo Sui Lin, am an emperor, an overlord, and a general that far surpasses anything in history. I'm a person at the pinnacle of martial arts. I don't need the charity of my enemies, Luo Sui Lin said in a sonorous voice. She then activated the remaining curse power in her body and activated a secret martial arts technique. She was about to break her heart and commit suicide. Sensing the changes in Luo Sui Lin's body, Sei Ito didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately teleported to Luo Sui Lin's side and pierced his palm in her body through her wound. He used his energy to protect her heart and eliminate the danger. Then Sei Ito waved his hand and tore apart Luo Sui Lin's clothes, exposing her full and round breasts to the air. Using his free right hand, he grabbed one of the soft meats and squeezed it with all his might. Then he leaned forward and kissed Luo Sui Lin's tender lips. With the help of his palm, he forced his tongue into Luo Sui Lin's mouth and entangled it with hers. 10 seconds later, Sei Ito moved his head away and looked at Luo Suilin, whose eyes were filled with anger, and said, "I'm the winner. You're the loser. According to the rules, you should listen me now, so I order you to live. However, I know your temperament, so you won't obediently obey. Therefore, I'll give you another reason to live." After saying that, he fiercely kneaded Luo Suilin's plump breasts. Only then did he use teleportation to disappear in front of her eyes the moment the other party used her ultimate skill, Flying Phoenix 12 Palms. He appeared more than 100 meters away. He reached out and hugged Erika's delicate body. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left China. He returned to his new residence in Japan. Seeing Sei Ito disappear in front of her eyes, Luo Suilin, who was still burning with anger a moment ago, regained some of her strength and her cheeks became rosy. At the same time, a trace of shyness appeared on the unyielding Luo Suilin's face. "I won't let you go," Luo Suilin said in a low and firm voice. Then she forced herself to sit cross-legged on the ground after recovering some strength from Sei Ito's treatment. She began to use the power of magic and martial arts to heal the heavy injuries on her body. "Kiyoshi Ito, your behavior just now was really shocking. You actually dared to take liberties with that Demon King." On the other side, Erika, who appeared in her new residence, looked up at Sei Ito with a look of amazement and said, "That guy's ego is too strong. If I don't use some extreme methods, she won't listen to me." Sei Ito said with a shrug, "Don't you always show no mercy to Demon Kings? Why did you let that sect leader go? Don't tell me you also want to take her into your harem?" Erika said half inquisitively, "Even if she's willing, I don't dare to take her home. When the time comes, won't you feel very uncomfortable?" Sei Ito's hand rubbed the soft flesh on Erika's waist and looked down at her with a mischievous smile. "Kiyoshi Ito really knows how to joke. I promised to be your knight, but I didn't say I wanted to enter your harem." Erika turned her head and said with some embarrassment, "Do you still think you can resist?" Sei Ito moved his face close to Erika's face and opened his mouth to bite her earlobe. "Oh!" Erika, who was suddenly attacked, let out a low cry. "Kiyoshi Ito, don't do this. I'm not ready yet." Erika begged in a low voice. "Okay then," Sei Ito said softly as he gently bit Erika's earlobe with his teeth. "Thank you." Erika's face was slightly red as she thanked him in a low voice. "Well, your thanks make me feel a little embarrassed." Sei Ito laughed and then changed the subject. "Well, let's go see Lily. She is very worried about you." After that, he once again activated the Flying Thunder God and appeared next to Liliana. Seeing Sei Ito and Erika return safely, Liliana immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then returned to her original rigid knight appearance. However, her expression did not last long. It was destroyed by Erika, who enjoyed teasing her. She began to chat with Erika. After that, the publicity campaign was launched again in full swing. With the sudden cooperation of the Liu family in Hong Kong, who might have been instigated by Luo Suilin, the effect became more obvious. In this way, after more than 3 months, people all over the world had accepted the existence of the Godslayer and unconsciously recognized the Godslayer as the king of the world. During this period, in addition to cooperating with the publicity campaign, Sei Ito also transferred the information about Project Dragon and Project Artificial Celestial Realm from Edwards into the quantum data hard drive in his mind. He then handed it over to Haruki Miyama, who had absolute authority in AM, and the genius of the brain domain, Bushu Yushin, who was responsible for the research and transformation of the data into a new technological achievement that met his requirements. Other than that, Sei Ito also took the time to discuss the most powerful Nordic magic with Inticus, who had 103,000 grimoires in his mind. Finally, he recorded the relevant information about this magic. Rubik's Cube. How much control do you have over this world? On this day, Sei Ito, who was lying on Liliana's lap with his eyes closed, asked in his mind. 43.45%. The Rubik's Cube replied. I didn't expect it to be so high. I thought it would be good if it was more than 50%. Sei Ito was surprised. The host has devoured the virtual space of this world. You have usurped part of the world's authority. The Rubik's Cube explained. Virtual space? Are you talking about secluded world? Seito asked, slightly puzzled. Yes, that's no wonder. Sei murmured to himself. Then he frowned slightly and continued to ask, if I want to devour the world now, will the god of disobedience in this world be an obstacle? The god of disobedience in this world is an abstract product of spirit, energy, and concept. When it is not manifested, it is a pure concept creature. It will not have any impact on the devouring of the world. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Seito, who got the Rubik's Cube's explanation, relaxed. Then, under Liliana's shocked gaze, he suddenly sat up, turned around, and hugged Liliana's waist. In her panic, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the house and appeared where Erica was. Then he stretched out his hand to hug Erica's body and used the Flying Thunder God technique again to appear next to Yuri Banria. However, compared to Erica and Liliana, who had a lot of free time, Yuri Banria, who was a second-year high school student, was in class at this time. Okay, Miss Erica, Miss Liliana. Looking at the three people who suddenly appeared, Yuri Banria was shocked and subconsciously called out, Yuri, hug my body. Seito ignored the surrounding students and said in a commanding tone, Yuri Banria instinctively exclaimed. His red face showed a mixed expression of panic and embarrassment. If you don't want the awkwardness to continue, Wanligu better listen to the king. Erica elegantly glanced at the students in the classroom and smiled. Okay. With this reminder, Wanli Guyoli, who had regained his senses, quickly stood up from his seat. He bowed and apologized to the surrounding students and teachers. With a red face, he stretched out his hands and hugged Seito's waist, closed his eyes, and pressed his face against his chest. Seeing that Yuri Banria had prepared Seito to stay in the classroom, he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left the classroom and returned to his new residence. Wow! The moment they left, the students in Yuri Banria's class immediately burst into a huge noise. Okay, you all sit down. I have something to announce. Letting go of Erica and Liliana, Seito hugged Yuri Banria and said, Okay, please let go of me. This is too embarrassing. Yuri Banria whispered with a red face. This kind of opportunity is very rare. I won't let go. Seito sat down on the sofa and put Yuri Banria on his lap. He firmly refused Yuri Banria's request and said, I don't know what Wang Ning wants. Liliana resisted the urge to reprimand him, lowered her head, and respectfully asked, Like last time, I will temporarily disappear for a period of time. I don't know how long, so I want to inform you before I leave, so you don't have to worry. Seito gently stroked Yuri Banria's creamy thighs under the school uniform skirt and said. Yuri Banria kept his head down like an ostrich. He didn't look at Liliana's sharp eyes and Erica's awkward expression. He blushed and let Seito do whatever he wanted. If it's just this matter, please rest assured, Wang, we will take care of everything during your absence. Liliana replied in a sonorous tone. Of course, I'm not worried about you. You know, you're the knight and the witch that I personally chose. Seito laughed. Then Seito gave a little instruction to the three of them. Then he took the three of them to stroll around the streets of Tokyo in the name of leaving. After a day like this, Seito spent time to see Kayaquin, who was cultivating the mountains, the witch Luo Sui Lin, who was lazing around in Italy, and the leader of a nunnery on Lushan Mountain in China. After preventing them from doing anything during his absence, he flashed into the Magic Cube world and appeared in the void of the Magic Cube world. Then, Seito summoned his mother, Eriko, elder sister Suzu Ito, and old man Ito Kikujiro to his side. This is... Don Ito asked with some confusion. Ah-chung, did you conquer that world again? Elder sister Suzu Ito, who knew that Seito was messing around in a new world, looked a little shocked and said, What? Don Ito turned to look at Suzu Ito and asked with a frown. Seeing this, his mother Eriko came to the old man's side and whispered to him about the situation that he still didn't know and what might happen later. Yes. Say Ito nodded to confirm. This. Very cooperatively, Don Ito let out a long hiss with a surprised expression. Mother, your foundation is more solid. If you feel like breaking through later, remember not to break through here. After we get out, you can break through after you've readjusted your strength. Sei Ito, who smiled at the old man, turned to his mother Eriko and reminded her. I understand. Eriko nodded in agreement. Seeing that everything was explained, Sei Ito ordered the Rubik's Cube in his mind. Begin. Beginning to seal the space-time tunnel. With the appearance of this message, a large amount of cloud-like energy appeared in front of all the space-time tunnels except for the one leading to the spirit-eating world. It wriggled into an extremely complicated diagram that would make one feel dizzy just by looking at it. It wrapped around the space-time tunnels hidden in the void and sealed them. Space-time tunnel seal complete. Beginning to transfer the current space-time point. Beginning to distort the dimension. Dimensional distortion complete. Officially entering the relative dimensional void space. Immediately after that, another long string of messages appeared in Sei Ito's mind. Space-time tunnel mode conversion commencing. At the same time as the message appeared, this was the third time Sei Ito saw a familiar change appear before his eyes. He saw that the internal vortex of the space-time tunnel leading to the Godslayer world was rapidly expanding. It did not take long for the space-time tunnel to become a thick tube in the middle. Finally, it became a tunnel with one end bigger than the other. Space-time tunnel conversion complete. Beginning devouring. In an instant, a majestic suction force was generated from the space-time tunnel. It sucked in a huge ball-shaped object on the other end of the space-time tunnel like sucking in jelly. It was forcibly sucked into the transformed space-time tunnel and was projected onto the endless sea of the Rubik's Cube world. Now, Sei Ito, who felt the power of the natural order beginning to be generated, quickly turned to remind the old man, his mother, and his eldest sister. The three of them did not hesitate. They immediately sat cross-legged in the void and entered a meditative state. They began to use their own methods to experience the fluctuations of the natural order that were gradually spreading from the tunnel. Chapter 10:13. On this day, in an ancient shrine at the top of a short mountain covered in green clothes, along with a burst of vague tremors in space, the figures of a man and two women appeared in a house in the backyard of the shrine. They were the family of Sei Ito, his mother Eriko, and his elder sister Suzu Ito, who had returned to the main world after completing the devouring of the Godslayer's world. Among them, his mother, Eriko, and his elder sister, Ito Rin, had both comprehended a clear enough law during the process of devouring worlds and had a solid foundation. They had reached a state where they could break through at any time and soon, respectively, so they returned to the origin world to comprehend and correct their own strength, completing the final accumulation and breaking through. As for the other two family members, Don Ito and Ito Reina, one of them had not reached the edge of a breakthrough because of his insufficient foundation. Therefore, he continued to stay in the Rubik's Cube world to cultivate while helping Sei Ito manage the yin-yang and forbidden Tao forces on the spirit-eating continent. The other was sent to the university in the Rubik's Cube world to study by Eriko. In addition, her own strength was not enough for her to be naughty, so she was left alone in the Rubik's Cube world. Although the layout of the room and the environment are still the same, there is an unexpected sense of nostalgia. Suzu Ito looked at the room and sighed. After all, this is the starting point of everything. It's inevitable to have some feelings. Sei Ito smiled and said, if you live there for a few more years, I believe you will have more feelings when you come back. Probably. Suzu Ito tilted her head slightly and said with a thoughtful look on her face, you two have a chat. I'm going into seclusion. At this moment, Eriko looked at Sei Ito and Suzu Ito, who were talking, and said with a warm smile, I'll send you there. Sei Ito and Suzu Ito heard this and said almost in unison. Then, Sei Ito and Suzu Ito looked at each other and smiled. They clustered around Eriko and walked out of the house to a rockery in the backyard of the house. They activated the mechanism inside the rockery and watched Eriko disappear into the passage that slowly closed again. It's us siblings living together again. After the passage was completely closed, Suzu Ito walked to Sei Ito. She stretched out her hands and put them on his shoulders and said with a smile, "So, if you want to bring a woman home, remember to inform me in advance. Otherwise, it won't be good if I ruin your good thing." Ugh, can you think of me? Sei Ito looked speechlessly at Suzu Ito. "It's because I'm confident in you that I said that." Suzu Ito smiled. "TSK, I can't be bothered with you." Sei Ito curled his lips and then put his hands in between Suzu Ito's arms. He pushed her arms off his shoulders and turned to walk back to the house. Suzu Ito saw this and smiled and walked slowly back to the house. In the following days, Suzu Ito learned from her mother, Eriko, in addition to 3 meals a day and appropriate rest time. She also practiced in isolation at home and revised the rules she had learned to hone her foundation. In contrast, Sei Ito returned to his usual self. He either chatted with Karakimai on the phone or went out for a meal together. Then, he went to the magical realm in the United Kingdom to continue flipping through the Great Merlin map to enrich his collection. During this period, he didn't know if the church had given up on pursuing him or if they had other plans, but they didn't attack him again. This allowed Sei Ito to live a carefree life in peace. Just like this, time passed by unknowingly, and it was now June on an uninhabited island in the British Pacific Ocean. A tall and burly golden-haired man was standing at the edge of a huge magic array with complicated patterns on the ground. He was wearing a black robe with strange golden patterns on the collar, cuffs, hem, and waist. His face was stiff, but a cold red light flashed at the bottom of his blue eyes from time to time. He gave off a strange feeling. He was silent, and nobody knew what he was thinking. If Sei Ito was here at this time, he would definitely recognize that this man was Adam Hill, the Grand Knight who led the Knights of the Round Table in the exploration of ruins organized by Bartlett, one of the counselors of the Sage Parliament of the Alchemist Union. Not far behind him, a few burly men with serious expressions were holding metal swords and spears. They stared coldly at the hundreds of people on the ground, ranging in age from the old to the young. There were men and women of all genders, and they were all tied up by a thick hemp rope. Their faces were filled with panic and fear. In this oppressive silence, the day turned into night in the blink of an eye. The stars and the slanting moon quietly appeared in the sky. At this moment, Adam Hill, who had been standing in the same place without moving, said with a hoarse voice, "Throw them into the magic circle." He spoke with a strange tone. After he finished speaking, the burly men who had been standing with him for a day did not say anything. They directly responded to his order with actions. They stepped forward and picked up 1 or 2 men, women, and children, and strode to the magic circle and threw them one by one into the magic circle. For these burly men who had obviously undergone special training, transporting more than 100 people was an extremely easy job. Therefore, it only took a few minutes for all the people who were tied up to be thrown into the magic circle. At this time, perhaps they felt the impending danger. The people who had been suppressed in the magic circle for a day suddenly began to cry and scream. They were nervously venting their fear of the unknown. However, this had no effect on the man outside the magic circle. He used a calm voice that easily suppressed the cries and curses of more than 100 people and ordered, "The blood sacrifice begins." When the burly men heard this, they paused for a moment. However, they still faithfully carried out Adam Hill's order. They waved the weapons in their hands and killed the men and women in the magic circle on the spot. Puff, puff, puff. Hot blood spurted out from the bodies of the dead like arrows, staining the bodies and faces of the tall and sturdy men who were the executioners, making them look even more ferocious and terrifying under the pitch-black night sky. At the same time, as the blood increased, it turned into a stream of bright red blood that flowed along the corpses in the ground. When it came into contact with the magic circle on the ground, it strangely flowed along the lines automatically. In less than half an hour, the entire magic circle was completely contaminated. Seeing this, Adam Hill, who was wearing a long robe like a sorcerer, opened his mouth and chanted a long, strange spell in a strange language that no one present had ever heard of. It was a strange spell that had an unusual sense of enchantment. Under the influence of this incantation, a faint red light slowly emerged from the blood-soaked formation, and as the incantation continued, it became a bright red. This state lasted for no less than 10 minutes. Puff! A jet of dark blood spurted out from Adam Hill's mouth and splashed into the magic circle. The moment the blood fell into the magic circle, a wisp of black smoke quickly rose from the magic circle. Immediately after, the smoke changed shape and turned into a monstrous face like a demon. It opened its mouth and swallowed all the hundreds of corpses in the magic circle. In the next moment, the monstrous face that had eaten and drunk its fill seemed to be laughing at something. It revealed a strange and soundless smile. Then, it suddenly dissipated into nothingness and disappeared into the magic circle. Then, there was a long silence of several minutes. Just when the burly men thought that the ritual had failed, a slender vertical line silently appeared in the center of the magic circle and evenly divided the magic circle into two. Then, like the door of an elevator gradually opening, the magic circle expanded on both sides. In a short while, the magic circle's range completely turned into a pitch-black, bottomless hole. Caw, 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 caw. 10 seconds after the portal opened, a strange and creepy laughter sounded from the dark passage. A large flock of huge, strange birds that looked like crows but were as big as eagles flew out of the passage and covered the entire sky in a blink of an eye. And this was only the beginning. After that, a large number of strange creatures of different shapes and sizes that were definitely not ordinary earth creatures, or even creatures that were not earth creatures at all, flew out of the passage one after another. And among them, in addition to the physical monsters, there were also some ghost-like shadows that ran out of the passage when people were not paying attention. They pounced on the burly men and drilled into their bodies while they let out miserable screams. Then, after 10 minutes, they turned into ferocious-looking, mutated monsters that crawled up from the ground and ran away while screaming. Roar! Just as the creatures that came out of the passage covered the entire uninhabited island and began to invade the sea surface, a beastly roar suddenly came from the passage. Then a huge monster that was more than 15 meters long, 7 to 8 meters tall, for legs, the body of a leopard, the head of a dog, and the tail of a scorpion, with dozens of pairs of white eyes and black pupils all over its body, jumped out of the passage. But after this monster appeared, it did not immediately leave like the other monsters. Instead, after sniffing something, it slowly walked up to Adam Hill and lay down like a domestic animal. Very good. Adam Hill reached out and patted the monster's head, grinning. Eastham, you'll be in charge of the magic circle now. Adam Hill ordered as he jumped onto the monster's head and patted it lightly. Roar! The huge monster named Eastham growled and stood up at the edge of the magic circle. It waved its paw and slapped the ground at the edge of the magic circle. Then, a huge aura that was not much different from the aura of the god of disobedience erupted from the monster's body, stirring up the sky above the uninhabited island and causing a gust of wind and clouds to surge. Chapter 10:14. What's going on? Ito-sei, who was practicing with his elder sister in the dojo, suddenly put away his katana and stood still. He turned his head in the direction of the Pacific Ocean and exclaimed in astonishment, "What's wrong, little brother?" Seeing Sei Ito's strange expression, Suzu Ito also stopped what she was doing. She slowly walked towards Sei Ito and asked, "In that direction, there's a disgusting aura spreading rapidly, and it gives people a bad feeling. It's like if we don't deal with it, it will bring a disaster to the world," Sei Ito explained with a serious expression. At the same time, He couldn't help but recall the conversation he had with Edwards when he returned to the Forbidden World. Could this be the calamity that she mentioned? After hearing Sei Ito's words, Suzu Ito also felt a slight sense of urgency. As an expert who could soon break through to S-Class, Suzu Ito was very clear about the importance of this feeling. Her expression also became serious. "Sister, you stay at home. I'll go over there and take a look," Sei Ito said as he casually threw the wooden katana in his hand into the saber rack on the wall of the dojo. "Be careful," Suzu Ito said. "Okay." Sei Ito nodded slightly and immediately used instant transmission to disappear from the dojo and Suzu Ito's sight. He appeared in the sky above the shrine, then wrapped his body with psychokinesis and rushed toward the location of the aura at 4 times the speed of sound. Boom! It wasn't until Sei Ito's figure completely disappeared in the sky that a violent sonic boom exploded in the sky. However, the location of Japan was too far away from the island. Even if Sei Ito rushed at 4 times the speed of sound, it still took him a few hours to arrive at the location of the incident. However, at this time, the air above, on the surface and underwater of the sea region where the uninhabited island was located had long been occupied by those strange creatures emitting disgusting auras, turning that large area into hell. Another thing worth mentioning was that other than Sei Ito, who had just arrived, there were other experts of various identities and attire hovering in the air above the sea. Some of them were frowning as they chatted with their acquaintances, while others were standing quietly by themselves. He didn't want to provoke any powerful enemies in this place where experts gathered. Among them, what attracted Sei Ito's attention the most were a few men and women in Taoist robes floating in the air about 100 kilometers away from him. Looking at them, Sei Ito thought to himself, those should be the cultivators from the secret realms in China. Perhaps because he had been observing them for too long, those men and women in Taoist robes suddenly stopped talking and turned their heads to look at him. After discovering that Sei Ito was a young man, they all showed a surprised expression. Then, their expressions changed to disdain as they withdrew their gazes, or glared at him threateningly, or nodded slightly to greet him with an amiable expression. They withdrew their gazes and continued to talk. However, there was a woman who, although dressed elegantly and refined, exuded a powerful charm as she flew towards him. "Little brother, you look unfamiliar." She was wearing an ancient chiffon palace dress. Her beautiful black hair, except for a few hair ornaments on top of her head, was naturally draped behind her head. She landed beside Sei Ito and said with a smile, "Yes, little brother. Big sister, you also look unfamiliar." Sei Ito also replied with a smile in Chinese. "Oh, look at me. Big sister is called by Yunju. What's little brother's name?" The woman, who was by Yunju, said with a smile, "Little brother's name is Chun Shiqing." Since they were speaking in Chinese, Sei Ito naturally used his father's name to reply. After sizing up Sei Ito, Bai Yunju said with half certainty and half inquiry, looking at little brother's demeanor and aura, "Are you a psychic?" "Big sister Bai, you have good taste. Little brother is indeed a psychic," Sei Ito admitted frankly, then asked back, looking at big sister Bai's demeanor and refined appearance, "You must be a master from some cave, right? You only know how to sweet talk." Bai Yunju charmingly rolled her eyes at Sei Ito and said with a smile, "Big sister will tell you directly. I am a disciple of Mingfeng Cave. Forgive little brother for being ignorant. I don't know where big sister is from. Please tell me more." Sei Ito, who had not found any information about Mingfeng Cave in his mind, clasped his hands and said, "Big sister Bai, please tell me more." He hurriedly said, "Mingfeng Mountain in Yunnan." Bai Yunju unhappily replied, "Yunnan, surname Bai. Could it be that big sister is from the Miao clan?" Sei Ito said with a frown, "You are quite knowledgeable." Bai Yunju admitted with a smile, "Little brother, what about you? Are you disbanding your family or becoming a vassal of the imperial court?" Bai Yunju asked, "I can't abide by the imperial court's rules, so I'm currently disbanding." Sei Ito bitterly smiled as he replied. After hearing Sei Ito's words, Bai Yunju's eyes lit up and said with an even more intimate expression, "With little brother's skills, there will definitely be a good chance for you. As long as you are willing, there will definitely be rich families willing to accept you. Why not find a place with lax rules to serve? That way, you won't have to worry about it. You'll also be able to earn resources. Isn't that the best of both worlds?" Hearing this, how could Sei Ito not understand that they had gone from probing each other's skills to trying to rope him in? Right now, little brother is still young and wants to work hard. When my mind is at peace, I will consider finding a place to settle down. Sei Ito shook his head and said with confidence, "Little brother is quite ambitious." Bai Yunju raised her hand and gave Sei Ito a thumbs up as she praised him. As for how much sincerity there was in this praise, only the heavens knew. At this moment, Sei Ito, who was about to change the topic, asked, "That's right. Big sister Bai, little brother has just arrived here. Have you investigated the situation here?" Everyone set off from the country and arrived here one after the other. Big sister hasn't been able to investigate the situation here. Seeing that they were talking about business, Bai Yunju also slightly restrained the smile on her face and sighed softly with her eyebrows slightly furrowed. But looking at the bad luck here, the birds and beasts all have a foul smell. I think the culprit should be the Western barbarians. I just don't know if this is something they deliberately violated or if they are just as clueless as us. Then, Bai Yunju spoke out her speculation. This place is located in the Pacific Ocean, and looking at the surrounding situation, it seems to be an uninhabited island that no one paid attention to. Other than being close to Australia, it is only close to South America. If it was really done by the Westerners, what are they after? Sei Ito frowned as he looked around. Who knows? The Western barbarians have strange thoughts. They're different from us. Maybe they're preparing some big conspiracy. Bai Yunju shrugged slightly and said. Then she turned her head and looked at the men and women in Taoist robes gathered together. She looked back at Sei Ito and smiled. "Okay, big sister is going over. Let's meet again if fate wills it." "What do you mean by fate?" "If you have something that is worthy of her attention, then it will be fate when they meet again in the future. At that time, you may receive unexpected help. If you don't have anything that is worthy of her attention, although it will be fate when they meet again in the future, only God knows if it will be good or bad." Okay, Sei Ito, who was like a mirror in his mind, didn't show any expression on his face as he cupped his fist and said. Bai Yunju smiled at Sei Ito, then once again flew into the distance like when she came and landed among the men and women in Taoist robes. Sei Ito glanced at Bai Yunju's group, then focused his mind and jumped into the black cloud in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the eyes of the other forces on the sea. That kid actually dared to break in? Bai Yunju thought to herself as she watched Sei Ito disappear with a surprised expression. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had jumped into the black area, immediately felt the changes around him. First of all, the chi of heaven and earth here gave him a completely different feeling than the outside world. It was filled with a violent and evil feeling. He believed that if a cultivator like Bai Yunju meditated here for a long time, they would definitely be invaded by inner demons or directly turn into a violent devil. On the other hand, if a non-cultivator entered here for a long time, their temperament would definitely be affected. And because of the changes in energy, it would be difficult for people with special abilities, especially people with special abilities, to cast spells. Secondly, the energy here was invasive. In just a short while, Sei Ito clearly felt the energy corrode the psychic barrier he had set up outside his body. Tisk, if that's the case, then isn't this area the territory of these monsters? But if the influence is so great, why hasn't the suppression force appeared? Could it be that there's a condition for the suppression force to appear? Sei Ito frowned as he flew through the air. Caw-caw. At that moment, accompanied by several strange cries, a large flock of strange bird beasts with tuna heads flapped their wings and flew towards Sei Ito. They were so fast that ordinary experts couldn't react to them. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Sei Ito. Sei Ito didn't panic when he saw this. The energy in his body immediately circulated through the path of Taoist lightning, and then he waved his hand to release bolts of Taoist lightning at the strange birds. Boom! With a violent explosion, the head of one of the bird beasts instantly exploded. Its body flew forward for a short distance before falling into the sea below. But before it could completely fall into the sea, it was completely devoured by the flock of monsters attracted by the smell of blood. It seems that the influence of energy on spells is much greater than I thought. Feeling the powerful, destructive power of the lightning he released just now, as well as the feeling of losing control when the lightning was released, Ito couldn't help but think to himself. But these thoughts were quickly extinguished in his mind, and he continued to focus on dealing with the bird beasts in front of him. But as the battle unfolded and the smell of blood spread, more and more strange beasts rushed over. Seeing this, Ito didn't continue fighting. He immediately used instant transmission to escape from the black cloud domain. Chapter 10:15. P.S. Thank you to Path of Miracles and Devil for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany for your tip. Fortunately, Ito did not go too deep into the black cloud. He was not far from the outside of the black cloud area. With just one teleport, he came to the edge of the black cloud, and then used psychokinesis to fly out of the black cloud area. Even so, the monsters that were provoked by the smell of blood still chased after Seito. They rushed out of the black cloud domain and charged at Seito. The sudden change here immediately alerted the experts who were observing the situation outside the black cloud. However, for some reason, no one came forward to help him. Itose didn't expect these guys to be kind, so he didn't care. He turned around and hovered in the void, facing the strange bird beasts that were rushing over. His arms continuously released a series of pale white wind blades that shot towards the group of bird beasts. PFFF, 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 PFFF. In an instant, a large number of soft, muffled sounds spread out in the air, and a foul stench of blood splattered out from the bodies of the birds and beasts, splashing into the sea below. However, before the stinky blood could really fall into the sea, a large group of strange monsters emerged from the dark clouds or from a sea surface. They opened their mouths and opened their mouths, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood as they tried to devour the blood. It seems like I provoked these guys, Ito thought to himself as he took out an antimatter grenade and threw it into the group of monsters. Sizzle, in the next second, a rapidly expanding black ball suddenly appeared in the middle of the group of monsters. It suddenly stopped when it expanded to about 10 meters in diameter. It stayed in the air for more than 3 seconds before it suddenly shrank to the center and turned back into a small black dot and disappeared in the air. At the same time, a large number of monsters that were in the antimatter grenade's effective range disappeared, leaving a small empty area in the middle of the group of monsters. Seeing the effect of the antimatter grenade, the strange experts who were watching the battle all had a change in expression. They looked at Ito with flickering eyes. Obviously, they were thinking about whether it was good or bad. The power seems to be a little weak. Only monsters within 5 meters of the antimatter grenade were really annihilated by the antimatter grenade. Monsters outside the 5-meter range were also affected, but it didn't have much effect. Monsters outside the 8-meter range didn't do anything, Ito thought to himself as he quickly scanned the empty area created by the antimatter grenade. At this time, Ito changed his attack method from wind blades to fire. He shot fireballs into the group of monsters that had filled up the empty area. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of explosions reverberated through the horde of monsters. But compared to the wind blade attack that could at least cause some cutting damage to the bodies of the monsters, the flame attack was almost useless. All the monsters that were hit by the flame passed through the flame unharmed and rushed excitedly to Ito, who was closest to them. Ito frowned as he changed his attack method again. He changed his fire attacks into lightning attacks. Crackle, crackle. Amidst the flashes of lightning, the beasts that were struck by the lightning either stiffened all of their feathers and fell from the sky. They continued to fly forward with their bodies twitching, but they still didn't look like they were heavily injured. That means to say, their resistance to lightning is also very high. Seito changed the lightning summoned by his superpower into Taoist lightning. He recorded the information he observed in his mind as he once again released lightning at a few monsters. Crackle, crackle. The crisp sound of thunder and lightning exploded once again. However, compared to the previous thunder and lightning attack, the damage this time was clearly much higher. The bodies of the monsters that were struck by the thunder and lightning were all burnt to a crisp. They let out painful screams that made people feel uncomfortable just by listening to them. The Taoist lightning's damage is the same as in the Black Cloud. It's still effective, so it seems that only attacks with extreme yang attributes are effective. Seito raised his eyebrows as he saw that the attack had a certain effect. With that thought, Seito changed his attack back to fire. He increased the damage of the fire according to a certain spell procedure and threw the newly summoned fireballs at the monsters. Gaga gaga. The effect this time didn't disappoint Seito. The monsters that were attacked once again let out miserable screams. If the small monsters on the outside are already so troublesome, wouldn't the monsters on the inside be even more troublesome? While using magic breaker fire to burn the monsters that were charging at him, Seito thought to himself as he frowned and thought to himself, "Forget it. There are other people around. I should get rid of these monsters first so that I won't be stared at like a monkey." With that thought, Seito suddenly moved and dove into the monster horde again. He hovered in the area where the monsters were the most concentrated. He then used his telekinesis shield to summon a huge amount of flames and added the special energy in his body to create the magic-breaking fire. Using psychokinesis, he reconstructed two gigantic, thick, and long flame dragons. One flew from the bottom to the top, while the other flew from the top to the bottom. After flying for a certain distance, the two dragons turned their heads and flew in a huge semicircle. Like two dragons playing with a pearl, they once again gathered around Seito. Fire Dragon Dance. Whoosh. The moment the two dragons gathered around Seito's fire pearl, the pattern created by the two fire dragons exploded instantly, forming a blazing yellow wall of flames. With Seito as the center, all the strange monsters in this area were burned into piles of charred corpses. This wide wall of flames burned for more than half a minute before gradually extinguishing, revealing Seito's figure once again. Seito, who had temporarily cleared out the monsters in this area, did not stay any longer. He quickly retreated into the distance and once again hovered in a safe position a certain distance away from the Black Cloud. "My friend, it seems like you were testing the data of these monsters just now. Did you find anything?" At this time, a soft voice asked loudly in a strange Mandarin. Hearing this voice that could definitely attract everyone's attention, Seito and the other people who heard him all turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. Then came a man who was about 175 meters tall. He was a little thin, wearing a pair of dark-colored satin pants and a similarly dark-colored open sleeveless vest. His somewhat tan skin, chest, and arms were exposed. He had a square face, small eyes, and thin lips. At first glance, a black-haired man who gave off a sinister and treacherous feeling appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After seeing the appearance of the person who spoke, everyone turned their eyes to Seito, wanting to hear his opinion on these monsters. "Yes, I was indeed testing the situation of these monsters just now." Seito glanced at the person who spoke faintly, then looked at the area covered by the Black Cloud and said loudly, "And everyone can see the situation. The monsters' bodies are very hard. Wind blade attacks that can cut through half a meter thick steel plate can only cause very shallow cuts on their bodies. Lightning and fire attacks are not effective. It can even be said that they basically did not cause any damage. But if the attack's effect is compressed, it can achieve a certain effect. I used a trick here. He said that the attack with the anti-magic attribute was the result of the energy being compressed and condensed. But this was not wrong. After all, the lightning and fire energy itself had a certain anti-magic effect. After being compressed, it could indeed strengthen this part of the attribute. After listening to Sei Ito's explanation, everyone nodded thoughtfully. Friend, I saw you use a powerful tool just now. I wonder if it's possible. At this moment, the man who spoke asked again. When this question came out, many people who were interested in the antimatter grenade Sei Ito used before locked their eyes on him and pricked up their ears to listen. I got it from the flea market on the second floor of the German Alchemist Association branch. If you're interested in that thing, you can go to the German Alchemist Association branch to try your luck. Sei Ito pretended to not care and explained with a smile. Thank you for your advice. The man also seemed to be very happy and grinned. But the moment he withdrew his gaze, an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Similarly, when the man turned around, Sei Ito also showed a mocking smile. Everyone, you have seen the situation of these monsters. It is too dangerous to let them continue to live here. Why don't we attack and eliminate this root of trouble? Then, Sei Ito clasped his hands. His gaze swept across the various experts in the field as he suggested. I agree. As soon as his voice fell, a charming female voice immediately echoed in the field. Hearing this, Sei Ito looked at the voice and found that it was Bai Yunju, who he had a short conversation with before. When Bai Yunju saw Sei Ito looking at her, she immediately showed him a friendly smile. Good. With Bai Yunju's agreement, another red-faced old man wearing a Taoist robe with white hair and a youthful face responded. That's how it should be. Then, one of the cultivators in the group with Bai Yunju also agreed, and with these three taking the lead, the other cultivators also more or less started chiming loudly. Then, the British experts from Southeast Asia and Australia who lived in seclusion, as well as the wizard-like old men who came from South America, more or less agreed. Everyone is an expert. There is no need for any command. Everyone, just do what you want. After everyone agreed, Sei Ito said again in a loud voice. Then, he took the lead and quickly flew toward the black cloud. Seeing that Sei Ito had begun to move, everyone couldn't disagree. They all used various methods, such as flying on air, riding on birds, or using other methods to move toward the black cloud. They all tacitly kept a large distance from each other as a safe space to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. After arriving at the black cloud, Sei Ito ignored the others and directly stretched out his arms. Two red-yellow flames, spiraling forward, instantly appeared on his arms. Almost instantly, they flew out from Sei Ito's arms and turned into two long fire dragons about 1/2 meter in diameter. Their bodies twisted as they charged into the area covered by the black cloud. Whoosh! In an instant, the pitch-black space in front of Sei Ito was illuminated with a dim yellow color. In this dim, yellow space, the two fire dragons were like real fire dragons. They wantonly twisted and danced in the sky, tearing and burning the monsters that came close to them. Seeing Sei Ito's actions, the nearby experts didn't want to be outdone. They took out their own powerful methods to attack the area covered by the black cloud. In an instant, bolts of lightning, flames, belts, swords, birds, and beasts formed from energy, and strange beasts summoned from unknown places or unknown spaces appeared one after another on the battlefield. The sound and light effects were excellent as they collided with the flying beasts. Which one of the experts here was a simple person? Naturally, their methods weren't weak. It wasn't something that these monsters could resist. After a while, everyone cleared out the outermost monsters and stepped into the black cloud domain. Immediately, all the experts who rushed into the domain noticed the abnormality in the space and the effect it had on them. They all frowned with serious expressions. However, before they could do anything, even more strange and ferocious beasts rushed out from the depths of the dark clouds and swarmed toward them. Although everyone present was an expert, they couldn't stand the fact that this was the enemy's territory. Their bodies and minds were slightly affected. Soon, they fell into the sea of monsters and were surrounded like dumplings. Knowing that they couldn't go on like this, everyone didn't dare to hesitate. They took out their own powerful methods to eliminate the monsters around them. Then, they turned around and rushed out of the black cloud. However, the unified attack this time might have truly stimulated the ferocious nature of these beasts. Other than the beasts that had already chased after them from the periphery, even more beasts with powerful auras and strange shapes flew out from the depths of the black clouds and rushed towards all the experts. Let's get into formation, perhaps because they felt that retreating like this was too shameful for them. One of the cultivators who rushed out of the black cloud suddenly shouted, "Okay." The other cultivators echoed. Then, under the guidance of a cultivator who seemed to be proficient in Taoist formations, they moved to a special position one by one and formed a very simple 9 palaces, 8 trigrams formation. In an instant, a faint energy shield appeared around the cultivators, causing their figures to become blurred like a mirage. In contrast to this group of cultivators, the secret cultivators of Southeast Asian countries gathered in groups of 3 or 5. They formed a small defensive circle with their backs facing each other. Each of them used their own methods to resist the attacks of the monsters. However, there were even more lone cultivators who didn't trust anyone. Under the pursuit of the monsters, they quickly left everyone behind and flew towards their own countries. Similar to these people, there were also the sorcerers and sorcerers from Australia and South America. Chapter 10:16. Originally, Seito had planned to temporarily withdraw from the Dark Cloud domain and reorganize the battle formation when these monsters appeared. However, after killing a certain number of these monsters, he suddenly felt a weak world force of the main world being injected into his body. He immediately changed his mind and decided to kill the monsters here to obtain the world force of the main world. After all, Seito had always been able to continuously obtain the world force of the main world by passively absorbing it. Methods such as killing important people in other dimensions or influencing the world to change were all useless. This was the first time he discovered that he could obtain the world force of the main world by killing monsters. Could it be because these monsters invaded from another world? Seito, who had summoned 9 fire dragons around him to protect and kill the monsters, pondered, "I think that's the only possibility. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. After all, this is a rare opportunity to make some extra money." Thinking of this, Seito suddenly released 9 thick and long fire dragons from around him. He let the 9 fire dragons, which contained a little of his will, freely attack and kill the monsters around him. Then he raised his fingers high and stimulated the energy in his body while habitually chanting loudly, "For victory, come me quickly. Undying sun, please grant me a shining steed. Horses with sufficient intelligence, bring over the light wheel that is like your master's." This was the embodiment of authority on Urislagna, who had usurped the glorious victory in the world of the God Slayer, the summoning spirit of the white horse. As soon as he finished speaking, Seito felt that his mental strength had suddenly triggered a message in the void. Then, a blazing white ball of flame appeared in the eastern sky, hanging there like a second sun. Then, the blazing sun transformed into a thick and long flame spear that quickly fell from the sky and plunged straight into the area covered by the dark clouds. Boom! As soon as the flame entered the dark clouds, it instantly exploded, forming a blazing sea of fire that covered a radius of nearly 200 meters. The surface of the seawater that was floating under the black clouds was burning fiercely. Ignoring the sea of fire below, Seito kept recalling that feeling in his mind as he muttered to himself. That feeling just now was at a law. Although it was said that S-class characters could only be promoted by comprehending the rules, how deep was the sea of rules? How could a mere S-class be able to clearly and completely understand it? At most, they would only be able to understand the surface, and there would be more to think about. It might not necessarily be close to the origin. However, that feeling just now was definitely not an ordinary feeling of the laws. Instead, it was as if a layer of blurry clouds had been lifted, and the laws were clearly displayed in front of him from afar. Phew! After a while, Seito let out a light breath. He firmly remembered what he had felt before and then focused his mind. Once again, he threw himself into the slaughter of these strange hands. Wind, from a tornado that can tear everything apart. Tear this monster before my eyes to shreds. Thunder, transform into the sharp blade in my hand. Punish these monsters before my eyes. After focusing his mind, Seito continued to chant the power of the god of storm, thunder, and sky that he had usurped from Mercado. In an instant, the strange feeling that Seito had just suppressed disappeared from his heart in a flash. Then, a huge tornado that was rotating at high speed appeared in the sky before Seito's eyes. It swept towards those monsters. At the same time, dozens of blue lightning bolts appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. The lightning bolts flashed and struck the monsters, blasting them into pieces one by one. In just a short while, a large number of monsters were attacked by the strange images summoned by Seito's 3 powers, as well as the 9 fire dragons that were wantonly dancing and twisting between heaven and earth. They were burned to death and torn to shreds, allowing Seito to earn waves of the world's power. Roar. Probably because Seito's actions were too excessive, a domineering roar came from the depths of the dark clouds. Then, a few seconds later, a monster with an eagle's beak, a monkey's head, a snake's body, 3 insect wings on each side of the snake's body, dozens of sharp claws under its abdomen, and 3 scorpion tails shot out like the wind from the dark clouds. Before it arrived in front of Seito, it opened its mouth and spat out a black lightning bolt at him. Seito, who could sense that the opponent was not to be trifled with, did not dare to recklessly take this kind of attack head-on. He immediately lifted his foot and disappeared from the spot, reappearing in another location in the void. At the same time, he summoned 2 fire dragons to entangle the monster. The monster reacted quickly as well. The snake's body, which was charging forward at high speed, suddenly straightened up as if it was not affected by the law of inertia. Its 6 insect wings flapped forward like an arm, and a ray of light, which was not inferior to the tornado that Seito summoned with his authority, appeared in the field and engulfed the 2 fire dragons. It was torn apart. Then, the snake swung its tail, and 3 sharp needles with a faint black light at the tip pierced towards Seito's body. Seito did not dare to hesitate. He continued to step into the void and disappeared from the spot. Roar. The monster, whose attack had missed, roared angrily. Its body swelled up like a balloon, but in the next second, it shrank back down like a deflated balloon. It was just that in the process of deflating, a large amount of black gas was ejected from the monster's body. It almost instantly filled the entire space, and an extremely unpleasant stench filled the air. Besides that, the most shocking thing was that this black gas not only smelled bad, but it also corroded the remaining 7 fire dragons into nothingness. It can actually corrode energy. At the same time, Seito's expression changed slightly as he sensed that the telekinesis barrier outside his body was seriously corroded. Then, he teleported again and quickly escaped from the area covered by the black gas. The Lord says, sinners will be punished. Crush their backs, dig out their bones, tendons, hair, and brains, and trample on their blood and mud. If I can't get close to you, then I will follow the Lord's words and destroy you. Seito, who had reappeared, chanted the authority of the wild boar again. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge wild boar's head emerged from the pitch-black space crack above Seito's head. It opened its mouth and let out a series of long cries. Oh! As the wild boar roared, shockwaves spread out in front of Seito, blowing away the black poisonous fog and attacking the monster in the poisonous fog. The one with the sharp fangs. Kill it with a single strike and trample it into pieces. In order to increase the power of the wild boar, Seito once again activated the energy in his body and added a sentence of authority. Who? In an instant, the wild boar's body, which had already revealed half of its body, burned with a green flame. Go! Stomp on that monster until it explodes. Ito, who had once again infused his power into the wild boar's body, pointed at the monster and said loudly, "Oh, oh, roar." The enraged monster let out a long roar and shook its body. The dozens of sharp claws on its body immediately fell from its body like debris. Then they turned into black shadows and flew towards the wild boar and Ito below the wild boar from all directions. Celestial clouds. Seeing this, Ito summoned the godly blade celestial clouds into his hand. At the same time, he raised his senses to the limit and waved the blade celestial clouds with superb skills, blocking the sharp claws that flew towards him. Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, a large number of metal clashing sounds echoed in the air. Poo, pu, pu, pu. The sound of a large number of sharp weapons piercing into flesh rang out above Ito's head. Seconds later, the wild boar, who had suffered countless attacks, finally broke free from the pitch-black space. With its body covered in black blood, it violently charged towards the clawless monster. Boom! The two monsters crashed into each other. Although it had lost its claws, its snake-like body quickly coiled around the wild boar's body. While using its scorpion tail to inject poison into the wild boar's body, it also used its sharp tip to peck at the wild boar's eyes. At the same time, it tightened its body and tightly coiled around the wild boar's body. The wild boar once again issued a long cry, but this time, its voice wasn't full of irritation like before, but rather became extremely weak. Then, as if confirming Ito's feeling, the wild boar's body, together with the monster on its body, fell heavily into the sea below. Under the bite of the monsters scrambling to emerge from the sea, it turned into a pile of light particles and disappeared. Fortunately, the sacrifice of the wild boar was not in vain. During the battle between the wild boar and the monster, Ito had no time to control the flying claws to attack in an orderly manner. He quickly launched instant transmission to get out of the flying claws' flying range and came to the sky, chanting another language loudly. Here, Susanu commanded 1,000 gods of chaos to rebel, to take over this country. 1,000 swords erected on the ground to resist the enemy. Sword of celestial clouds, draw your sword. Answer. It's the so-called Sword of Celestial Clouds. It's the steel that breaks 1,000 blades. Now is the time to annihilate the southern barbarians, northern barbarians, eastern barbarians, and western tribes. Destroy the heretics. With that, Celestial Clouds' voice emerged in Ito's mind. At the same time, a tremendous fluctuation of energy spread from Celestial Clouds. Die. Chapter 1017. Ito turned his body and hung upside down in the sky. Then he stepped on the void and turned into a silver-white light that flashed like a falling meteor. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the space between the sky and the sea and appeared above the monster. He stabbed into the monster's body through the eyes of the monster's head that was above the surface of the sea and came out from the connection between the monster's head and the snake's body. He rushed into the sea where the monster's head was connected to the snake's body and rushed into the sea where some unknown monster was. The high-quality update was here. Roar! The monster that was hit by this fatal attack twisted its body and let out a long roar full of anger and brutality. But this was the monster's final cry before its death. It didn't last long before it completely disappeared, leaving behind a corpse that was still alive and stirring wildly in the sea. On the other side, Ito, who had drilled into the sea, immediately turned his body into nothingness and blended into the surrounding sea, disappearing before the eyes of the swarming monsters. Phew, as expected of a monster that took 2 authority powers to kill. It gave me a lot of power of the world. Ito thought to himself as he moved to the surface of the sea using water escape. Roar! Just as Ito moved his body to the surface of the sea and reformed his body, an energy attack accompanied by a beastly roar shot out from the depths of the black clouds and hit Ito, who was barely able to block it with celestial clouds. Wah! The power contained in the attack was far beyond Ito's expectations. The attack broke through celestial clouds' defense and hit him directly, scattering the defensive energy he instinctively gathered in his body. Ito suffered a heavy blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Swish! At the same time, Ito's body was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. The speed at which he flew backwards was so fast that a white windscreen was visible to the naked eye above and below Ito's head. A long and thick mark appeared on the surface of the sea. Just like this, the heavily injured Ito was sent flying out of the area covered by the black clouds. Under the gazes of the many experts fighting on the battlefield, he flew far away before landing heavily in the sea, causing a large splash. High-quality updates are coming. Ito, who had fallen into the sea, did not dare to hesitate. He immediately entered the Rubik's Cube world. He appeared in a room in the central area and sat down cross-legged. While channeling the water and would attribute spiritual power from the Rubik's Cube into his body, he entered a meditative state to heal his injuries. Thanks to the excellent healing environment and the powerful recovery of the Godslayer's body, he was able to recover quickly. Ito finally sat in meditation for a day and a night. He had completely stabilized his injuries. As long as he eliminated the special power that remained in his body, he would be completely healed. Phew! Ito exhaled a long breath of turbid air as he opened his eyes. Celestial Clouds, how are you doing? Ito then contacted Celestial Clouds, who had almost been destroyed, and asked. Celestial Clouds was silent and did not answer. It seems that your injuries are quite serious. Ito sighed softly after waiting for a few seconds for Celestial Clouds to reply. Just a long-range attack was able to injure Celestial Clouds to this extent in an instant. After that, it dispersed the defensive energy in my body and directly injured me. I think that even a top legendary expert would not be able to do this. Could there be a demigod expert in the black clouds? After checking the condition of Celestial Clouds, Ito could not help but recall the situation that day as he speculated with a slightly serious expression. If that's the case, then this matter is very serious. Ito sighed softly as he reached out his hand to touch the red marks that still remained on his chest. Then he focused his mind again, closed his eyes, and mobilized the energy in his body to expel the remnant power in his body and accelerate the recovery of his injuries. This strange power was the remnant of the attack that was suspected to be from a demigod expert. In terms of quality, it was not inferior to the pure, spherical force in Ito's body. In order to completely expel it from his body, Ito actually used a full 3 days to succeed. The high-quality update was just around the corner. However, without the influence of these strange powers, Ito's injuries were much easier to recover from. In less than half a day, he was completely healed. After his injuries were healed, Ito flipped over and stood up from the ground. He used his mind to teleport out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the sea, where he entered the Rubik's Cube world. As soon as he appeared, a large number of strange fish beasts that were not creatures from Earth rushed towards Ito. They opened their bloody mouths full of sharp teeth and bit down on Ito. Even this place has been taken over by monsters. Ito used his mind to freeze the surrounding seawater and the monsters that swam toward him. He was shocked in his heart with a serious expression. Then, Ito, who had temporarily obstructed the movement of the monsters, quickly jumped out of the sea and reappeared in the sky above the sea. In an instant, the familiar dark clouds and the strange bird beasts that were flying everywhere filled his vision. As expected, the black cloud domain has expanded. Ito thought to himself. Then, he did not hesitate and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his home at the shrine in Akikurino City. Little brother, you are finally back. Seeing the sudden appearance of Sei Ito, Suzu Ito, who was staying in the living room, could not help but let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed. What? Did something happen while I was away? Sei Ito slowly walked to the opposite side of Suzu Ito and asked with a frown. This is a fax sent by the Ministry of Environment and Shrine, respectively. Take a look. Suzu Ito did not speak after hearing this. She just got up and walked into the room. Then, after about half a minute, she returned to the living room with 2 pieces of white paper. She sat down and handed the paper in her hand to Sei Ito and sighed. Sei Ito reached out and took the paper and looked down. The first thing that caught his eye was the word extremely secret, written in red on the paper. Sei Ito ignored the existence of the word and looked down to read the real content. The content of the document was very simple. It was a simple information announcement. But the content was about the situation of the Black Cloud domain on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. It turned out that shortly after Ito Sei entered the water, the masters of other countries and regions also broke out of the encirclement. They stopped on an uninhabited island relatively far away from the place covered by the black clouds. While discussing how to deal with the monster in the black clouds, they waited for the masters of other countries and regions to come. Fortunately, the masters of other countries also came quickly. After about half a day, the masters who could take charge of things gathered together. After some information exchange and field exploration, many masters once again launched an attack on the Black Cloud domain in the form of a scattered attack. At first, the results were very gratifying. Many masters successfully broke through the outer layer of the Black Cloud and reached the middle area of the Black Cloud, and defeated more than half of the monsters. But soon, everyone seemed to have crossed the line. A large number of monsters that were more powerful than the ones that Sei Ito had killed suddenly swarmed out of the Black Cloud under the leadership of the huge monsters that were similar to the ones that Sei Ito had killed and launched an attack on the masters. This sudden situation immediately caught the experts of the various countries off guard. They did not have a unified deployment and were fighting on their own, under the strange and powerful attacks of the monsters. This was the first time they had suffered casualties. But for everyone to be able to live until now, which one of them had not experienced countless life and death situations? Not to mention, the ones who died were strangers to most of the masters present. They were even enemies that could benefit their own organizations. Other than being more vigilant against the monsters in their hearts, they still did not retreat and continued to fight the monsters. But just as the masters were about to eliminate the new huge monsters at the cost of 1 or 2 of their members' deaths, dozens of attacks that Sei Ito had personally experienced and seriously injured him flew out from the depths of the Black Cloud. Like lasers hitting mosquitoes, they hit many masters. The result could be imagined. Almost immediately, half of the world's masters died on the spot, and half of the masters were seriously injured and unable to fight again. Then, in the process of breaking through the encirclement, they were entangled by the monsters that swarmed up and once again paid the price of the deaths of some of their members to escape. Among these dead people, there was the master of the Izumo Taisha that Sei Ito had met once, the 5th generation of the S-Class Master. As for the other masters, such as the behind-the-scenes leader of the Ministry of Environment, Tuyamon Yujin, ISE Grand Shrine's Great Priest Manaki, Hokkaido's Demon Race's Crow Wolf Tua Zhengzong, Buddhist sect's Zheng Jing, Buddhist sect's Master Huefa, and so on, all went there to check the situation. Even if they did not die, they did not have any good results. After this battle, the surviving masters did not have the strength to fight again. And under the premise that they did not have the holy healing medicine and special secret techniques, it was believed that they would not be able to fight for a long time. In addition, they had to guard against the enemy forces taking advantage of the situation. Even if the forces behind these masters had other masters, it would not be good to send them out. Therefore, the Black Cloud domain was surprisingly ignored by the masters from all over the world. As a result, without the disturbance of the masters, the Black Cloud quickly expanded and covered most of the uninhabited islands in the Pacific Ocean a few days later. The savage and brutal monsters broke through the Black Cloud domain, and for the first time, moved into the distance, preparing to launch an attack on the surrounding areas. The world is going to be chaotic. After reading the information on the page, Ito sighed and threw the page back to the ground. That's right, Ito Suzuki agreed. Beep, 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 beep. At this moment, a crisp sound rang. Suzu Ito, who knew what this sound meant, quickly got up and walked to the phone on the side, picked up the phone, and pressed on the receiver. The next moment, accompanied by a slight humming sound, another page was spat out from the fax under the phone. Chapter 1018. P.S. Thank you to Nick Finney and 5 Poison for their tips. High-quality update. Who sent the fax? Ito looked at Suzu Ito, who was standing in front of the phone waiting for the paper to be completely spat out, and asked curiously. It's from the Ministry of Environment. Suzu Ito glanced at the caller ID and answered. Oh, what does it say? When he heard that it was a fax from the Ministry of Environment, Ito became even more curious. Let me see. Suzu Ito picked up the paper that was completely spat out and looked down. Then, her expression slightly froze. While holding the paper, she turned around and walked to Ito and said in a low voice, "The monsters have landed on the coast of Australia." When she walked to Ito, she reached out and handed the fax to him. Tisk. Ito, who reached out to take the fax and looked down at the content, grinned and clicked his tongue. A place like Australia, if there is no external assistance, it will definitely not be able to stop the invasion of those monsters. Ito, who finished reading the contents of the paper, curled his lips and said as he threw it aside, "But it has nothing to do with us for the time being. As long as those monsters don't come to our door, we don't have to pay attention to them." Ito continued. How long has it been since the peaceful days? It's really... Suzu Ito shook her head slightly and sighed. It's easy to live a peaceful life. After you break through, you can go back there. By then, you can live a peaceful life for as long as you want, Ito said with a smile. Suzu Ito first rolled her eyes at Ito, then she also laughed. The two of them were relieved. But the Australian government was troubled by the monsters. Almost on the same day that the monsters landed, all the cities along the coast of Australia fell, and they quickly went deep into the Australian inland without stopping. Seeing this, the Australian government, in addition to sending the few experts and cannon fodder troops recruited by their subordinates to face the enemy, had no choice but to take out the national treasury after a high-level discussion and issue a request for help to the Bounty Union. The Bounty Union's response to this kind of national big deal was very fast. On the day they received the order, they first issued a task order to some specific members, asking them to immediately go to Australia to resist the invasion of monsters. At the same time, he changed the mission format to an unrestricted emergency mission. It was announced to all registered members with monetary rewards and special items as rewards. Since they were registered members of the Bounty Guild, they were naturally not people who knew their place. Stimulated by the dazzling amount of money or tempting special items, they excitedly accepted the mission and flew to Australia under the unified arrangement of the Bounty Union. High-quality updates are coming, however. These people were either from the middle and lower levels or from the upper echelons who were not well informed. For those who knew about the horrors of these monsters through other means, they were all shocked. The rewards offered by the Bounty Union were tempting. However, it was still not worth it for them to risk their lives for it. They all looked at the people who were rushing to accept the mission with a mocking expression, secretly mocking them for being reckless. Just like that. With the sudden support of the Bounty Union, the monsters' invasion of Australia was slightly slowed down. However, in the absence of a master who could make the final decision, this kind of support was still a bit weak. Soon, a group of monsters led by a powerful monster commander broke through and finally completely occupied Australia. However, less than a day after Australia was occupied by monsters, a large number of humanoid monsters began to appear in the monster community that was originally only filled with animal-type monsters. Then these monsters that suddenly became organized used Australia as a springboard and began to invade Southeast Asia. At the same time, just as the world's attention was focused on Australia and Southeast Asia, a large group of monsters that looked like fish but were not fish, reptiles but were not reptiles, landed on the coast near South America during the night and launched an attack on South America. It's rare for you to take the initiative to ask me out today. That afternoon, in a stylish private room, Ito looked at my Karaki, who was sitting across from him. My Karaki was wearing a white, double-necked, short-sleeved hook sweater with a black bra, faintly visible. Her slightly wavy brown hair was naturally spread out. I can't help it. It's because a certain someone is always lecherous. It's scary. My Karaki did not back down. That's because a certain someone is too attractive. Ito stretched out his hands and shrugged helplessly. My Karaki, who didn't know how to refute, rolled her eyes at Ito and retreated. Do you want to order something? Ito picked up the red leather menu on the table and opened it. Not yet. What do you want to eat? Ito asked as he flipped through the menu. Wait a moment, someone else is coming. My Karaki stopped Ito from ordering. So you didn't specially ask me out for a date. Ito put the menu back on the table and pretended to be disappointed. Then, Ito asked curiously, who else is coming later? Shuin, whom you met last time, and two of her friends, my Karaki explained. Ito made a sound of surprise. The high-quality update is here. I'm not sure about the details. Shuin only asked me to ask you out. My Karaki replied, as if it had nothing to do with her. I see. I remember that Okamura has my number. Why didn't she call me directly? Ito nodded and then muttered to himself in confusion. After all, Shuin only met you once, and she's a girl. Do you think everyone is as thick-skinned as you? My Karaki took the opportunity to mock him. All right, you're right, Ito said helplessly. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye as the two of them chatted. Just as Ito and my Karaki were about to finish the juice in their cups, a rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. Please come in. My Karaki looked at the door and said loudly. Clack! After she said that, there was a soft sound. Okamura Shuin, whom Ito had met once, and two other girls of similar age to her walked into the room with a polite sorry for disturbing. Then, as the middleman between the two parties, Okamura Shuin introduced Ito, my Karaki, and the two girls to each other. This is Maeda Atsuko. After introducing Ito, Seiji, and Karaki Mai, Okamura Hatsuin pointed at the woman beside her. She was wearing a white tight-collared sleeveless sweater and a black short skirt. She had a round face, big eyes, and black shoulder-length black hair. She was wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and she looked very intellectual and beautiful. This is Atano Tomomi. Then, Okamura Shuin pointed to the girl beside Maeda Atsuko. She was wearing a light pink off-the-shoulder top with a white long-sleeve shirt, paired with a red and yellow pleated skirt and a pair of open-toed sandals. Oval face, big eyes. When she smiled, she showed a small canine tooth. She had wavy long hair, like my Karaki's. Please take care of us. Maeda Atsuko and Itano Tomomi greeted in unison. Everyone, take a seat. My Karaki, who was a senior in the circle, greeted them. Then, everyone sat down with Ito and my Karaki on one side of the long table, while Okamura Shuin, Maeda Atsuko, and Itano Tomomi sat on the other side. Then, they called for the waiter. They officially ordered the dishes. After ordering and waiting for the dishes to be served, Ito looked at Okamura Shuin and asked, I heard from my Karaki that Okamura is looking for me this time. Ah, yes. Okamura Shuin quickly replied, then explained, Actually, it's not that I'm looking for you. It's that Tomomi has something to ask you. Oh. Ito looked at Itano Tomomi with a puzzled expression. Yes. Itano Tomomi smiled embarrassedly and explained, I've been having bad luck recently. It's as if I'm possessed by the god of misfortune. Almost everything I do is not going well. Coincidentally, I met Shuin 2 days ago and complained to her. Shuin told me that she met a very powerful person some time ago and that he might be able to help me. Hearing this, Okamura smiled at Ito embarrassedly. What about you? Are you the same? Ito smiled back at Okamura Shuin, then looked at Maeda Atsuko and asked, "Me? No, I'm fine. I'm just accompanying Tomomi to give her courage." Maeda Atsuko quickly shook her head and explained with a smile. "Courage?" Seito and my Kuraki asked curiously. "Because I heard that we'll be meeting Kuraki-senpai. I'm a little uncertain, so I called Sunko-chan over." Itano Tomomi replied embarrassedly. "Am I that scary?" My Kuraki pretended to be depressed and asked. No. Itano Tomomi hurriedly replied. Then, there was a burst of friendly laughter in the room. "In other words, you want to change your luck, right?" After the laughter, Seito looked at Itano Tomomi again and said, "Yes." Itano Tomomi replied with a serious expression. After receiving an affirmative answer, Seito carefully looked at Itano Tomomi. Using his spiritual eye, he found that there was indeed an unlucky aura coiling around her face, covering her faded star. Clearly, this was the crux of the problem. "Tell me your birthday. I want the exact time, the kind that's when you were young." After a while, Seito looked away and asked. Itano Tomomi immediately told Seito her date of birth. Of course, Itano Tomomi followed the Japanese custom of reporting her royal name. Seito had no choice but to change the date of birth to the Western calendar. Then, he compared the Western calendar with China's perpetual calendar and the 4 pillars of year, month, day, and time. During this process, my Kuraki, Hatsuen Okamura, and Atsuko Maeda all held their breaths and focused their attention on Seito. "That's enough," Seito said. "After the meal, follow me back to the shrine and cleanse yourselves." "Okay," Itano Tomomi agreed. Seeing that the official business was finished, Seito's group of 5 began to chat aimlessly. Then, in the middle of the conversation, someone suddenly brought up the topic of news about monsters on the internet. Since then, the topic revolved around monsters and the monster incident that broke out in Japan a year and a half ago. "Do you know what those monsters are?" My Kuraki suddenly looked at Seito and asked. When this question was asked, Hatsuen Okuma, Itano Tomomi, and Atsuko Maeda all stopped talking and looked at Seito together. "I know." Seito curled his lips and said, "Ah." My Kuraki and the other 3 exclaimed in unison. "I can't tell you the details, but if there's nothing else, it's better to stay in Japan. The outside world isn't safe." Seito shrugged and didn't go into details. "Then, will those monsters appear in Japan?" "Just like last time. I saw on the internet that those monsters have already occupied parts of Indonesia and South America. They're continuing to move to Thailand and other Southeast Asian countries." Atsuko Maeda quickly asked. "That depends on the specific situation. If the monsters continue to move on their current path, they'll probably be defeated in India and China. But if the monsters change their direction midway, it's hard to say. Maybe after a while, they'll land in Shikoku and Kyushu." Seito frowned and explained. "Ah, my Kuraki, Hatsuen Okuma, Atsuko Maeda, and Itano Tomomi all exclaimed in unison when they heard Seito's words. "Okay, you're not exaggerating, right?" My Kuraki, who has been through a lot, said in disbelief. "Well, this is just my opinion. The specific situation still depends on the actions of the countries around the world. If the action is fast enough, it's not impossible to completely eliminate the monsters before they land." Seito shrugged indifferently. "But I have to remind you that these words are only for us to say. Don't spread it out. Otherwise, it won't be good if people from the Ministry of Defense and the police come." Then, Seito reminded them. "We're not stupid." My Kuraki rolled her eyes at Seito and said. But with Seito's reminder, they stopped talking about monsters and changed the topic to other things. It's just that the atmosphere at this time was not as lively as before, and it seemed a little depressing. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly ate, paid the bill, and left the club together. They drove to the Ito Shrine in Akikuruno City. More than half an hour later, Seito and his group of 5 arrived at the Ito Shrine and saw Suzu Ito, who was idling in the shrine. "Hey, little brother, you're good. You even hooked up with a big star without saying anything." Seeing the faces of my Karaki, Hatsuen, Okuma, Atsuko Maeda, and Itano Tomomi, Suzu Ito, who is familiar with celebrity gossip, quietly walked to Sei Ito's side and whispered in his ear, and there's more than one. Chapter 1019. Sei Ito looked at his sister speechlessly, then pretended to ignore her and led Kuraki Mai, Hokura Hatsuen, Maeda Atsuko, and Itano Tomomi into the house behind the shrine. Sister, take out a white robe, Sei Ito said to Suzu Ito, who followed them in. Suzu Ito nodded, turned around, and walked into the house. After a while, she came out with a white robe that was as white as new. It was the white robe that the witches usually wore underneath their white robes. Sei Ito took the white robe and handed it to the beautifully dressed Itano Tomomi. Change into it, Sei Ito said. Then, as if remembering something, he reminded her, remember to take off your underwear. Okay. Itano Tomomi took the robe and nodded in agreement. Follow me, Suzu Ito said knowingly. Itano Tomomi and Suzu Ito walked into a guest room in the house and changed their clothes. Take a seat first, Sei Ito said to Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsuen, and Maeda Atsuko, who stayed in the living room. The three of them nodded and walked to the side and sat down. Seeing that the three of them were seated, Sei Ito didn't stay any longer and turned around and walked into the house. About 10 minutes later, he came out wearing a priest robe, holding a brush, cinnabar, and yellow joss paper. Seeing Sei Ito's outfit, Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsuen, and Maeda Atsuko's eyes lit up. Obviously, Sei Ito's outfit surprised them. Sei Ito smiled and nodded at the three of them, then walked out of the living room to the shrine in the front yard. He walked into the main hall and sat down to make a talisman. With Sei Ito's cultivation level, he didn't need to be so formal in making a simple talisman to change luck. He could easily make it. However, if he did that, it would not only make people feel that he did not respect them, it would also make them suspect that he was a big liar. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Sei Ito had no choice but to put on a full set of equipment and put on a show. After all, human psychology was just so weird. However, Sei Ito estimated that after this torturous performance, they would not be able to do anything. Coupled with Itano Tomomi's personal experience, perhaps his shrine would become a new treasure in the celebrity circle in the future and be sought after by all kinds of celebrities. I'll just take it as expanding my family's business. Sei Ito, who seemed to be concentrating on regulating his breathing, mocked himself inwardly. The three of them were curious about what Sei Ito was going to do. They first looked at each other, then got up from their seats and followed Sei Ito to the shrine in the front yard. They stopped outside the main hall and looked inside. After pretending to concentrate for 5 minutes, Sei Ito suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, whether it was Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsuen, or Maeda Atsuko, all three of them felt their eyes light up. They realized that Sei Ito gave them a different feeling. Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsuen, and Maeda Atsuko could not help but look at each other. Other than Kuraki Mai, who already knew that Sei Ito was not a simple person, Okamura Hatsuen and Maeda Atsuko could feel that the person in front of them was not ordinary. They secretly exclaimed that they had met an incredible person. Sei Ito did not care about what the three people outside the hall thought. He dipped his brush in ink, waved his hand, and wrote a Taoist talisman on the yellow joss paper in one go. He then used a thin brush to write Itano Tomomi's birth characters on the two sides of the talisman. Taoism is different from Taoism. One is a religion and mainly engages in religious activities. The inner cultivation method is similar to that of a sorcerer. Most of them borrow the power of the gods to draw talismans, and most of them have the ability to exorcise ghosts. Taoism refers to the individual cultivators who cultivate the heart and mind. They are qi cultivators. All the techniques used are self-sufficient. They are not fake immortals. Other than that, feng shui, geomancy, fortune-telling, and fortune-telling can also be considered Taoists. However, Because of the mixing of Taoism and Taoism, most of the names are mixed up. In addition, Taoism refers to the cultivators from the ancient Xianmen sect. There are 4 branches of Xianmen sect: Hua, Xia, Yin, and Huang. 2 of them are completely lost, and the other 2 are hidden. Even the hidden ones are incomplete. After finishing the last stroke, Seito flicked the brush to the side. He began to chant the incantation to imbue the talisman with spiritual energy. Soon, a faint ray of light flashed across the surface of the talisman. Kuraki and the other 2 girls thought that it was an illusion. Phew! After finishing the incantation, Seito exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He picked up the talisman and stood up from the ground. He turned around and walked out of the main hall of worship. "You guys are..." Seito pretended to be puzzled as he looked at the 3 women who were looking at him strangely. "Amazing," Maeda Atsuko exclaimed softly. "Ah." Seito looked at Maeda Atsuko and said softly, "Is this a completed talisman?" Kuraki looked at the talisman on the yellow joss paper in Seito's hand and asked. "Yes." Seito smiled and said, "Later, we just need to seal Itano's hair inside, and it will be considered complete." "Oh." Kuraki and the other 2 women replied in unison. "Let's go. Let's go inside and wait for her." Seito smiled and brought Kuraki, Okamura Hatsuko, and Maeda Atsuko back to the house in the backyard of the shrine. They sat down in the living room and started chatting. About half an hour later, her hair was wet. Itano Tomomi and Ito Rin, who was dressed in a red and white witch dress, returned to the room. Her white dress stuck to her body, revealing the color of her skin and her inner secrets. Seeing Seito in the room, Itano Tomomi suddenly remembered her current appearance. Her face immediately turned red. She lowered her head and hurried into the room with Suzu Ito. "You?" Kuraki looked at Seito, who was looking at Itano Tomomi's perky butt, and said unhappily. Hearing Kuraki's voice, Okamura Hatsuko and Maeda Atsuko also noticed Seito's situation. They couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Seito, whose face was as thick as a city wall, shrugged nonchalantly and retracted his gaze. After another 10 minutes, Itano Tomomi, who had put on her clothes again, returned to the living room. "Give me a strand of your hair." Seeing Itano Tomomi come out, Seito said to her. Although Itano Tomomi didn't know why Seito wanted her hair, she still obediently took it in front of her eyes. She pulled out a strand of hair and handed it to Seito. Seito took the strand of hair and put it into the talisman paper. He folded the talisman paper into a rectangular shape and stuffed it into a talisman bag that any shrine would have. Then he handed it back to Itano Tomomi. "Keep it with you. It will take effect in 3 days at most," Seito said. "Okay." Itano Tomomi took the talisman bag with both hands. Then she asked a little embarrassedly that, "How much is this?" "It's free," Seito said with a smile. Itano Tomomi looked at Seito in surprise. She didn't know what to do. "After all, you're a friend that Okamura asked me to help. It's a bit inappropriate to ask for money to help a friend. If you feel embarrassed, you can introduce a few more guests to my shrine in the future so that my shrine can donate more." Ito-sei laughed. "Thank you. I will definitely ask my friends to visit your shrine in the future." Itano Tomomi kept the talisman bag and said, "Thank you." Okamura Hatsuko also thanked him. "It's a small matter." "You're welcome." Seito waved his hand casually. After that, they chatted with Suzu Ito for a while. Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsuko, Maeda Atsuko, and Itano Tomomi left together. Seito sent them to the foot of the mountain, then they got into the car and drove away. After a while, they completely disappeared from Seito's sight. After watching them leave, Seito went back to the mountain and chatted with Suzu Ito for a while. Then he went back to the house, took off his priest robe, and changed into his daily clothes. Then he accompanied Suzu Ito to watch a TV show. The actions of the demons were just as Seito said when he was eating with Kuraki Mai and the other girls. The advancement of the monsters was blocked in China, which had a long history and who knew how many masters were hidden in it, and in India, which was a religious country. In India, they had more or less occupied more than half of the land. They were only blocked in the capital and some important religious cities. However, the monsters were completely blocked in China's remote mountains and outside the country's borders. They were blocked by the defensive formation that the self-cultivators had set up in advance. The monster army, which had no results after hundreds of attacks, immediately split into two groups. One group, which had fewer monsters, turned to India and joined the monster army in India to strengthen their attack on India. The other group went north along China's border, continuing to test the waters while advancing towards Japan. On the other hand, the monster army that landed in South America encountered strong resistance from the local black wizards. After they were defeated, they quickly broke through the coastal area and completely entered the inland area of South America. Fortunately, the South American continent had a vast tropical rainforest environment, which was very suitable for the activities of these local wizards and Amazon-like warriors, so there was room to deal with the monsters again. At this time, the secret organizations of any country realized the seriousness of the matter, knowing that if they did not unite together, they were likely to be defeated by this group of monsters one by one. Finally, under the organization of the government, the high-level officials of each country sent out a joint invitation to discuss specific action plans. Naturally, as one of the few S-level masters in Japan, Sei Ito also received an invitation. England. Sei Ito muttered to himself as he looked at the location of the meeting written on the invitation. Sister, according to the method I said, open all the mountain protection formations. According to the current movement speed of the monsters, they can reach the Sea of Japan by this evening or late at night at the latest. Sei Ito, who turned his hand and put away the invitation, turned his head to look at Suzu Ito and said, "Okay." Suzu Ito nodded and agreed with a heavy expression. Really, why did it have to be at this time? Then, Ito Rin said in a low voice with an unhappy expression, Chapter 1020. Yeah, of all times, Sei Ito agreed with a sigh. This was indeed a bad time, and it was the critical time when his mother, Eriko, was preparing to break through to S-class. Forget it. It's useless to think too much about it. It's better to be prepared, Sei Ito reminded. I know. Suzu Ito nodded, knowing that it was not the time to complain. If that's the case, I'll go first, Sei Ito stood up and said. Okay. Be careful when you get there. Suzu Ito also stood up and walked around the table to Sei Ito. She stretched out her hands to help Sei Ito tidy up the creases on his clothes. I know, Sei Ito nodded and said. You too, be careful. After that, he nodded to Suzu Ito again and used the Flying Thunder God spell to disappear from the room and Suzu Ito's sight. The next moment, he appeared in a dark alley on the streets of England that no one paid attention to. Since there was still some time before the meeting, Sei Ito directly chanted a spell to open a secret passage next to him. He stepped into the demonic realm and went straight to the home of his local mistress, 2-star mage Ingrid. Welcome, Ingrid, who was wearing casual clothes, said to Sei Ito. This is... Sei Ito slowly walked toward Ingrid and looked at the various things in the room in confusion. There were many types of things, but Sei Ito could tell that most of them were magic items from the mana fluctuation he sensed. There were even casting tools. Ingrid put down the teapot in her hand and handed the teacup to Sei Ito. You don't know. What? Sei Ito took the teacup and asked in confusion. Don't tell me you don't know about the recent monster rampage? Ingrid asked in a slightly exaggerated tone. How can I not know about such a big thing? Sei Ito looked at Ingrid and said in annoyance. Then he looked at the items in the room again and said, Don't tell me you're going to the front line. Do you think I want to? Ingrid sighed helplessly. What? Sei Ito looked away and frowned at Ingrid. The Magic Association has issued an emergency recruitment order. All 2-star mages registered in the Magic Association must obey the order and gather at the headquarters of the Magic Association for temporary reorganization, Ingrid explained. Even though it's a temporary reorganization, it looks like they're ready to go to the battlefield at any time. So just in case, Ingrid's gaze fell on the magic tools. Ingrid, I really don't know about that. Ito shrugged and replied. How? This order is directly sent to everyone's hands through the badge. As long as the badge isn't destroyed, there's no way it's wrong. Ingrid looked at Ito in surprise. Hearing this, Ito finally understood why he didn't receive this order. It was because he threw the badge directly into the Rubik's Cube world, so although his badge wasn't destroyed. But as long as the Magic Association's recruitment order wasn't sent to another world, it was impossible for it to appear in front of him. But at this time, Ito wasn't stupid enough to take out his badge and take the initiative to accept the recruitment order. Anyway, the Magic Association had a way to know whether the order was sent to the members or not. Naturally, they would know who didn't come because they received the order and who didn't come because they didn't receive the order. I'm not sure. Maybe my badge was destroyed during a battle. Ito said indifferently. Is that so? Ingrid looked at Ito strangely at first, then nodded. But it's good that you didn't receive the order. You don't have to give your great treasure to those monsters. As expected of my woman, you know how to think for me. Thank you. Ito casually tossed the teacup in his hand away. While holding it with psychokinesis, he wrapped his arms around Ingrid's waist and lowered his head to smell her lips. They were entangled with each other intensely. After separating from her again, he chuckled and teased her. Shouldn't I want it? Ingrid, with tears in her eyes, wrapped her arms around Ito's neck and said with a seductive voice, Okay. Ito felt that Ingrid was indulging herself before the battle, so he didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. Then he bent over, put his right arm under Ingrid's knee, and lifted her up horizontally. Then he strode towards Ingrid's bedroom with great familiarity. Thud! After entering the bedroom, Ito skillfully threw Ingrid onto the big, soft bed. Then he bent down and kissed Ingrid again. At the same time, their hands moved at the same time, quickly taking off each other's thin clothes. Soon, they were completely naked. Since he was going crazy, Ito didn't deliberately take care of Ingrid's body. He skipped the initial warmth and directly pushed the weapon into Ingrid's body. Ouch! Ingrid suddenly felt a strange sensation and pain in her heart. She raised her head and let out a low cry. Then, Ito held Ingrid's breast with both hands and kneaded the two soft lumps in his palms. His movements were fierce. In an instant, Ingrid's contradictory cries of pain mixed with pleasure echoed in the room. At the same time, a wave of erotic aura was emitted from their bodies and filled the room. In the fierce close combat, Ito and Ingrid kept changing their martial arts moves, trying to show each other the contents of the secret manuals they had seen in videos, books, or other sources. They wanted to obtain an indescribable pleasure. After a while, Ingrid, who finally reached the realm of martial arts first, wrapped her limbs around Ito's body and raised her head to let out a loud cry. Soon, under Ingrid's strenuous resistance, Ito finally reached the realm of martial arts and stimulated the essence. You're so cruel, Ingrid complained as she hugged Ito's head, who was lying on her chest. I'm just catering to you. Ito, who was still playing with Ingrid's breasts, chuckled and said, You like it too, don't you? I feel that it's swollen. Ingrid rolled her eyes and pouted, not caring whether Ito saw it or not. It's okay. I'll heal it for you later, Ito said with a smile as he moved his waist slightly. Hiss! Ingrid hissed softly as she felt the strange feeling in her body. The two of them cuddled like this for a while before Ito stood up and healed Ingrid's body. Then, the two of them lay naked on the bed and talked for a while before falling asleep in each other's arms. But because of something on his mind, Ito didn't sleep for long before he opened his eyes again and quietly pulled himself away from Ingrid's body. After he cleaned himself up and left a note for Ingrid, he left Ingrid's house and walked out of the devil's realm through the secret entrance. He returned to the streets of England and rushed to the location of the conference written on the invitation. About 20 minutes later, Ito arrived at the venue of the conference. It was a luxurious hotel with more than 20 floors. Seito walked into the hotel and took the elevator to the floor where the conference was held. He then walked toward the banquet hall on that floor. "Please show me your invitation." Just as Seito was about to enter the banquet hall, a beautiful woman in a sleeveless red dress with her blonde hair tied up stopped Seito with a smile and said respectfully. Ito-sei took out the invitation letter from his arms and handed it to the woman guarding the door. The woman took the invitation with both hands and carefully checked it before handing it back to Seito respectfully. She then bowed and said respectfully, "Please come in." Seito nodded slightly with a calm expression and walked into the banquet hall. The banquet hall was very large, covering hundreds of square meters. The floor was paved with neatly arranged square black marble. 2 long tables covered with white tablecloths and filled with all kinds of Chinese and Western food were placed parallel to each other on both sides of the hall. A crystal chandelier with a main lamp and a dozen auxiliary lamps hung on the ceiling of the banquet hall. The pale yellow light it emitted made the hall pale yellow, giving people a faint sense of warmth. Seito wasn't the first to arrive. There were already a dozen people in the banquet hall. Of course, he wasn't the last to arrive either. Although he didn't know how many experts would be attending the conference, he knew that not all of them were present. Seeing a newcomer come in, the people who were already in the venue all looked at Ito-sei. Most of the people present were stunned. They didn't know who Seito was, or they were surprised by how young he was. Similarly, Seito also glanced at them one by one. Then, he retracted his gaze and walked to the long table at the side. He reached out and took a drink from a waitress who came to his side. He casually picked up some snacks to eat while silently waiting for the other participants to arrive. After waiting for about half an hour, the door of the banquet hall slowly closed under the push of the 2 gatekeepers. At this time, the number of participants in the banquet hall was no longer the previous dozen people, but 30 to 40 people. Most of them were blonde Westerners. Only a few of them were black-haired Asians. I don't know if China disdained to send people or what, but only 2 people came. On the Japanese side, except for the guy from the imperial family, people from Buddhism, Shinto, Demon, and the Ministry of Environment are all here. Seito thought as he looked at everyone. Chapter 1021. P.S. Thank you to 1577478660 so-and-so and Z882339 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. At this time, a middle-aged blonde man, who was about 9 meters tall, had a burly body, a rigid and dignified face. He was wearing a hand-tailored casual suit and looked to be in his 40s. He slowly walked to the center of the banquet hall. There was a red cashmere carpet on the platform that was 5 to 6 centimeters higher than the ground. As he moved, the whispers in the banquet hall quickly disappeared. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man. "Who is this?" A Western man not far from Seito asked someone he was familiar with. "He seems to be Queen Elizabeth's guardian knight." The person who was asked replied in an uncertain tone. Then he sighed and whispered to himself, "It seems that what happened in the British Isles is very important to Her Majesty the Queen. She even sent out her own guardian knight. She has to take it seriously." It is said that 2 nuclear submarines that were sent to carry out the elimination mission were sunk by monsters. The explosion of the nuclear bomb didn't have much effect. This incident is far beyond what ordinary military forces can solve. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to send out invitations to other countries to convene this conference. Another man who heard the conversation between the 2 leaned over and whispered, "Ahem." At this time, the rigid man who walked to the small platform suddenly coughed softly. Although he didn't use a microphone or other sound amplification equipment, his soft cough still sounded clearly in everyone's ears. It showed that this person had exquisite control over his own energy. "My name is Valtori St. York Windsor. On behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you." The rigid man saluted everyone with a textbook etiquette. He actually has the middle name of Saint and the last name of Windsor. This guardian knight's identity is not simple. Hearing the rigid man's self-introduction, Ito thought to himself. In Western countries, those who had the word saint at the beginning of their names were basically saints who had left behind glorious achievements in ancient times. For example, those saints in the Bible stories. And those with the word saint in the middle meant that there were people among the ancestors who had obtained merits and achievements comparable to those of the saints. Or the person had obtained a special title, such as the church's highest honor, Holy Knight. Windsor was the name of the country. Britain had always been called the Windsor dynasty by the members of the European royal family. Therefore, to be able to have the surname Windsor, it meant that this person's background was very impressive. At the very least, he was a member of the royal family and was of the same clan as the current Queen Elizabeth Alexander Marie Windsor. In fact, for those who knew Queen Elizabeth II family, when they heard that her surname was York, they already understood. Queen Elizabeth II's grandfather was the Duke of York. I'm a straightforward person. I don't like to talk about boring things that have nothing to do with the matter before talking about business. So, I hereby announce that the meeting has officially begun. Please express your opinions on the recent monster incidents. Then, a rigid middle-aged man named Valtori St. York Windsor announced. Fortunately, the people who gathered here were not ordinary people, except for some people who pretended to be elegant. Not many people like to make a long opening speech, not to mention in the current situation where every second was crucial, so no one felt that there was anything wrong with Valtori's speech. However, because no one took the lead, the entire banquet hall could not help but fall into an awkward silence. Although the rigid Valtori also noticed the situation at the scene, he disdained to make a speech to mediate, so he just looked on coldly and maintained the annoying look of someone who owed him a lot of money. Fortunately, this was the United Kingdom, the main venue of Valtori. Soon, a relatively tactful middle-aged man raised his voice and spoke out his thoughts, as a primer to break the awkward silence and mobilize the meeting. For the proposal to jointly eliminate the monsters, all the members of the organization or the person in charge of the meeting agreed, without meaning. But when they talked about the specific steps and methods, they fell into disagreement and fierce quarrels. Since the church is the largest organization in the world, the church should be the main force of the attack. This is the time for the church to show its righteousness to the world. Why do you oppose my proposal? A handsome young man in his 20s was wearing a hand-tailored black tuxedo. His long blonde hair was neatly combed back into a ponytail. He looked at a white-haired man in a bishop's uniform and said with a smile, "For this battle of annihilation, the church will naturally not back down. But it's impossible for all of us to go out. We have to leave some elite knights to guard against some dirty, dark creatures who do not care about righteousness and sneak attacks from behind." The white-haired bishop glanced faintly at the man in the tuxedo, as well as the dignified middle-aged man and the cold man in a black robe standing next to him, and said, "Obviously, these three people were the so-called dark creatures in the bishop's words. Marksbro, are you provoking us?" Without waiting for the young man who had a flash of anger on his face to speak, the majestic middle-aged man next to him, who had a rather rough appearance, had a sudden change in his eyes. His eyes turned into those of a beast that exuded a wild aura as he stared at the bishop named Marksbro and said in a deep voice. Seeing the situation between the two groups, the people who already had a faint understanding of the situation stepped back one after another. They cleared a large space for the two groups of people who were confronting each other. "Mr. Sunwolf, Bishop Marksbro, please don't forget the purpose of gathering everyone here this time." Just when the two groups of people were about to draw their swords, the knight Valtori, who had been listening to the discussion at the side, walked out from the crowd and looked at both sides with a slightly solemn face. Sunwolf and Marksbro, who did not want to really provoke each other, heard the words and stared at each other in unison. After that, they slowly dispersed the aura that they had just gathered and stepped aside to show respect to Valtori. "Everyone, please continue." The knight who temporarily resolved the dispute between the two sides bowed slightly to the crowd and stepped aside again, quietly listening to the discussion of the crowd. With the scene just now, whether they were sincere or not, the members of the various organizations who were or were still in a hostile state restrained themselves and continued to discuss in a relatively friendly manner. However, this was only a superficial phenomenon after all, so until more than half an hour later, they could not really come up with a final plan. In the end, no one knew who suggested that we should attack the monsters together from all directions. The small details were still maintained in the original organizational form. Except for the size of the personnel, it was the same battle plan as the initial attack on the monsters. Because the members of the various organizations could not trust each other, they agreed to this perfunctory battle plan almost without much consideration. Since the battle plan had been decided, everyone immediately discussed and chose their respective war zones on the huge, three-dimensional world map that was unfolded in the banquet hall. Among them, China, which was the main war zone, Japan, which was about to become a war zone, and India, which was about to fall, naturally did not have to choose. They directly withdrew from the discussion and sat down to see the results of other people's choices. In this way, after nearly an hour of wrangling and discussion, all the organizations chose their battle zones around China, Japan, India, and South America based on their close and distant relationships and alliances. At this point, the purpose of the entire conference was basically achieved. Everyone simply drank a glass of pre-war wine. Then they left the banquet hall one after another and rushed back to their respective countries and organizations. For this matter, our two countries have to cooperate more. On the way out of the hotel, the head of the Ministry of Environment, Tsutomu Eugene, reached out his hand and said to the Chinese government representative, "Well said. I'm afraid we won't be able to take care of ourselves at that time." The middle-aged person in charge, who was obviously from Zigoan, reached out with a fake smile and shook hands with Tsutomu Eugene. He replied with a hidden meaning in his words. "With the strength of your country, how can a mere monster be difficult for you?" Tsutomu Eugene complimented. "To maintain the current situation, we have consumed a lot of our combat power. If there is a group of monsters joining, we can't resist." The head of the Ministry of National Security shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I still believe in the strength of your country. You will definitely be able to get through this difficult time. Therefore, if possible, I would like to ask your country to lend a helping hand to my country. When the time comes, my country will be eternally grateful." Tuyuman Yojin finished speaking. Then he suddenly made a 90-degree bow to the representative of the Ministry of National Security. At the same time, the Grand Priest of ISC Shrine, the two monks of Jinyin sect and Pure Land sect also bowed to each other in their own way. I can only say that it depends on the situation. After all, the situation of the war is not something you and I can decide. The representative of the Ministry of National Security replied, unmoved. "We understand," Tsutomu Eugene said with a face of understanding. "Well, I have to quickly send the news back to the country. I will take my leave first." The representative of the Ministry of National Security, who didn't want to talk nonsense with Tsutomu Eugene, said, "Okay." Tsutomu Eugene tactfully didn't disturb them. He watched the representative of the Ministry of National Security and the Taoist on the other side, who was wearing a Taoist robe and seemed to be the representative of a traditional force, leave. "Let's go." Tsutomu Eugene withdrew his gaze and said to the Grand Priest of ISC Shrine, the two monks, and the leader of the Hokkaido monster clan, Tarantula Zhongzong, who had a gloomy expression. "Say Ito," who temporarily gathered together, said. Everyone nodded and flew into the sky one after another, flying back to Japan. Fortunately, although the flying speed of Tsutomu Eugene and the others was not as fast as Sei Ito's speed of 4 times the speed of sound under psychokinesis, they were more than 1 time the speed of sound and reached 2 times the speed of sound. Therefore, after flying for more than 10 hours, they finally returned to Japan in the evening of the second day. But at this time, the monsters had already landed in Japan from the coastlines of Shikoku and Kyushu. Fortunately, Tsutomu Eugene had informed the cabinet and the imperial family in advance, asking them to issue a notice and send police forces and so on to transfer the members of the two places to the main island and Hokkaido. For the Japanese people who had already experienced a great war between demons and demons, they were already prepared to flee when they learned about this situation. Therefore, under the guidance of the police, they were very cooperative and took the things that they had prepared in advance. Once again, they embarked on the journey of leaving home. Of course, no matter which country, there would be a thorn or an old person who didn't want to leave home. For these people who couldn't be persuaded for a long time, the police force would forcibly take them away. For those who couldn't be taken away, they were left at home and left to fend for themselves. Without the garrison and most of the residents, Shikoku and Kyushu immediately became empty islands. Under the attack of the monsters, they were completely occupied in less than half a day. Then they moved to Hyogo, Kobe, Osaka, and Kyoto. At first, the monsters encountered an empty city with almost no residents. But when the monsters broke into Kyoto, Kyubi, who felt that his territory was occupied by foreign creatures, suddenly became furious and mobilized the monster army in Kyoto to fight with the monster army. Under the attack of dozens of A-class monsters, 3 or 4 S-class monsters, and a legendary 9-tailed monster, the monsters that were advancing from Kyoto were all wiped out on the spot. Only a small number of monsters that were advancing from the Kamikaku and Chuj Mountains to Nara and Mia Mountains were able to advance. But soon, the monsters on this front line encountered resistance from Shinto, Buddhism, the Ministry of Environment, and the traditional forces, which completely intercepted them. It's really surprising. Kyubi, who was originally a big problem, has actually become an important combat force. Sei Ito, who was sitting at home, looked at the information sent by the Ministry of Environment and laughed strangely. Yeah, no one expected Kyubi to suddenly launch an attack. Suzu Ito also laughed in agreement. But Kyubi's existence is still a problem. Who knows when it will turn from a helper to a great enemy? Sei Ito said as he casually tossed the report aside. Then, he stood up and walked out without looking back. I'm going to work. Remember to come back early. Suzu Ito reminded him. After Ito, Sei walked out of his house. He shot forward and flew to the top of the shrine. He ignored the sudden increase in population density due to the monsters and the migration from Shikoku, Kyushu, Kobe, Hyogo, Osaka, and other places to other parts of the peninsula. At that moment, they were worshipping at their own shrines. When they saw Ito Sei fly to the sky, they knelt on the ground and flew to Akakarino City. Akakarino City was not big to begin with. In less than a minute, he arrived at his destination and landed. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out an octagonal black pillar about 1.5 meters long and 8 centimeters wide and forcefully inserted it into the ground, leaving only a small part exposed. This repeated until the sky turned pitch black again. Chapter 1022. It's finally done. Sei Ito, who inserted the last octagon-shaped black column into the ground, straightened up and said, although Hariyoshi said that it's still in the experimental stage and the specific effect is still uncertain, at least it's better than nothing. While thinking about this, Sei Ito turned his hands over, and more than a dozen thick glass test tubes containing cyan blue liquid appeared in his hands. Sei Ito swung his hands, and all the glass test tubes in his hand were thrown to the ground by him. Pa pa pa. Several crisp sounds immediately reverberated in the field, startling the pedestrians who hurriedly passed by. They all looked at Sei Ito angrily. Sei Ito didn't care about the angry stares of these people who were now under his rule. He turned around and left with an indifferent expression, slowly walking back in the direction of the shrine. However, not long after Sei Ito left, the cyan blue liquid that should have been on the ground quickly disappeared from the asphalt road as if it had never appeared, leaving behind the debris of the test tubes. On the other side, after 3 days and 3 nights of continuous attack, the monsters who had been unable to break through the joint front formed by Kyubi and various forces once again used the same trick, while leaving a part of the monsters to continue attacking the two lines as a distraction. The monsters that arrived later changed their route. They bypassed the fortress like Kyoto, Nara, Mie, and other places along the coast, and landed in Shizuoka and Kinchi. Although the people of the Ministry of the Environment had judged the possibility of the monsters changing their landing location based on the information obtained from China, they could not specifically predict where the monsters would choose to land. The Ministry of the Environment and various forces were still caught off guard by the monsters' actions. They failed to intercept the monsters outside the coastline in the first place. They broke into the inland from two places and rushed to Yamanashi, Aizu, Shizuoka, Tokyo, and other places. However, because of the existence of Mount Fuji between Shizuoka and Yamanashi, as an important spiritual gathering place and symbol of Japan, Mount Fuji was protected by countless powerful enchantments, so the residents who accidentally ran in a Mount Fuji area in these two places were safe from the monsters and temporarily saved their lives. However, the bad news was that the monsters had spared the nine-tailed beast. As a result, the nine-tailed beast, who was originally a great help, was once again left vacant. The pressure of the battle was completely handed over to the Environment Ministry, Shintoism, Buddhism, traditional forces, and the experts of the fugitive organizations of the Southeast Asian countries who came to support them. Sei Ito's expression froze when he realized that he could no longer stay out of this matter. Under Suzu Ito's gaze, he abruptly stood up and quickly walked out of the room. Suzu Ito, who didn't know what was going on, quickly got up from her seat and followed him. The two of them walked out of the house and walked through the corridor to the backyard where their mother Eriko was in seclusion. They stood in front of the rockery. "Little brother, are you planning to let mother come out of seclusion?" Suzu Ito asked. "No, I want to help my mother break through in advance." Ito Sei shook his head and explained. Suzu Ito looked at Sei Ito in surprise. "I originally didn't want to use this method. Although it can help mother to break through quickly, the effect of the breakthrough is still inferior to the breakthrough achieved through hard work. After the breakthrough, she needs some time to consolidate. However, under the current circumstances, I have no choice but to do so." Sei Ito sighed slightly. "Other than the need to consolidate afterwards, there won't be any side effects." "Will there be any other side effects?" Ito Rin asked with concern. "Of course not. If there were side effects, even if I knew, I wouldn't use it on mother." Sei Ito looked at Suzu Ito and chuckled. "If that's the case, then use it. I believe mother will understand when she comes out." Suzu Ito, who got a positive answer, was relieved and smiled. "When has mother not understood us?" Sei Ito rolled his eyes at Suzu Ito. "Ha!" Suzu Ito chuckled. Since he had already decided, Sei Ito didn't hesitate and immediately connected to the magic cube with his mind. He transferred the world force of the main world, which he was reluctant to use, from his finger and injected it into his mother, Eriko, who was in seclusion in the secret space behind the rockery in front of him. With the injection of the world force, his mother, Eriko's aura suddenly changed and gradually transformed into a special one. "It's done," Sei Ito said after sending the world force. "Oh, it's that simple." Suzu Ito, who thought it would be a troublesome method, looked at Sei Ito with a stunned expression. Ito Mori was speechless as he looked at his elder sister. He pretended to be too lazy to talk to her. He turned around and walked away from the rockery, heading back to the house. "Hey, little brother, after this matter is over, can you use this method to help me break through?" At this time, Suzu Ito quickly ran to Sei Ito's side, stretched out her arms, and hugged his arm, and said flatteringly, "No, this matter is like this because I can't break through. If I had enough time, I wouldn't have used this method. So, sister, you should give up on this idea." Ito Sei said without being moved at all, "Can I do it for the sake of big sister's love for you?" Suzu Ito pretended to be unhappy and asked, "It's because I want big sister to be good that I won't help you." Sei Ito replied helplessly. Then, without waiting for Suzu Ito to speak, he asked, "Big sister, think about it. If I use this method to help you break through, the next time you encounter a bottleneck, will you still think of using your own efforts to break through? Suzu Ito's face showed a thoughtful expression and didn't speak. Big sister, you understand. After a few seconds of pause, Seito gave Suzu Ito enough time to think. I understand. Suzu Ito nodded. Then, the two stopped talking about helping each other break through and returned to the house while chatting and laughing. Not long after the two of them returned to the house, a melodious ringtone suddenly rang. Seito took out his phone from his pocket and looked down at the caller ID, Karaki Mai. Seito smiled slightly, got up, and walked to the door. He pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Mai, Seito said, are you home now? Mai Karaki's voice sounded a little uneasy. Yes, what's wrong? Seito was surprised. I'm at the foot of the mountain at your shrine. Can you come down and pick me up? Mai Karaki said. You're at the foot of the mountain? Seito asked in surprise. Yes, not only me, but also Chuin and her two friends that you met last time, Maeda and Itano, Mai Karaki replied. I got it. I'll go down and pick you up now. Seito didn't expect Mai Karaki and the other three to come. Then, he hung up the phone and said to Suzu Ito, I'm going out for a while. Then, he put away his phone and walked down the mountain. A few minutes later, Seito arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw Mai Karaki's familiar car plate number. Seeing Seito appear, 3 consecutive soft sounds were heard. Then Mai Karaki, Hatsun, Meda, Atsuko, and Itano Tomomi, who had disguised themselves, stepped out of the car and entered Seito's sight. Why are you here? Seito greeted them and asked. Mai Karaki and the other 3 looked at each other and then looked at Seito. Mai Karaki said, in this situation, I feel that it's not safe to stay at home. Maybe it's not a bad idea to come to your place to calm down, so I came over. What about you guys? Seito nodded and turned to look at Okamura Hatsuen, Maeda Atsuko, and Itano Tomomi. I called my senpai and asked her if she had plans to come to your place. After knowing that she did have plans to come here, we agreed to come together, Okamura Hatsuen explained. Maeda Atsuko and Itano Tomomi nodded in agreement. Let's go. We'll go up the mountain first, Seito said quickly when he saw that everyone's eyes were on them. Then, he led the 4 to the front of the mountain and climbed up the mountain through the forest instead of the main path. The 4 girls were obviously not used to this route. Before they even reached halfway, they were already panting. Seeing this, Seito had to reach out and hold their hand from time to time to pull them forward. After about 20 minutes, the 5 of them finally walked out of the forest and entered the house behind the shrine. By the way, other than Mai Karaki's request to calm down, is there anything else you want to talk about? After Mai Karaki and the other 3 drank some water and caught their breath, Seito looked at them and asked again, We'd like to hear your opinion on what to do next. Mai Karaki and the other 3 looked at each other. Then Mai Karaki spoke again. You guys really trust me. Seito couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, do you have a house in Chiyoda, Chua, Harbor, Shinjuku, Shibuya, or Ikibo? Then, Seito put away the bitter smile on his face and looked at the 4 of them and asked. The 6 districts mentioned by Seito are the old and new capitals of Yodo City. Among them, Chiyoda, Chua, and Harbor are the old capitals. Shinjuku, Shibuya, and Ikebukuro are the new capitals. They are important places that many forces such as the Ministry of Environment must guard. These 6 districts are the best choice for hiding. However, Chiyoda is the political center. Most of the interior is the place where transnational enterprises and government departments, plus the real upper-class aristocrats of Japan, settle down. It is not a place where ordinary stars can buy property. The Chua is the place where banks, vaults, and information are concentrated. Although it is not as good as Chiyoda, it is not a place where stars who make a living by performing can live. As for the harbor, it is simply a place where foreign embassies gather. Except for the original residents, not many people can live there. So the last hope is Shinjuku, Shibuya, and Ikebukuro. Chapter 1023. Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsune, Maeda Atsuko, and Itano Tomomi looked at each other and shook their heads at Seito. If you have a house there, you can ask your family to go there immediately. Then, you won't have to worry about their safety. Seito sighed as he observed their actions. Then what do we do now? Okamura Hatsune asked anxiously. Okamura Hatsune was born in Osaka Prefecture, which was occupied by the monsters. But fortunately, the government had mobilized the people in advance, so there was no danger. But if the monsters really attacked Tokyo's 23rd district, it would be hard to say. Thus, Okamura Hatsune could not be blamed for being anxious. Quietly looking at Kuraki Mai and the others, Seito said slowly, "If you are willing to believe me, you can ask your family to come to Akakuruno City." And Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsune, Maeda Atsuko, and Itano Tomomi were stunned when they heard this. They looked at Seito in confusion. Seito did not explain. He quietly looked at the four of them and waited for their choice. Kuraki Mai, who had spent the most time with Seito and knew him well, looked at Seito deeply and said decisively, "I understand. I will ask my mother and brother to come here. I will also ask my parents to come here." Seeing that Kuraki Mai chose to ask her family to come, Okamura Hatsune also said decisively, "Me too." Maeda Atsuko and Itano Tomomi looked at each other and said. Then Kuraki Mai and the others apologized to Seito and Suzu. They got up and walked out of the house, took out their phones and contacted their families. "Little brother, if we can't defend Akakuruno City, you will be in deep trouble," Suzu said to Seito as she watched the four of them walk out of the house. "Well, I still have some confidence in the tools made by Harusi. Even if it is a laboratory product, I believe it can help me defend Akakuruno City." Seito shrugged and said, "Moreover, the people from the Ministry of Environment won't watch us fight alone." Seito continued, "But then, can you take out those tools?" Suzu frowned. She asked worriedly, "Our family is not the same as before. Even if they want those tools, they won't dare to demand it. They will only tactfully ask me for an exchange, and so, etc. When the time comes, I'll help. The deterrence of a double S is enough for us to run amok in the country." Seito answered casually, "That's true." Suzu laughed lightly. "What are you going to do with the four of them?" Suzu looked at Kuraki Mai and the others outside the house. She could only vaguely see the corners of their clothes. "What else can I do? If they want to stay, just treat them like normal believers and arrange them to live in the sacrificial hall." Seito pursed his lips and said, "Our sacrificial hall is empty all year round anyway. It won't be any worse than a guest room if you tidy it up." If they hear you say that, their impression of you will drop by a lot. Suzu teased. Seito shrugged. He ignored Suzu teasing. After a few more minutes, Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsune, Maeda Atsuko, and Itano Tomomi finally returned to their rooms after persuading their family members to leave for Akakuruno City. "Do you have the city's telephone number?" Kuraki Mai looked at Seito and asked. "Wait." Before Seito could say anything, Suzu stood up and said. She turned around and walked to the telephone. She squatted down and took out a notebook-sized book from the black cabinet where the telephone was placed. She stood up and walked back. "Here, this is the city's contact list." Suzu handed the book to Kuraki Mai and explained. "Thank you." Kuraki Mai took the book and thanked her. She opened the book, found the hotel contact list, and dialed them one by one. Fortunately, even though Akirui City had gathered people from Shikoku, Kyushu, Osaka, Kobe, and other places due to the mobilization order, because it was not an important and prosperous area in Tokyo, not many rich and powerful people chose to stay in Akirui City. Therefore, the expensive suites in the city's hotels were not fully booked. There were still many empty rooms, and Kuraki Mai and the other three were able to find rooms for their families. As for the expensive rooms, it was not a problem for Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsune, and Maeda Atsuko, who had become a famous actress after 2 years of activities. Itano Tomomi did not earn enough money because of her bad luck, but with the help of her good friends, Maeda Atsuko, Okamura Hatsuen, and Kuraki Mai, she was barely able to afford it. Kuraki Mai, Okamura Hatsuen, Maeda Atsuko, and Itano Tomomi all sighed in relief after the matter was settled. They chatted with their big sister, Suzu Ito, about the private topics between women, excluding Sei Ito, who was the only man in the group. After that, Sei Ito, Suzu Ito, and Kuraki Mai ate a Chinese dinner that was prepared by Sei Ito, who was instructed by Suzu Ito. They left the shrine and strolled around Akiurui City under the weird gazes of the four girls. Then, when it was a little later, the four of them were sent to the hotel that they had booked for their families, where they would meet up with their families who had arrived half an hour earlier. As the one who sent them back to their families, Sei Ito naturally attracted a lot of attention. The families of the four girls asked if he was their boyfriend. After dealing with the families of the four girls, Sei Ito immediately returned to the shrine and prepared for the battle with Suzu Ito. "Oh yes, sis, try this." Looking at the black ball battle suit that Suzu Ito folded and put aside, Sei Ito suddenly thought of something. He immediately flipped his hand and produced 4 rings made of the same black ball material. He handed them to Suzu Ito and said, "What is this?" Suzu Ito asked curiously as she took the rings. "It's also a laboratory product that has just been developed, but compared to the thing that I placed in Akazuruno without any actual testing, this at least has been used and tested." Sei Ito smiled. "As for this thing, it's an advanced version of the Hai. It's a simple exoskeleton battlesuit made by combining the Hai manufacturing technology, military nanotechnology, array technology, energy crystal manufacturing technology, and many other technologies." Sei Ito continued to explain. "How do I use this?" Suzu Ito asked with a puzzled expression. 2 on your wrists, 2 on your ankles." Sei Ito took the 2 rings from Suzu Ito's hands and said, "Oh." Suzu Ito nodded and put the 2 rings on her wrists. Then she pressed them on her wrists according to the Hai's instructions. In an instant, the rings that were not as thick as her wrists immediately attached to Suzu Ito's wrists and became seamless. At this time, Sei Ito also put the 2 rings in his hands on Suzu Ito's ankles. "Little brother, can I wear clothes when using this thing?" Suzu Ito, who had experience using Hai, stood up and asked Sei Ito. It doesn't seem to be possible." Sei Ito was stunned. When Ito Rin heard this, she rolled her eyes at Ito's Sei and turned to walk in her bedroom. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that she came out wearing a black tights that looked like black clothes, but there were not as many round buttons on the surface as black clothes. It was not black clothes, but the overall style was not much different from black clothes. "It feels no different from the Hai." Suzu Ito muttered as she tried out her fists and legs. "Right now, you're thinking about entering combat mode," Sei Ito reminded her. Suzu Ito nodded and said in her heart. In an instant, a strange feeling emerged from the bottom of Suzu Ito's heart. Following this feeling, Suzu Ito raised her arm and pointed outside the room with her index finger. In an instant, from Suzu Ito's finger, several dark, vein-like patterns appeared on the back of her hand and even her forearm. At the same time, a laser beam as thick as a finger shot out from the tip of her index finger. In the blink of an eye, it shot toward the medium-sized rock outside the room. Xiao, like tofu, the laser beam easily pierced through the rock and then through several tree trunks before disappearing into the forest. "So powerful," Suzu Ito exclaimed. "Right now, you're thinking about flying." Sei Ito reminded her with a smile. Suzu Ito didn't hesitate and immediately imagined flying in her heart. In an instant, Suzu Ito's body slowly floated up from the ground and steadily floated in the air. "I'm going to test the effects of flying." Seeing that she was really flying, Suzu Ito called out and then controlled her body to quickly fly out of the room, circling in the air. Although her flying speed didn't break through the speed of sound, it was enough for aerial combat. More than 10 minutes later, Ito Rin flew back to the house with some unfinished business. How long can this energy last? After landing on the ground, Suzu Ito asked. I haven't experienced actual combat, so I'm not too sure. But based on the results of the test, if it's just that level of flying, it should be enough for you to continue flying for half a month without any problems. Ito smiled. How's the defense? Suzu Ito nodded and asked again. Rockets and tank cannons can't break through the defense. Gant's weapons can only break through the defense after 10 continuous bombardments. Esper's attacks depend on the opponent. At the very least, a full-strength attack from AB rank can completely block it. Because there are too many variables, it's not easy to test. Ito told her all the data he knew. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.